It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world.
it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Energi,
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Central Cargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan. Sebagai komitmen kami, memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Central Cargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak keputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh, yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy. Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak keputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh, yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy.
Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy, taste good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water. Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy, taste good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water.
Ada sebuah cerita tentang mereka yang bangkit dari keterpurukan, melawan keterbatasan, merajut karya untuk berdaya bersama, membuka jalan kemudahan dan rasa percaya akan masa depan. Di tengah tantangan, mereka suarakan harapan, bergerak untuk perubahan. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Indonesia's Next Top Model Cycle 3, Sabtu dan Minggu, jam 7 malam.
Drama terus. Nonton nih komedi yang nyegerin, lucunya gak habis-habis. Ngelospol. Capek hati drama mulu, mending dibawa happy.
Berani melawan keterbatasan demi memberitakan kebenaran. Terus berjalan menghadapi perubahan, berinovasi menjawab tantangan zaman. Menjadi tempat informasi terpercaya yang cepat, berimbang, dan akurat. Tak sekadar memberi wawasan, namun juga membuka pikiran. Orang cerdas membaca tuntas hanya di detik.com.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. to change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Central Cargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan. Sebagai komitmen kami, memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Central Cargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to Bali, the island of gods in beautiful Indonesia. Welcome, Guesa. Hi.
We've made it back. We have made it back in one piece after such a long day yesterday. We have made it back in one piece. Welcome to day 2 of the World Esports Championships from here in Indonesia, in Bali.
And we are really happy. We have been having a great time meeting with players, speaking with people, because if you are just tuning in, this is your first day at this stream. First of all, thank you very much. And after that, you should know that we are having a excellent, a really huge tournament 106 countries participate of this match.
Yeah, it's incredible. The amount of countries that are here to represent their nations. It's almost it's global. It's global. There's no other word for it.
4 thematic stages. Right now we are at fire stage.
Yep.
There is also earth stage, air stage, and ice stage.
Yeah, I don't want to go to the. Actually, no. Given the heat, I might want to go to the ice stage. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure.
We are by the beach. If you wanna, you can just Google Merusaka Hotel in Bali, so you can envy us very much because we are at paradise, you know. So the goals are starting. We have beautiful matches for today, but before, I would like to let you know who make this wonderful tournament possible, because it's not possible without these people that collaborate with this event. So of course, our main sponsor would be the JHL Group. I will tell you after this tournament rules, all the other sponsors, but the main sponsor is the JLF Group.
Yeah, I was going to say, we will get to that shortly as they have flashed up the graphics on the play-in tournament. So just to bring you up to speed, if you are new to this, the play-in qualifying, as you will see today and as of yesterday, players will be seeded randomly round-robin matches, a best of 2 amongst each players within their group. The play-in elimination stage, the top 32 players from the play-in according to their placements from play-in. So, if as you can see all the groups, there's top two of each group. Will then proceed to them being a single elimination, best of 3, and the final is a best of 5. Of course, you've got your top 8 teams in the main final. We've got the prize pool, of course, as we mentioned yesterday.
Yeah, it's $25,000. Someone is going out of this stage with $12,000 for the winner. Runner-up, 8,000 and 5,000.
Yep, 5,000 for third place, which again is pretty good going. And again, as we said yesterday, all for finding the best way to play a video game.
Yes, of course, it's a very nice incentive. So these are the rules, these are the prizes for the tournament. We have seen beautiful matches yesterday, and we will be seeing a lot of more today with some different countries playing. So these are the standings as for now. In the Group A, we have Montenegro and Morocco as the 2 leaders.
Yep, and it's having a look at this today. It's really nice for us because we were able to see that this is the standings after day 1. So although we weren't able to bring you all of the games, because obviously there are so many games, I think there's 71 or 72 nations that are involved in eFootball. The good news is we've been able to bring you up to speed with all of the teams, as you'll see in these graphics here, and as you can see right hand side of your screen, Spain and Thailand after that epic match at the end of yesterday's stream, are both top of their group, which is not a surprise.
Korea is top of their group, which we also saw this match. We also saw Iran in a very good match, and it's not surprised that it's on top of its group.
Yep.
We haven't seen Wales, we haven't seen Namibia, we haven't seen Syria or Bahrain yesterday. We will today. We haven't seen Saudi Arabia and Azerbaijan. We will see them today.
Yep.
So these are the groups. We still have more that we did saw yesterday.
Well, we were quite curious to see how players had got on, and it was, again, as you can see, right hand side of your screen, Turkey and Luxembourg really sticking out there as 2 very good players and 2 very good nations. Again, Georgia leading the pack in Group K.
Perfect score.
Very, very good score from them. Italy and Japan are ahead in their groups as well. So it is slowly heating up. As if it can't get any hotter here, it's getting slowly a bit more in there. Of course, for yourself, as with no bias, Argentina are there.
This group, Netherlands with Jos, a very experienced player.
It's a very interesting group, that one, because New Zealand, of course, as well, are kind of just at the bottom of the table. But if you notice how close the points are, that is literally anybody's to have. It's very, very open.
The Group O with Ecuador and Croatia, and Group P with India and Armenia, they cut themselves from the rest of the pack.
They've really, again, with those 2 victories that they've had, it's just put that gap between both halves of that group, and it's really going to be difficult for them, for the teams to get back on top of it.
So these are the matches we are gonna leave on this stream, on YouTube, on Twitch, wherever you're watching this. We will start with Chad against Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, again, an interesting game to go with. We've got Bahrain versus Tajikistan. But yeah, looking at Chad and Trinidad and Tobago, of course, we've got Turkmenistan and Austria later on as well. But the one we will focus on today, or at least at this point in time, Chad v Trinidad and Tobago, which should be an interesting contest.
Yes, of course. And we will be making our predictions later.
We will indeed.
Today, I think I'm going to beat you.
Well, you can try. You can try. You can but try.
I will keep our score.
Yeah,
today, I will keep. I brought a pen just
in case.
Score.
Well, in terms of what else we've got on the case there, we've got Mongolia and Croatia, Thailand and Brunei, and then of course the final, which is Brazil versus the Netherlands, which it should
a very interesting,
incredible
game.
Contest.
Very interesting. Whoa! do you listen? They are like ready to rumble, but I told you about predictions. This will be my prediction for today.
Yeah, well, in terms of who I am picking Chad, just on the basis that I think that, again, we are trying to find out about these things.
Yes.
It's the first time we're going to see both teams, but you know how you had your hunch yesterday
Yes.
that certain teams are going to get there? You get that kind of feeling in the pit of your stomach where
Yeah.
you go,
I have it with Trinidad and Tobago because they have great beaches and great rum.
Yeah.
So, for me, that's a combination.
If that is enough to pick them as your
Yes,
team for this, then
enough.
that's totally up to you.
That's enough to make a tattoo also. Yes, that's how I live. I love me that way, So we are ready to start, but I think it's a good time right now to say who are our main sponsors, who are our principal sponsors. As I said, the main sponsor is the JLA Group.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, JL Group.
Yeah, and the event, of course, is sponsored by JHL Auto, Nusa Pay, DAS, Gunjan Crypto, Taiwan Excellence, Pertamina, and Hydrococo.
The official telco partner is Telkomsel.
And the official smartphone partner is the Samsung Galaxy A series.
The internet service provide partner is IndiHome.
The travel management partner is HIN.
The hotel partner is Episode Hotel and Merusaka Hotel.
Yeah, and the esports broadcast partners, we've got Mineski Global, we've got Indonesia Football E-League, and the ESID.
The production partner is our friend from Lemon ID.
And in terms of our media partners, we've got TransJuju, we've got Deticom, we've got esport.id, video.com, Dunia Games, Dens TV, Dens Play, Meroputhia, we've got Bolascore, Kami Bajak, and then in government support, we've got Kemen Parakaf, Kemen Pora, Koni, NOC, and Wonderful Indonesia. You can see just how much sponsorship, just how much backing is behind this event, and it's fantastic for that support.
It's impossible to make something this big, something this spectacular without the support of all of you. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
Let's start the game.
Yeah, let's get going.
Are you ready?
Well, I think as we had yesterday. I think we're under starters orders. We're just waiting for full confirmation that everything's been taken care of on the game side.
I can see the players. I can see the players.
You can see the players, but are they ready? That's the difference.
don't know. I don't know if they're ready. I don't know if they're ready.
We'll get a green light. I'm thinking I can hear in-game noise. I can hear a crowd chanting. That kind of. It might be the guys here, actually physically here. I'm not quite sure, but I can certainly hear something. But I think we are about to kick off with our first games of the day. Well, I say first game of the day on stream. As you can hear behind us, there's probably some games already going on here. But as you see here, interestingly, I believe it is a Bayern Munich versus Barcelona tie to start us off here.
I'm seeing Bayern Munich there.
I saw the unmistakable face of Sergio Busquets.
Okay, so
so I think that is a Barcelona strip, I believe, unless my eyes are failing me. Yeah, as you can see the lineups here, Manuel Neuer in goal, as we tend to see. Lucas Hernandez, Upamecano, Pavard. You can see Gnabry, Goretzka, and Malacia. Sorry, Musiala even. And then you've got Sane, Choupo-Moting. Kind of almost become a duo, as it's been for players playing with Bayern Munich. And then, of course, as we were correct in saying, it is Barcelona. And interestingly, 3 at the back formation.
Whoa. I haven't seen Barcelona play with 3 in the back a lot in this kind of game.
Yeah, and there was only one guy that did it yesterday, and that was Jose from Spain. And we saw how good he did. So maybe, just maybe, if formations can play their part, we might be able to see something special here.
And also, there is something very interesting that players can change which team they use in each match.
Yeah, and that provides its own little almost wrinkle, is that you're able to adjust. So if a team isn't working for you one day, you can try a different team, and you can go and make those edits. Even with a game plan, you can then go and make edits within the actual teams that you're picking themselves. But as we kick this off here, it's Lucas Hernandez and Pavard and Neuer that will just slowly get Bayern Munich into the game. Neuer quite far out of his goal there, and De Jong can recover it. It's Ferran Torres. Neuer's still out of his goal. It's Ferran Torres. It's a good save for the goalkeeper. We haven't even been able to really digest who is who here, but it looks like it's Trinidad and Tobago.
Trinidad and Tobago marks the first goal. The goalie from Chad, from Bayern Munich, is the absolute protagonist of this game. He had, like, I don't know, he was like going out in the street, going out shopping with the ball. He lost the ball. He recovered the ball, but
that was a chaotic series of events there for Manuel Neuer. Again, would be probably not out of place working at a circus. He's just managed to just completely put his team in trouble. And very early on, Chad have given themselves a hill to climb already. The ball went backwards, and then it, for some reason, just could not contain the ball, and instead was picked up by Trinidad and Tobago, and they will happily sweep that away for 1-0.
It was for me a surprise how the goalie came out, you know, because it's not something that we're used to see in this kind of tournaments.
Yeah.
People playing with the goalie. You can do that on a friends tournament.
Yeah, you can do it whilst you're probably sitting on your couch at home. It's a very different thing trying to do it at a World Esports Championship. But the ball does seemingly go back to the goalkeeper, and it eventually has found itself to Leroy Sané. Can we see a response here for Chad? It's PK with the header clear. Here's Pedri. Here's Frankie de Jong. Here's Ferran Torres. Lewandowski to Pedri. Back to Lewandowski. Upamecano will just about disrupt it, and tight quarters there for players there, but it's Frankie de Jong to Ousmane Dembele. Dembele looking on for Ferran Torres. Ferran Torres has got players in the box. One of them is Pedri, the other one is Lewandowski, but it is cleared away by Upamecano. Here is Musiala. Give it away to Pedri cheaply. Jordi Alba back to Sergio Busquets. Neat build-up play by Trinidad and Tobago as Ferran Torres just tries to get it through. Pavard will clear it away. Serge Gnabry to Sane. Into Choupo-Moting. So he'd be so expertly used yesterday in terms of the gameplay we saw, but can't quite get him into the game. Here is Ousmane Dembele, Sergio Busquets.
I think that the first goal was just so like out of play that it surprised both players.
I think so. It's almost like there was an out-of-body experience where they just weren't sure about what they've just done. And again, it does ultimately give yourself a hill to climb as De Jong plays it into Lewandowski, into Ferran Torres, back to Lewandowski. And Joshua Kimmich will clear it away in his almost more natural position of right back, which again, we talk about it a lot in terms of team selections and the way that players will make differences. And it'll probably be very rare that you'll see Joshua Kimmich at right back for this team, but it is in use here by Chad. Here's Pavard.
If you just tuned in, we are watching the first match of the day. It's Chad against Trinidad and Tobago, and you're hearing to the man himself. He's Wesa.
Yeah, Chad are going from left to right if you are not keeping score, and Trinidad are going from right to left. And as you can see here, Trinidad and Tobago having the lion's share of possession here. Is Ferran Torres just trying to get it forward, but instead it's dispossessed. But again, evergreen Sergio Busquets picks it back up again. Is Torres to Lewandowski, onto Pedri. Neat little turn there. It's Ousmane Dembele back over to Pedri. It's Torres looking for Lewandowski. It's bounced kindly to Jordi Alba. Can he get the shot away? He can't. It's Kimmich is back. It's still in play.
Yeah,
and it is just lacking that killer instinct right at the end of it.
So many defense errors. So many. There's always one more attacker than what they need. I mean, they can't cover enough.
Yeah, well, we've seen it so many times yesterday that an overload, as we normally call it, in terms of having players over, it really, really can cause some damage here. As Pedri, speaking of damage, has got Ferran Torres. Torres has got a man over. It was Dembele. Lewandowski recovers it. De Jong looking for that extra pass. It's passed into the box. It's Dembele. It's Pedri. Good save. And it's Hernandez and Musiala that will clear it away.
A very fragile defense.
It is at the moment. However, Choupo-Moting looking to just try and figure out where he was going. Ball bounces kindly, and it is away to a Barcelona defender. Is De Jong to Pedri. Onto Ferran Torres. Torres onto Dembele. What can he get done here? Neat little body feint, just trying to create some space.
And do you think the Trinidad and Tobago player will have enough patience? Because for now, he's dominating the game, but he cannot finish his plays.
Yeah, well, as the adage goes, that he will huff and he will puff and he will eventually blow this house down. I can absolutely be assured of that. I don't think this game finishes 1-0.
No,
and I think at the moment Trinidad and Tobago are again fully in control. And I think if you looked at Chad's lineup as it stood, the game plan was actually very defensive. The midfielders and the defenders were dropped back more so than in the regular formation.
With a so defensive formation, how can you take the defense so light?
Well, that's the issue, is that you're playing a defensive formation, yet your defense is actually being quite fragile.
Yeah.
So, if anything, you probably want to start going a bit more attacking.
Exactly.
As De Jong tries to make his way through, Pavard intercepts it. There's Dembele. Again, neat little passing, just in and out of space. Neat little back heel, Lewandowski! That is a brilliant goal from Trinidad and Tobago. And it was that beautiful piece of skill that you loved so much from day one. It's a back heel with absolute purpose, as we'll see in the replay. Wonderful finish from Lewandowski. If you have artists like that in midfield...
Yes, of course. That changed everything, you know?
Yeah, wonderful back heel.
The back heel, it's amazing. It's for now, it's like the man of the match.
It's always good to see, and it goes through the legs as well.
Whoa.
Skills are very
That's
much
called
on show.
a nutmeg?
A nutmeg, yes.
Oh,
yeah,
I need that.
You see, you do know the English football terms.
Yeah, I knew that, the nutmeg.
No, it's a nutmeg indeed. It's Ferran Torres and Lewandowski's in again. Tackle gets avoided. It's a good save, and
You know
it's
how
cleared away once more.
we call that? We call it a caño or a tunnel, which is a tunnel.
A tunnel, yeah.
Or a tube.
Yeah, a tube. Interesting.
Un caño, a tube.
But at the moment, it is all one-way traffic. If this were a tunnel, it would literally be closed at this point, because I haven't seen anything from Chad to suggest that my gut feeling would go the other way here. But as we get to half-time, 2-0. Trinidad and Tobago in control.
The difference is not as much in the score as it was on the pitch.
Yes, yeah. I think in terms of the gameplay, or in terms of what we've seen no shots taken at all from Chad.
It didn't
and it's
cross,
just
cross
control.
the middle.
Yeah. There's nothing. I think you don't get past that halfway line. You don't get yourself out of trouble. And I think, as we said, because the defensive line is so far back, and because the midfield has dropped in as well, you've almost got a defensive shell, and you've just got to hope that Choupo-Moting can hold it up for you. And it is a game plan, but is it the right one? I don't necessarily think it is the case, especially given that first 45 virtual minutes. As we get back into the second half, there's Pedri to De Jong to lead us off early. Ferran Torres going to look for the extra pass. He's found Robert Lewandowski,
and here we go. So this one shows exactly what happens on the pitch. The dominance is total.
Yeah, it was total. And it was the patience to not play the first pass with Torres, because I think if you looked at it, if you were Trinidad and Tobago, you knew Lewandowski was offside. You'd have to wait that couple of seconds for him to get back onside, or for a defender to play him onside. As we'll see in the replay here, he could have easily played that pass first time, would have been offside. Instead, he's held it and then played the pass. Really, really good decision. And again, Trinidad and Tobago looking very, very strong here.
3-0, and we have just one half. Remember, this tournament plays to the best of 2 matches at this stage. The goals will add, but in order to have the standings, it's not the goal average what goes first, but we will get to that later, because it's more complicated, as Carlitos Tevez said.
Yeah, I think also when you look at it as well, in terms of where these two teams are in terms of their group, if you look at Group C, it's Iraq that top this group, closely followed by Portugal and Tunisia, and these guys are at the bottom of the table, but you wouldn't suggest it given what Trinidad and Tobago have shown at this point.
Exactly.
So maybe they have just run into very good players, and as we said before, you can be a good player, but there is always a difference in terms of whether you can compete.
There's always someone who is better than you.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Pedri running to try and get this ball through. Lewandowski slid away by Nabry. It's Jordi Alba to Pedri, to De Jong. Torres in towards Lewandowski once more. Good save. Dembele looking to recover it. Tries to recover it, but Lucas Hernandez will take that away. Here is Leroy Sané. to Choupo-Moting. I noticed that during that last spell, we did see the first real kind of sight of goal from Chad with that header, but
That's it.
they just can't get the ball free.
They barely cross the midfield.
They are struggling to impose themselves on this game. Here is Hernandez across to Joshua Kimmich, who launches a long one forward there. It's Choupo-Moting, and eventually just gets beaten in the air by Busquets, but the ball does get recovered by Bayern Munich, only to be given quickly away once more. Here's Torres to Lewandowski, onto Pedri. And fortunately, again, Kimmich will take that away.
It's a good defense, but they risk too much with the passes.
Yeah, I think that's, you've got to take care of the ball. We said this a lot yesterday. The ball is always your friend on a football field,
exactly.
And this is something you've got to take care of. And as we see, Chad are starting to just get themselves into it a little bit. They're picking their passes, and as we see, Musiala gets the ball out wide to Kingsley Coman, and again, it's just the defence of Trinidad that is then coming into effect there as Trinidad and Tobago get the advantage played there. It's Pedri to Torres to De Jong, on to Dembele. Dembele just doesn't get there ahead of the defender.
The thing is that if now they don't clear the ball, they will be in trouble. Because it costs too much for Chad to capture the ball in defense. So then you have to take very special care of the ball.
You have to do, indeed. I mean, it's Kingsley Coman here. It's Choupo-Moting. We're seeing better play from Chad at the moment. As Coman goes to lift one into the box. The header is cleared away. It's De Jong to Pedri. And counter-attack could be on here if it's played correctly. It's Dembele to De Jong. You can see runners in the middle. He's gone out wide this time. It's Ousmane Dembele. You can see Robert Lewandowski just jogging into your picture at the top of the screen. And it's Upamecano will take the ball away. His compatriot Dembele could not get past him, and Upamecano and Lucas Hernandez will take it clear. I think the danger really is that you have to take more risks because you're down in the game, but you're going to leave yourself open to conceding some more. So
because there is a second game.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That's something that changes everything also.
Yeah, and that should play into teams' minds here, is that there is always a second game, so you've always got a game to recover. But at the moment, we're seeing almost the game tick away from Chad at the moment as Torres goes to run through
one
here.
Thing is 3-0, another thing is 6-0.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. There's a fundamental difference in that as Lewandowski gets free in the box. He's brought down, but nothing was given. But yeah, there is a difference. There's certainly a difference in terms of the complexity of the game as Torres plays it to Lewandowski. It's Hernandez that will try and clear that way once more. It just seems very scrappy at the moment. There's periods of play that look really good for Chad.
Yes.
And then there's others where it gets a bit scrappy and it gets a bit... It's not quite as polished as it should be. As we see here, Coman.
Let's see now.
Yeah,
they have a lot of trouble after crossing the midfield. It's like if a rush comes, and in that rush they always lose the ball.
Yeah, and that's. But interestingly, this does go back to a point which I'm sure we'll touch on, kind of in terms of the rules when we were talking about the formats earlier. The uniform stats. You see Choupo-Moting go forward. Unfortunately, just breaks the hands of the goalkeeper.
Again, the rush came in.
Yeah, it's
you cannot go faster than you need.
Yeah, and with the uniform stats, as we've spoken to a couple of players this morning through through in terms of our general chats that we've had with them, it's different for some players. They're not used to coming and playing with uniform stats. Of course, uniform stats means that everybody is very much the same level in terms of their players. So, for example, 84 and 85, 86 rated players.
That's a setting that is used in tournaments.
Yes. Well, in previous tournaments, it's been brought to this one.
Yes.
I think I personally like it because, again, in terms of the pace of the game, it's a little bit more level, and also it allows
showcases better the player.
I think so, yeah. And some of the players we spoke to this morning, they're like, well, when we play at home, we don't really play with uniform settings, and players are a bit quicker, and there's a bit more dribbling involved.
When you play at home, you know that there is always this player that you should give the ball to him, and that's it.
Yeah.
So half of the goal is getting the ball to him.
Well, yeah.
With uniform settings, that doesn't work that way.
Well, it's more of it becomes more of a team game in the sense of, for example, if you were to take Bayern Munich just as that example, the almost the point man at the moment is Sadio Mane, or it's Kingsley Coman, or it's Choupo-Moting as it is at this point. But if you were to play with them regularly at home, obviously Choupo-Moting stats are not as good as Sadio Mane's. You bring in stat balancing or in uniform settings, it brings them level. But the problem with that is players aren't as quick sometimes as they are at home. So, for example, your star players aren't quite as quick. Players like Choupo-Moting, who've got lesser stats, will get improved, so they behave differently as well.
But
so
that
you've got to learn
doesn't balance if you always know that you have to put a long ball to a fast guy and that's it. You cannot do this with balanced stats.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's what I mean. It becomes more of a team game. It's as we said, finding the strength and finding the DNA of that team and leaning into it. As much as we talked about Barcelona and their tiki-taka. We spoke yesterday about AC Milan and Inter Milan, the traditions of Italian defending. If for those of a vintage, if you've watched Football Italia, or if you watch the heroes of the past, it's all rugged defending. It's robust. It's 1-0. It's really compact. So lean into that. With AC Milan, for example, you've got Tomori, you've got Kalulu. For those types of players, it's great. If you've got like a physical player up front, you've got Giroud, you've got Ibrahimovic. Same with Inter Milan, as we saw yesterday. They've got some very good players at the back in Skriniar and Bastoni. You can use Lukaku, you can use Martinez, you can use Correa. There's loads of different avenues you can use.
But the thing is that even when these players are different, because of this balanced status, what you told today, we were talking out of the stream, and you made a very interesting point. How important are the physicalities?
It's massive. It's massive. If you have played in previous tournaments where stat balancing or uniform settings or uniform stats have been a part of the format, if you are a competitor, you will know how important it is about physicality. You will know, because it's an intangible quality that you don't really realise of just how important it is until you start seeing it being used against you. We mentioned Aubameyang as an example yesterday in terms of tournaments prior. Again, players like Giroud, players like Ibrahimovic, players like Lukaku, for example, although he won't be as powerful in terms of shooting or skills, his physicality and the fact of how tall he is and how much he can move himself, it's still there.
But you named Giroud. I didn't see nobody using him. Why?
And that for me is a question, because I look at it, and as we mentioned about AC Milan yesterday, one of their key points is they have physicality. They do have physicality. They've got Tomori. They have Kalulu. They have Sandro Tonali in midfield. They've got Pobega. They've got players who are built. You've got again Rafa Leo, who is quick, but he's still tall, he's still physical, he's still imposing. Again, it may just be down to individual play styles. It may be the fact that, as we saw, I think it was Senegal yesterday, that AC Milan, it might be the team that he uses, but it might not necessarily be his play style. He may like just trying to use all of the quick players, but sometimes his stat balancing, it doesn't always work.
Yes, and we were talking with a player which we shall not
anonymity.
name.
We're going with anonymity.
We shall not name. And he said, yesterday, because of this setting, my passes weren't working as I expected them.
Yeah, and that might lend itself to why we've seen some of these things.
And here we are again with the second match between Trinidad and Tobago and Chad. The first one was 3-0 for Trinidad and Tobago. So will we see a different match in this rematch? Should Chad go over and try to make the first goal? Well, I think they would, and I think they should, both of them, because if not, if Trinidad and Tobago starts this game ahead, I think we have a close bracket.
Yeah, I think if you look at the way the teams have performed, again, we talk about how important the first goal is, and we talk about just how important it is in setting a statement. You need that from Chad. You need a response. You need something to put a little bit of fear. We talk about intangible qualities, and we talk about the players behind the controllers. It's one thing me having an opinion on their gameplay and their game plan. It's another thing when we talk about their actual mentalities. It's as much as a physical fatigue as it is a mental fatigue.
And also, if the clock starts turning and you see that your minutes are coming shorter and shorter and shorter, you start to make silly things.
Yeah.
So that's why it's so important the first 30 minutes, not just even the first half. The first 30 minutes, the first 20 minutes, you have to score there to set the numbers in order that you can get to the equalizer.
Yeah, you've got to set the tone. And again, as you said, the more that clock ticks down in the top left-hand corner of your screen, the more panic sets in, because you go, okay, I'm running out of time here. I'm running out of things that I can do to affect this game. And as we can see, you know, very early on, again, the pace is being set here by Trinidad and Tobago as Ousmane Dembele looks to throw down the right-hand side. It's Frankie de Jong. It's given away to Jamal Musiala. There's Choupo-Moting.
Remember that Trinidad Tobago plays with Barcelona, Chad plays with Bayern Munich.
Yeah, as you can see, Chad just trying to make a little bit of an inroad, but again, giving the ball away in poor areas of the pitch. Here's Lewandowski to Pedri. It's Ferran Torres. Frankie de Jong onto Lewandowski. Flicks it back, but can't find a receiver. Choupo-Moting has support, just couldn't find the pass. The Barcelona defence, and here's Pedri in towards Lewandowski. Are we going to see more of the same? Yes, we are. It's Robert Lewandowski at it again for so many countries at this tournament so far.
Yeah.
He has been, well, he's been the apex predator, is what we've needed, what he has been. He has been the striker supreme.
Exactly, and with just 10 minutes short of 10 minutes happening, we have the fourth goal in this series. It's getting difficult and even more difficult for Chad to be able to climb this game. It's 0-4 for them, and that's not the worst problem they have. The worst problem they have is that once again they can't cross the midfield with security.
Yeah, it feels as though that there's just like a Barcelona invisibility shield that's just trying to be broken through, and they are getting some joy, but it's just not quite in the areas you'd want them to have it. Here's Kingsley Coman as we make that point, and Araujo will play that casually across your box. There's Ousmane Dembele. Frankie de Jong caught in the tackle. Nothing was given. Here's Dembele.
I thought that was a foul, but it was not.
Well, as we've seen so far in both real and virtual football, referees are giving us very questionable calls as of late. Here's Jordi Alba. Robert Lewandowski takes a step, and that is a foul.
Now we have a free kick. A very interesting free kick.
Yeah, this will be interesting. Do you go high, do you go low, or do you pass? We will find out here.
I will high.
Ball is to Lewandowski. Good save from the goalkeeper. Kimmich and de Jong is under pressure there to try and get the ball. It's bounced forward to Dembele. Here's Torres to Lewandowski once more. And Neuer will make the save.
Yeah, I think Trinidad and Tobago has the match control. He knows that there is no chance he will lose this game. Did you hear that?
Yeah, you can hear that even through the game noise and through the headphones.
Yes,
the chants that are going on. But to take your point, yeah, I think Trinidad and Tobago know that they are in control here. I think Chad, they're just trying to just kind of get through the game at this point, because at the moment it is all Trinidad and Tobago, and it's a little bit of a shame for me to look at Trinidad and then look at them at the start of, or the end of kind of the first day. They had no points to show for their endeavour. So
exactly.
So that might lend itself, or just show you the level that is in that group that they are in,
and why that happened. But now it comes again. Trinidad and Tobago, it goes for the goal. It's a pass, a cross. Nah, nothing there.
Nothing there, but the ball is still alive. Is Dembele, and Hernandez will get that clear. It's going to be Leroy Sané. Sané across to Choupo-Moting. It's Kingsley Coman. Nicely played across to Choupo-Moting once more. Tackle was given, and the foul has gone the way of Bayern Munich.
So it's still 4-0 without much risk, I think, for the winning team. But I think that Chad will try to go at least for a goal, the honor goal.
Again, it's almost like an honor goal at this point, or kind of a bit of pride you'd like to see. But I don't think Trinidad and Tobago are in the mood to let them even have that, because at the moment it's Ousmane Dembele once more, who has been a real thorn in the side of Chad and this Bayern Munich team at the moment. And again, time is just ticking away here nicely. It's Pedri into Ferran Torres. Here's Jordi Alba once more. Hurdles the tackle, and Lewandowski scores.
And we have 5-0.
We do indeed have 5-0. Interestingly there, if Jordi Alba doesn't hurdle that tackle, that's a penalty. So it was either you concede to a cutback or you concede potentially to a penalty.
That's true. And what a beautiful sensation when you are attacking and that happens.
When you know that there's an option in the middle and you know you're going to find them, there's no sweeter feeling than knowing that you're just going to hit the shoot button and it's just going to go in. Again, a great performance here from Trinidad and Tobago. Again, they've been very, very, what's the word I was looking for? Efficient, as you mentioned yesterday. Yes. It was a big buzzword for you yesterday in terms of efficiency in what they are doing here. They're very
because they are not doing anything to show off.
Yeah, there's no highlight reel goals, but there's no requirement to it because they are so far into the lead here as Choupo-Moting looks to try and get the ball forward. It's given away to Pedri, and we're just about to close out the first half here. Here is Ferran Torres. It's through to Robert Lewandowski, but Joshua Kimmich will play it back to his goalkeeper. You can see pressure on here, but Busquets wins it back. De Jong to Torres, to Pedri, in towards Jordi Alba. Will he hit it on his left foot? Yes, he will! It's a rare goal for Jordi Alba. It's not often you see a left-back get that far forward.
But what is often is to see Trinidad and Tobago scoring against Chad. We are 6-0 by now. The first match was 3-0. Of course, that gives us a 3-0 in this one. We still have one more half left.
Still another half to go. And again, we talk about a left-back getting forward. Just shows you the confidence of allowing a defender to get forward. I know that we talked about it's a 3-5-2 and Jordi Alba's actually deployed as a left midfielder at this point, which is strangely is a tactic you can use because again, you know, the right backs and left backs that Barcelona do possess, especially in stat balancing, there is, you know, there's the likes of Dani Alves, there's the likes of Jordi Alba. You can kind of almost use them as midfielders to create that width. But of course, with that width, you've also got Dembele to get forward. You've got other players that can get in.
Yeah, it's never enough with just one, but it comes once again, Barcelona.
It looks like it's going to be a
free. Penalty?
No, I think the foul started outside the box, I think. Hopefully, if my eyes don't deceive me. We'll certainly see here. But again, that key animation, if you're watching that replay, that's what we talk about when the players are saying we want the ball. So when the animation is there, that's when you play that pass. As you can see, short, high, or long, or short. Which one are we going to do? It's going to be a long one for Lewandowski. It's a big pour out from Manuel Neuer. It'll be taken away. Here's Gnabry to Coman. Chad making a rare furore over the halfway line as Choupo-Moting just gets beaten to it. It's, again, another key aspect if we're talking about formations and particular players, or having particular types of players. It's always like a defensive disruptor in the defensive midfield. If you know, for the teams that we saw, as we mentioned earlier, we've got Casemiro, the likes of, as we've seen here, Goretzka and players of that nature. You've got Sergio Busquets. There's always a defensive midfielder that's like almost like the anchor to make sure that nothing gets past or nobody's there to really take this on. And as we can see, formation change coming in, well, it looks like for Chad. And of course, as you can see here on the left-hand side of your screen, there's just a lot of attacking prowess. When you play 3-5-2, it just means you have to be defensively absolutely on point, but it gives you so much more going forward.
We have a little bit more to go. Do you think we're gonna reach the?
I think we've actually can may or may not hear. We've seen a goal or a celebration from another nation playing another game.
I think it's Turkey.
Is that? Well, it's whoever it was that has lit the torch paper somewhere else here. But as we try and keep our attention to this, it is of course very difficult being at the fire stage. We have so many other games going on and so much more noise around us. It's very hard to keep track of what's going on here. But we have managed to recover ourselves. Here is Ferran Torres. It's Torres to Pedri.
Yeah, I can assure you he's the Turkey player.
well, we will certainly find out, at least in the break, what happened there. But as Torres looks to get there, it's Lewandowski once more. Keeper comes out with his feet that time, and Torres will there to sweep it away. First rule of goalkeeping, you're the only player that can touch it with your hands. Why have you gone with your feet, Manuel Neuer?
You can only do that in a tournament played on a Saturday night and after 3 or 4 rounds of beer.
It certainly feels like it. It didn't make any sense. He could have just gone and smothered it instead. Gone to clear it with his feet. But again, as we've said, when we see these types of goals, the opponent who took it away is not going to care one bit here. And of course, Trinidad and Tobago looking to just solidify this game. They already have done so probably in the first half, but they're looking for a little bit of a cricket score here.
Yeah, I think we are going to bigger numbers. 55 virtual minutes going. So I want to say hi to everybody on the chat, in YouTube, in Twitch.
And that's another goal, as you were saying. Yes, hello to everyone.
Yes, I know.
There's one more goal.
This is the kind of match where you have to greet people, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll tell you who's greeting the Bayern Munich goal here. It's Barcelona at will. It really is. Ferran Torres has got very, very, I can only say comfortable with that net.
That's true. That's true, my friend.
But you can see there, it is total demolition. I mean, when you think about it in terms of goals scored, we had to wait yesterday, I think it was until the 4th game.
Exactly.
Before we got to a game where over 2 legs it was kind of double digits. I think it was Korea, I think it was the first.
Yeah, Korea was the first one.
So we had to wait until game 4. We're in game 1 here, and we're very much at risk of potentially hitting that at the moment. We're, 8 goals in?
Already, it's already 8 goals in, exactly.
So 8 goals in, around about half an hour in-game left. And strangely, they look like they're making attacking adjustments, which is even stranger to me, because I would be like, well, at this point, would you just go defensively and just kind of play out the game? I know we joked yesterday about the mercy rule that you sometimes see in other sports, where teams will just kind of play it around and just not do too much damage. But in games such as this, I think that would probably apply here. But as maybe that's just me being a different type of person, because as we can see, Pedri's in again, and Kimmich will clear it away as Benjamin Pavard.
In fact, I think that fans doesn't appreciate when a team has mercy for the other one.
Oh, here's Choupo-Moting. There's potentially a line on here. Oh, what an effort that was.
It's a very unorthodox way of playing.
It certainly is. It's almost as though they're getting through to the attacker, and then they're just shooting from wherever possible. But it's a very long-range effort, and it had the keeper scrambling.
Yes, because at first everybody was thinking this ball would go anywhere. But it was not so bad.
It wasn't too bad at all. It is only probably the first real shot in anger that we have seen from Chad in 120 at least virtual in-game minutes. Meanwhile, we are seeing here, we've only got half an hour left here.
Yeah, we have a lot of people in the room. For those at home that are trying to think how this place is, how big it is. Well, this is a really big place. Imagine a place where you can have a wedding. This is a place where you can be wed here, not with me, but you can have your wedding here.
I sometimes think you're just trying to advertise for this hotel. I really do.
I hope so.
Here's Leroy Sané. Hopefully we can see a goal from Chad. I just want to see one goal from them. Would be great to see. Just a little bit of a, almost a consolation, but just something for pride to take away from this game, because at the moment, it's, as we've said, it's completely lopsided in terms of the momentum.
For now, the only thing I can offer you is a rainbow flag. No, that's.
I think the right flag they're looking for is the white flag of surrender, because at the moment it is all Trinidad and Tobago, as De Jong tries to play it forward, and Pavard will look to try and get it forward. Here's Sané. Here's Choupo-Moting. Serge Gnabry. Gnabry back to Hernandez. Hernandez looks long down the line, instead clears it out for a throw-in.
Some of the other matches have just ended, because we have in the tournament people playing all the time. And as I told you, we are here at Bali, in a beautiful place, in an amazing setting, in an amazing tournament, and you're living it live on day 2 of this competition.
As Ferran Torres finds De Jong, finds Dembele, nearly found the corner. Nearly found the corner there. And again, this kind of falls into a little bit of the category of what could we have seen from Trinidad and Tobago had they have been in a different group, for example? Had they have been with, say, different opponents? Because looking at it from a snapshot here, in terms of their gameplay, as we see, Bayern Munich just try and find their way through. But as a snapshot for this, if you'd have said, for example, maybe in a different group against, say, I don't know, well,
Slovakia.
Well, let's just say if it's in the Slovakia group or Moldova group or, you know, a different group where it's not quite as clear-cut who's going to win, Trinidad and Tobago have given a really good account of themselves here.
Yes, in this match, it doesn't look like a team with 0 points.
It really doesn't. As Dembele squares it across, and it's Robert Lewandowski for an aggregate taking Trinidad and Tobago to 9 goals.
Exactly, 9-0. Oh my God, that's a really huge result.
Yeah, that is a resounding result. That is a resounding scoreline. Again, we'll talk about the highlights that we'll see afterwards. It's all going to be Trinidad and Tobago's. It really is.
But just one team on the pitch.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the way that they've looked, you can see there, just neat passing. It's quick, it's fluid. He knows where those players are going to be and knows where the additional pass is going to be across goal as well. So really, really good stuff from Trinidad and Tobago.
We are here live with Guesa from Bali, Indonesia, on the IESF International Tournament. Very important match, very important tournament. 106 countries represented, 4 thematic stages, 6 games, and $25,000 in prizes just for this game.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you talk about the other games. I was in this stage this morning watching some of the Tekken 7 games that were happening. They were incredibly fun to watch. So, of course, you can check those out on other IESF channels. Of course, keep it locked here, though, because we've got plenty of games left to go here on day 2 of the World Esports Championships.
And we happen to have also the Indonesian games at the same time.
Certainly do. As De Jong, that's a big save. Double save. Where's that man Van Neuer been?
Yeah, it's like a new goalie.
The new goalkeeper right at the end of the game. As you can just see, Trinidad and Tobago not letting up here. Here's Pedri. Goretzka with the challenge. Jordi Alba wins it back. Ball goes into the box. Here's Lewandowski. Back to Ousmane Dembele. De Jong trying to get the final chance. And there goes the final whistle. 6-0 in leg 2.
Oh, yeah. And it's a big difference.
Yeah,
it's a really big difference because it started with the first goal. When we saw the first goal was an error on the defense of Chad. And we were asking ourselves, is this something that will mark the rest of the match? Well, it marked not just the rest of the match, it marked the rest of the series.
Yeah.
So it was like a monologue, you know?
Yeah, it was almost like you tipped over the first domino and then everything started to fall.
Exactly.
Because as soon as that first goal goes in from that mistake, again, if you're mentally there, and again, as we said, both teams are on 0 points, so or were at the time, you think to yourself, okay, I've conceded a mistake. I need to win to get some type of points, but unfortunately, just wasn't able to pull that off. And again, we just said, as we'll see in the highlights, as we'll see as we go to them, it was one-way traffic. It was, like we said, this domino effect, as we'll see here. The goalkeeper's already out of the goal at this point. So again, a goalkeeper retreating at that point, it's a great save, but then you don't clear the ball properly, and then as a result, ball goes through to there. Lewandowski tucks it away.
Until that goal, we said, well, was it a mistake? It's something that may happen again. And here come the best goals.
Yeah, and as you
More
can see,
clean.
each
one was cleaner than the one before.
Yeah, it's ball movement, it's ball retention, and it's chance creation. And then furthermore, it's the killer touch to make sure that you can make these passes and make these chances. Because again, as we've said, it's one thing to create them, it's another thing to make sure you take them. And to have that kind of killer instinct is something that you will see at the very high level of esports. Across any sport or any kind of esport you'll see, it's always that edge that they have. It's that additional edge that you can find, especially in esports here.
So here, the last goals that close the global result of 9-0 in favor of Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago. You say
You say Tobago, I say Tobago.
You say tomato, I say tomato. Okay. So, but you know what is important? I told you, I'm gonna keep track of the predictions.
I know, and I'm 1-0 down already. Yeah.
So the first is for me. I said Trinidad Tobago, and it was a win for me. So thank you very much, all of you at home who are watching this stream. A big shout out for people everywhere, all around the world. We were late at night answering messages. Thank you very much. I really appreciate all of them. So we saw a very interesting match.
Yep.
And we have plenty more of them coming up with some big played for the end.
Yeah,
I just saying that.
Yeah, well, we do have, we are at the fire stage. We are at the fire stage, and we can see here, we'll see the stats as well, which, again, I'm very interested to see this. As a breakdown, you'll see here passes, tackles, interceptions, everything was the way of Trinidad and Tobago. Everything is on the right in terms of if it was
12 shots to 1. I think that explains what happened.
Yeah, and the only thing that outnumbered from Chad's point of view was the saves.
Exactly.
Which shows you exactly where the game was won and lost. But again, great performance from Trinidad and Tobago. All credit to them. And again, had they been in a different group, could have potentially seen them going into eliminators.
I don't want to blame the group. when you make the mistakes, with all due respect for the players, but when you make the mistakes in defense that the Chad player make, there's no group that can handle that. I mean,
not to mention, of course, you're at a World Esports Championships. There's never going to be an easy game here.
Of course.
There's never going to be.
And all of these guys, if they play in a Saturday night with a group of friends, they are the best, of course. But here, you know, there's different levels and different kind. So I think it's time to get a little break.
Yep.
Grab a glass of water, a jug of milk, whatever you want.
And we'll be right back.
Right back.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. to explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Sharing all their money got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass in 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. Sharing all their money got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass in 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. Journey membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
So good afternoon. Today we have the PUBG team from Saudi Arabia. I have few questions to ask. For the first question, you guys have dominated the last 6 rounds and win 4 rounds out of the 6 rounds. Are you guys satisfied with the performance that you have shown on these rounds?
الحمد لله كان أداء مرضي بالنسبة لنا اليوم. وبنقدم في الأيام الجاية أحسن إن شاء الله.
Okay. For the next question, what is the key factor that helped you to win those 4 rounds?
Again.
What is the key factors that help you to win those 4 rounds?
هذا سر يعني لازم نخليه بيننا.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. For the next question, even though you have already won most of the rounds, do you think there are things that you can improve to perform better?
أكيد مع كل يوم راح تصعب البطولة فلازم نتجهز ونتدرب ونحضر كل يوم بالبطولة أفضل.
We know that the Brunei Darussalam team have won the last rounds. Do you have any change in strategy or you gonna use the same strategy to keep the momentum going?
It's على حسب نرجع نتابع ونشوف إذا بنغير شيء أو لا. إن شاء الله نقول الأفضل.
Okay, so for the last question, what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent in this PUBG game?
السنة الخامس أكبر المخاطر إنه الخصم يكون اند زون وأنت اوت زون وماسك كومباوند فهذا الشيء مرة صعب يعني فلكن إن شاء الله again.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
So here we are once again live from Bali, Indonesia, the island of gods, enjoying this IESF tournament where we just seen 10 goals from Trinidad Tobago against Chad, and we were also experimenting some high spirits in the island of gods.
There was almost a distraction, as it felt like the noise level just got more and more and more, and we've eventually found out through our little break that we've had here and been able to talk to the players, we've been able to locate that it was Tunisia.
Yes, I miscalled the flag because both flags are red, you know?
Yeah.
And in the distance I miscalled, but it was the Tunisian player with a very important result. We will talk about that later, but he took a Titan.
Yeah, and we think about this as well in terms of tight results. Next game that's up, Bahrain versus Tajikistan. If you can cast your minds back to the tables that we saw, we saw they are both on 6 points and they're only in a 14 group, and it's Whoever can win to get into the knockouts there.
And remember that we have $25,000 in prizes.
Yep.
So this is very important when you see the nations competing. You have to also make your own mind about how much this kind of prize may represent in different parts of the world. It's very different.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of the amount of money that's there, it can certainly set you up to do something you never expected with your life. So again, we talk about the heightened emotions and the animation that we see from players. It's to be expected. Not only are they full of pride for representing their nations,
but
they know that actually
players.
they can potentially earn one of the prizes out of the prize pool with it. So
yes. And also, as we said, this is a lot of money all around the world. But in some places, it's even more. It's even more. So here we have the places. The Bahrain player is a more seasoned player, and the Tajikistan player is also ready on the right. I really have to thank our production team for these beautiful graphics.
Yeah, it kind of puts you, as much as we talk about nations and we see tiny the cameras of the people, it's nice to see their faces up close and personal, and we're able to see exactly who's representing. And of course, we're looking at the head-to-head comparison. This, I love this.
Whoa,
this is fantastic.
whoa.
So again, this will kind of paint a picture for you at home in terms of these are the stats over the average of the last match day or over day one. And you'll see there Bahrain like to have the ball and they like to have shots on target too, which does suggest that they have got the ability within them. And again, their average goals is 2 a game. Again, Tajikistan's only got 1 a game. However, interestingly,
it looks more defensive.
It looks more defensive. It looks more counter-attacking. So I think this is actually going to be one of these almost what you'd call a sleeper hit, as it would be. You weren't expecting it to be a good game, and this might just turn out to be a cracker. I mean, in terms of predictions,
yes, we have to do the prediction once again. You know, I have a sweet spot for Tajikistan.
Yes, yeah,
I
one of the many things I learned.
there.
One of the
I
many
want
things
to
I've
know
learned.
Tajikistan. I want to go. If someone wants to invite me, I'm game. I have some days after this, so I will go with Taji in this case.
And I'm going with Bahrain again. That gut feeling, it just seems to again, looking at the stats as well of what we've just seen. I know we've only just seen them, but again, it kind of leans to a heavy hitter in terms of possession, goals scored, attempts on goal. The stats and paper should say that that's where the result will go. However, as we all know from playing video games at home, anything can happen when you boot the game up. So anything can happen here, and I can't wait to see how it goes.
And as we were talking just minutes ago, imagine the difference of having a prize like this in a place as rich as Bahrain, and it's a place as Tajikistan, as a developing country as Tajikistan.
Yeah, and
so it's really a different kind of experience. You know?
We've said before, it's like almost a clash of cultures in terms of there's so many different nations here, as we've already mentioned.
In this case, the contrast is amazing.
There's so many different kind of, as we said before, wrinkles to it, and there's so many nations here, so many different cultures, so many different walks of life, that actually this could be effective to anybody that's here, realistically.
Of course. In fact, if some of the players want to invite me to the prize pool, I have my bathing suit ready. So here we come. On the left of your screen is the Tajikistan player. On the right is the Bahrain player. Both will use Barcelona.
Interesting choice in the sense of, well, realistically, in the sense of how this is going to be, it's now, as we said before, whenever we see 2 teams play against one another, it then lends itself to, well, who's got the better game plan?
Exactly.
Who's better at a player? Or more importantly, who's better at using what they have at their disposal?
There is one less excuse in this case.
Yes.
The team. You cannot blame it on the team.
In true football manager fashion, you cannot blame the team in this instance. But it'll be interesting to see how whether both teams set up in the exact same fashion. We can see a 4-3-3 here. To Stegen in goal, you've got Jordi Alba, Koundé, Raul Rojo, you've got Piqué, Kessie, De Jong and Pedri. We've seen those guys all too often. Rafinha gets a start here, though, preferred to Dembele. So
you asked for Rafinha.
Yeah, we talked about quick feet yesterday, and that can be used from the start as well. And again, having Dembele off the bench instead can also provide its own little challenges. But interestingly, Eric Garcia preferred in a back line there. Sergio Busquets is in play there, and Dembele's there. So a difference in lineups, a difference in setups maybe. But again, looking at it, obviously it's Barcelona versus Barcelona, but this will be the key. In terms of strategies, as you can see, they're a little bit more narrow on the left-hand side, but a deeper defensive line on the right-hand side. And if we've just seen what we've seen from Chad in relation to deep defensive lines, may not lend itself to be a great way of playing, but we will find out who is going with what side of the pitch here as we'll kick off as we're right and ready here.
With the champagne shirt, of course, the more defensive playbook is for Tajikistan. The regular Barcelona shirt, it's for Bahrain.
Yeah, it's left to right for Bahrain, right to left for Tajikistan, and we will look to try and see how this game plays out. Again, an early pause just there. Again, it's people just checking that their controller settings are correct. Again, it's something as a former player, again, I mentioned yesterday, you'd make sure this was done beforehand.
You get enraged.
Yeah, it's just a little bit. It's kind of one of those things where it's like. But again, the interesting bit is making sure that if you're coming off a console and you've got players playing with D-pad. We mentioned yesterday about the pros and cons of using a D-pad in a modern eFootball title. But that's why a lot of players look to use the left stick, as it were, because it gives you that better degree of movement. As we see Ferran Torres looking forward here, it's Lewandowski. It's cleared away. There is Pedri down the right-hand side to Rafinha, who just about gets the right side of Eric Garcia. There's trouble inbound here. It's a cut across. It's Lewandowski! And you can hear what it means to Bahrain. 1-0.
He kept out of his chair, you know?
Yeah, he very much did. If there was if there was live viewing from the big camera in the room, you would have seen how high he jumped. It was a fantastic kind of exploit. As we go back down the other side, equaliser! Tajikistan with the equaliser. 9 minutes gone, and this is proving to be fireworks.
And what do we say through yesterday and today?
We are always more vulnerable when we've scored, and that is proving to be the same.
The play after the score is the most difficult play to defend in this game, always.
Absolutely, this is gearing up to be something else.
And here it comes, Tajikistan once again for the counter-attack.
But unfortunately, it is snuffed out. Here is Rafinha to Lewandowski, back to Rafinha. Lewandowski has runners in the middle, but he's not using them yet. We've got Koundé, back to Pedri. Pedri to De Jong. De Jong back to Pedri. Just this patience that's coming through here. Rafinha, Lewandowski, that small change in tempo. And it's cleared away this time by Pedri, but it's not cleared away completely. It's back to Rafinha. In towards Lewandowski. Low shot. Good save from the keeper. Had to get down low.
Good save, good defense strategy. Risky, because it was like a game of three-card Monty with the attacking, trying to hide the ball. Where is the ball? You cannot see the ball.
Yeah, it reminded me of that very much so. Here is a corner potentially coming in here. Let's see what we're going to see. It's Pedri in towards Lewandowski. Good header in and a good save. Yeah, it's basically, it's magician. It's trickery. It's I will tell you where the ball is. I'll tell you where the ball is, and then I will move it. Yeah. And that's exactly what's being done here.
And it's like a game of chance, because it's almost like a penalty. You have to choose a side, and you may miss or you may pick it up.
Well, we spoke at players yesterday in the terms of choices and gambles that they have to make, and again, you can get caught one way or the other. Speaking of getting caught one way or the other, it's eventually recovered by Frank Kessie, is Pedri, in towards Rafinha, back to Lewandowski. He is always that danger man for any Barcelona team, and is cleared away.
Tajikistan has the bus.
Yeah, well, what I would say is that Tajikistan's defence has actually been fairly solid.
Yes.
It's been fairly solid.
There's always one player more there.
Yeah, and they seem to just always have an answer. Here's Eric Garcia. Bahrain looking to try and push the issue, but they're looking to be patient with that issue, which is, again, is always a play style we like to see. Here's Frankie de Jong. He eventually tries to get away from Kessie. Here is Bahrain's de Jong, if you're trying to keep score at home. Pedri to Rafinha. Here's Koundé. It's Jordi Alba. Looking to clear it away. Did he get the deflection? No, he didn't. It's a Bahrain throw. Quickly taken. Rafinha. Out wide to De Jong. Towards Lewandowski. Lewandowski's free in the box. Torres is going alone! Brilliant dummy out of his feet, and Ferran Torres will sweep that one home.
Once again, this is like one-on-one chances.
Yeah.
It's like you have to taunt and you have to punch or miss, punch or miss. In this case, the defense was outnumbered, and that's lethal, you know?
Yeah.
That's lethal.
It's the tiny details that will cost you goals within eFootball 2023, and that right there, that small dummy, I will love to come back and see that in the highlights. In terms of that little dummy, just was enough to allow the defender to just make that gamble, gone the other way and swept it away.
When we see that highlight, you will see that the last player on the attack side was alone, expecting for the ball.
Yeah.
So the minute I saw that there was one defender less that they needed, we knew that if the attacker got the ball, he was going on goal.
Yeah, because you've either got to make a choice. You've either got to go and challenge the ball, or you've got to go and take, mark the player. And either one, you're caught in minds, especially if you're overloaded or if you've got a 2-on-1 situation. You've got to make a choice, and unfortunately, that one was the wrong one. It was a great bit of play though from Bahrain. As we're back in again, here is Pedri looking for Ferran Torres. It's cleared away. It's De Jong.
Bahrain has a very fast touching on the end of the pitch, which is very important.
It's first time passing is what we're seeing. It's in shapes as well.
Yeah.
It's not random. It's very deliberate, as you would normally see, as you referenced yesterday.
Can we say it's 3/4 of the pitch?
Yeah.
Do you understand if I say that? 3/4 of the pitch?
Yeah.
Excuse my English.
No, it's fine.
I'm not used to speak this every day. I try to do my best. I love this game. I love learning from big time like Gueza. He's very, very, very good man to work with. I'm very happy to be here with you, Wes.
That's always a positive, and we've always got the games to go with it as well, which is great.
Of course.
And this one, again, just the right side of being intriguing for us here, as we see Tajikistan just trying to get the ball back under their spell, but ball runs out of play.
That was a mistake.
And I know it is a sporting cliche as well as it was a cliche from us yesterday, but the next goal is vital. The next goal is vital to the survival in this game. As you see, beautifully lofted in through ball there. Eric Garcia gets the better of Robert Lewandowski, and that's where we talk about having strength. That's the key to potentially having Garcia in your back line as opposed to having somebody else, is that it's physical, can get in front of the likes of Lewandowski. You have to find a way to nullify.
That's a ball that you don't have to lose.
No,
so it's very risky.
Yeah.
The middle, if you see the middle, is all dark shirts in the middle.
Yeah, and we talk about the precious, the way of the ball. We talked about the stats before the game, the average stats. You'll see here Bahrain again, 59% possession after 45 minutes. So you can see that the ball is relatively with them. However, there is always going to be that threat from Tajikistan. So again, one shot, one on target. It's that word again, efficiency. Might not necessarily get all the chances he needs. He may only need one. And as you've said before, it's one misstep and you're toast.
But the thing is, will they be able to resist all this Bahrain gunpowder?
That is the $1 million question, or in this case, the $25,000 question, as it appears to be, as Koundé looks to lead that one away. But again, you in this situation, if you're Bahrain, you need the third goal. You do need it, and as we keep hearing the celebrations will get more and more animated as time goes on, as Frenkie de Jong looks to regain it and control it in midfield. Here's Pedri. Pedri to de Jong.
That X button is, it's on fire.
It very much is. Memphis Depay has been substituted on as well. An interesting choice there. As Pedri comes through here, is Torres. Looks for the long ball down the left. Ansu Fati just not going to be quite equal to it. So again, both players made changes at half-time, just small personnel changes. But again, if you're looking at Memphis Depay, as we've seen, internationally at the moment right now, again, very potent strikers to have in that kind of role, as we'll see here, is Depay through to Lewandowski. Depay has carried on his run in the middle. PK's coming across to challenge that one down. It's Frenkie de Jong.
What I'm seeing is individual challenges here. It's always one against one, one against one. More than a tactical point, it's like one-on-one challenges.
Yeah, you're not seeing hunting in packs because, again, the way that the pressure works within eFootball, if you press the teammate button, they are basically running with you for like a certain period, so I think it's normally like 4 or 5 seconds. The issue with it, of course, is that they follow the ball around the pitch. So if you've gone to try and press, you leave a massive hole in behind, and that can be, again, can be very problematic. Here's Koundé down the right-hand side here, into the box, looking for the header of Lewandowski. It's only as far as cleared away, but he is finally scrambled clear by Pedri. Is Lewandowski. He has players in support. Is that one of those cheap fouls that, as an Englishman, you're all too easy to see when you're seeing domestically. You see those easy fouls that then allow your team to reset. And as you see, ball goes forward, but there's no real target there. That's more a ball in behind. It's not a targeted ball, if that makes sense.
You know, when we see the Tajikistan player, I see a tactical player, but sometimes he loses his temper and he goes like all in, and you cannot go all in this kind of game.
Well, as you said in the first game when we were commentating over Chad versus Trinidad and Tobago, there is another game to go here. There's still time here. There's no rush in that sense. And as we pointed out yesterday, you know, my secret weapon that I would suggest to anybody is try and keep as cool as you can. I know you can get heated, but stick to your game plan. If you're Tajikistan, you only know you've got to get one break and you've got to get one opportunity. Yes. And it's just dependent on whether you can take the right chance at the right time. Here is Lewandowski. He has players in support. One of them is Ferran Torres. Torres
I can't agree more.
Hurdled the tackle. Torres into the box, looking for the header of Pedri. He's never going to beat it against Piqué.
But, you know, this crossing ball was something that we didn't see much in the tournament.
We haven't, no. And if we have, it's always gone against... It's always not gone to the taller players. It's always gone to, like, a smaller player.
Yes.
It's almost like the opposite game plan that you would have if you had tall strikers.
This was more like a homemade kind of play.
Yeah, it's something you would try at home.
I like that.
Yeah, or my saying is it's hope rather than expectation. Speaking of expectation, Bahrain's still trying to make that third goal. But again, they've got to be careful. They've got to be careful.
See, but this... I like this style of play because it reminds me of home tournaments, you know, these long Saturday nights with friends.
Well, here come the changes. Now, interestingly, Rafinha has come off for, I believe that is Bahrain on the left-hand side. Rafinha's come off. Ansu Fati has come on. Let's have a look at what Tajikistan are looking at here. Gavi on for Pedri. Again, it's almost a like-for-like substitution when you think of those two players. But additionally, there are changes now. We've always spoken about the golden period of time, and it's just after that. But there's still enough time for an opportunity here. And the way the Bahrain are playing, they want the additional goal. But you've got to be careful of this counter-attack. Here's Gerard Piqué, big header. Ansu Fati can't get it through.
That ball was very important.
Yeah, it was a very, very important. It's a very important challenge. It was Jordi Alba.
As we said earlier, we sworn secrecy, but I take tips from players.
Absolutely.
And one of the players told me today that when he hears the commentators say the audience in the game, he knows that it's exact 20 more minutes to go. So he knows that that's the moment to do some things in the game.
Yep.
That is now or never.
Yeah. And also, of course, don't forget, if you're wondering at home whether the players can hear us, they absolutely cannot. So all they can hear is the game noise or the in-game commentators if they have suggested that on their settings. But kind of probably a good idea because, of course, they probably hear our analysis and go, oh, that's what we need to do. But it's very easy from our stance to be sat here.
But if someone can understand what I'm saying, it's a double point for him.
Double points.
Yeah.
Here is De Jong, Depay, Lewandowski, back heels all around here is Lewandowski, finds Memphis Depay. Good save, rebound!
And that's a goal for Bahrain.
It's a goal for Bahrain. It's a goal for Barcelona. And it is a goal for that man, Pedri. He didn't score that many yesterday, but he was well worth that goal there. Here's Ansu Fati, though. Tajikistan trying to answer back with aplomb. Unfortunately, they will not find the back of the net here. And as we saw the kiss of the badge from the Bahrain representative and the thump of the chest, again, we talk about how prideful or how full of pride that some of these players are. None more so than the representative from Bahrain. There's Depay, and there is the final whistle. So that is game number one.
Game
in the
number
books.
one, it goes 3-1. So Tajikistan came back after the first goal very fast, making the equalizer very fast. But after that, the Bahrain game, here we have the player. Look at his smile. Congratulations, my friend. So this was game 1. We are going to game 2, of course. What do you think that may happen? If you were the Tajikistan player, what will you do, having seen what we've seen?
Given the status of the group, given the status of the game, you have to go for it. And I'm not normally a guy that will sit here and go, all out attack everybody. You've got to put it on the toes of Bahrain here. You've got to go and, as we said, early goal, set the tone of the game, go and get a goal and disrupt him. Because at the moment, as we talk about the intangibles, if I had a player jumping up and down next to me, it rattles you because you just go, it's like you've just lit the fuse to a firework and you've gone, right, well, that's going to go off in a minute. That's what's happening here. What then needs to happen, though, there needs to be a reaction. We keep talking about this. We spoke about it before with the Chad game. There has to be a reaction to what has happened. You can't just sit there and try and do the same thing.
Yeah, but it's difficult because you have in front of you a guy with a lot of power, a lot of intensity, and you come, at least what we see, with a very detailed game plan. You come with a defensive game plan. You come with a solid thing, which needs time.
Yeah,
but
it does.
What happens if the other guy comes with a tank?
Yeah,
that's difficult to have a time.
Yeah, it's what do you do? Because at this point in time, Tajikistan need the result. Bahrain are in the box seat or the driver's seat here. You need this result to get through to the elimination stage. So you have to go for it.
Yes.
You have to kind of cast aside your plan A and go, right, in my playbook, where am I going? What game plan am I dishing out here? You've got to go for something where you go, well, the chips are down and I've got my back up against the proverbial or virtual wall, as it is in this case. I need to just go for it. And that's what we need to see from Tajikistan. I'm sure that we will because, again, we looked at the goal that was conceded by Bahrain and it was just after a goal had been scored, but you could see the play style that was there. So there is something there. It's just put it all together and get it all going.
I think that when you have a so brain style of playing like Tajikistan has, you need to make each of the plays finish as you need, because what happened is if not, he loses control.
Yeah,
is what we saw.
Yeah.
So he starts coming from a chess style of play to
You can't go from kind of ice cold to red hot.
Exactly.
You need to gradually do that. You can't just go. You're going to try
cannot go
empty everything out
from Master League to Tekken 7. That's not something. You can
it's not something you can do, of course.
No.
But in this case, there needs to be something gradual. There needs to be, okay, my defensive line was too deep. My midfield was too deep. Give my attackers some support. Maybe change shape. Maybe look at the different players that you have at your disposal. We keep talking about this in terms of, as we said, here, because we're watching a Barcelona v Barcelona, it's who's got the better out of the tools they have. And at the moment, it's Bahrain, because they are passing more efficiently.
Yes.
They are making combination plays. They are passing in shapes. And they are able to impose their game plan. Tajikistan need to be able to impose their one instead now.
So here we are live from Bali, Indonesia. Yes, you heard well. We are having this enormous esports competition in one of the most beautiful places in Earth. So this is a good moment to see what happened in this game that we were commenting with the 3-1 from Bahrain to Tajikistan.
Yeah, and you can see, we said the lion's share of possession went to Bahrain, 64% possession. Again, only one shot and one on target for Tajikistan, and that was the one that ended in a goal.
It's 100% effectivity.
I mean, if you're taking a positive, it's 100% accuracy in terms of shots, but in terms of passes, you'll see there, 220 to 97. You can see who's taking care of the ball and who isn't.
Exactly. Okay, yes, everything is ready here. It's 3-1 from Bahrain, and we are ready for the next match. Thank you very much. we're having a very nice lemonade for us here, enjoying this beautiful place, this beautiful beach, this beautiful country called Indonesia. Thank you very much for your hospitality. All of our friends of the technical side make you watch. I enjoy this tournament so much.
Just a quick one. Do you want to change your prediction after that?
Of course not. Of course not.
Wants to stay true to it.
No, I stay true. I stay true. I think he can make a difference if he changes a little bit his game plan.
Yeah, it's only slight adjustments. It's not go and play as we saw with some players yesterday. Completely change your formation and completely change the way that you're playing. We saw players playing 5 at the back when it was something that we didn't see in the first game. You can just make subtle differences, and again, as we alluded to there, you alluded to about the 100% shot accuracy. That will bode well if that means that every chance he gets, he scores, because that means then he only needs to make 2 chances and he's back level. But given where we are in terms of the group, because these two are both level on points and it's for second place, he's going to need 3, or he's going to need at least at least 3 goal swing.
Yes.
So that's going to be entertaining to see whether they can pull that off.
It's not easy.
It's not easy
of his game style. I think that this is more like a 2-0 kind of player, 1-0 kind of player. But that's why it surprised me to get 3 goals on your own goal. That's a little bit too much. But we will see how this happened. What do you think? We are reading your comments. You can comment. You can, of course, subscribe. You can follow the 6 games of this tournament, but please stay with us because we have the most beautiful of them all, which is called eFootball 2023. I want to say hello to all of the people who are at the more or less middle of the night in Europe, right?
Yeah, well, 8 hours.
Yeah, more
I'm
or
just
less.
trying to do maths now. Yeah.
I think
it's
so.
middle of. Yeah. Yeah.
We don't know what time this is right now.
Such is as we say, and we were talking about this strangely enough in terms of time differences. Obviously we've had flights to get here, etc. But so have some of these players, and some of these players have come in longer distances than what we have.
Of course.
And again, you talk about. We talk about fatigue, and we spoke to Jose from Spain about fatigue, and
in
he said
Spain
it wasn't.
It's 8:43 in the morning, so people are having breakfast watching us.
So we spoke to Jose, and the main point there is that it wasn't just physical fatigue; it's mental fatigue as well. So you have a difference to go here, and I'm hoping from what we've seen here that Tajikistan can pull this back, because I, as much as I've made the prediction for Bahrain, I'm also a fan of underdogs at heart, and I'd really like to see just a little bit more of a challenge there.
So it's Sunday morning in Europe. People are waking up. If you are one of those who has just waken up and you have like a cup of coffee, it's very cold in Europe. It's very hot here, thankfully. So hello to all of you. People at Africa, I was chatting with people from Africa watching the stream. Hello, nice to have you here. Of course, people from wonderful Asia, you are welcome. You have our own time schedule. So
yeah, they're okay. They know what time it is here. They're fine.
Yeah, they don't need that.
They don't need that.
They don't need
the
my
time.
clock.
They don't need the. We might maybe get like the 4 o'clocks like below us on the screen. Maybe, I don't know.
I would like to have that. So let us know where you're watching this stream from. Who are you rooting for? By now, perhaps someone will start having candidates for the tournament, because we had already a very long day yesterday. We have some standings in the group. So we cannot be right now say this guy is going to win the tournament. But you start to see trends.
Yes.
You start to see which teams are the ones that get most repeatedly used, which teams are the ones that get repeatedly the victories. So by now, I would say Real Madrid and Manchester United are beating more Bayern Munich.
Oh, sorry, you mean Barcelona? You mean? Yes.
What did I say?
You don't want to know. You might have offended Barcelona fans at that point. But I take your point. I take your point is that, yes, you are quite right. In terms of the Man Uniteds and the Barcelonas, they're certainly quietly outdoing the Bayern Munich. The thing for me, when we talk about contenders and we talk about candidates for potentially going on and winning the tournament, is we haven't seen some of the heavy hitters yet. As in terms of the schedules we have, of course, we love watching all of these games, to be perfectly honest with you, but there are some teams that we have seen in the group stages, for example, when we saw teams that have performed very well. We haven't seen the likes of Wales yet, for example.
Yes.
We haven't seen players that are kind of sleeper, as we said, sleeper teams or sleeper hits that you wouldn't quite expect. But there are certainly some good teams here that we haven't seen yet. So as much as we've got all of the action for you on stream, I'm also very interested to see what's happened off stream too.
Yes, of course. And we're trying to know everything, to come and bring it to you. We're talking no secrets.
No secrets.
For me, because I like when I watch an esports competition, I like to be there with the streamers. So we are here just because of you. If you are not watching, we are not here.
Exactly.
So thank you very much for bringing me to Bali, my friend, that watches this stream. One thing that I was told today, but one of the players, was that a difference between when he plays at home and this kind of tournaments. He said, here we have a lot of screens. In order to have a lot of screens, and in order to be able to stream the game, you need something. I don't want to be too geeky, but you need like
I think it's referred to as
it's
like a splitter.
Or
like a capture.
Yeah,
a game capture.
I usually use a splitter to steal the cable TV from my neighbor, but this is another kind of splitter, you know. And he said that because of that, he has a small delay, and that's different to what he does at home.
Well, there's no
enough
delay.
Of this banter.
There's no delay here because it has
enough.
already kicked off here. We are going left to right with Tajikistan, right to left with Bahrain.
Tajikistan in the dark shirt now.
They are indeed. They have swapped kits around, but the action has still stayed the same. As Christensen will clear that one away. Here's Rafinha. Koundé. Ball is cleared. It's De Jong. Back to Pedri. Pedri down the line to Jordi Alba. Alba has men in the middle if he can find them. Jordi Alba looking to roll it across the box. Koundé
Once
clear
again,
that away.
Bahrain is the one that proposed the game, is the one that goes to attack. It has a very, very strong attack energy.
Yeah, it's almost having to beat the press. It's to beat the attacking press. As De Jong goes in, big opportunity there. You can see the hands flailing from Robert Lewandowski, but the ball is cleared out. And again, an opportunity there. I mean, it's a little bit wasteful, especially when you know what's at stake.
Yes, and when you know what will happen. Everybody was looking and everybody was saying that ball is going out of bounds.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of what we're looking at here, again, although we are in Barcelona v Barcelona, it is still as intriguing as you may find. Here's Lewandowski to Rafinha. Nice little roll away. Nothing was given for that. And I could have sworn that was a foul, but as we said before, referees are an interesting bunch within eFootball.
Of course. And you cannot curse at them here.
No, certainly not. Certainly not. We have a lot of people working to ensure these games happen in the right fashion. There's Gerard Piqué looking to just get it away from danger. Is Koundé into Lewandowski. Good little give and go there.
Bahrain
Again, back
changes gears when they cross the midfield.
Yeah, it's almost like a light switch goes on the minute they get across that midfield line. Here's Pedri. Ferran Torres. Nice little back heel. De Jong. It's cleared away, but
see,
still in danger though.
It's like he's not
back heel.
Concentrate.
Cross into the box, punched away. And yeah, you are quite right. It's almost like they get the ball and then they panic that they've got the ball, but a little bit of kind of confidence that might just come out of the way here, but it's too far forward. I think maybe Bahrain are already having players drop back, so ultimately you've got to maybe play into feet. Maybe here is Lewandowski,
and on the other hand, all the passing in the Bahrain is
chances on here. Good save. Sorry to cut through you.
No, it's perfect. It's perfect because the game called for it. I mean, the passing on the Bahrain team is like a clockwork. Everything works.
Yeah. We talked about yesterday. We were talking about like it's almost like a metronome. It just goes back and forth and back and forth. You see the ball go into the box again. Sergio Busquets was the intended receiver. It's been cleared away. Here is Pedri. Pedri to Koundé. Back to Pedri. Good option here potentially. Good challenge there for Frankie de Jong. Another corner, but again, early signs are pointing all in the direction of Bahrain here.
corner on again. In the champagne shirt, it's Bahrain. In the regular darker Barcelona shirt
It's
is
Lewandowski.
Tajikistan.
It is, and again, it is all Bahrain. It's all champagne highlights at the moment.
Yes, that's true. Tajikistan can't get inside the match. He's playing worse than the match before, I say.
Yeah, it's just almost like the pressure has maybe got to him a little bit here. Is Jordi Alba into Ferran Torres. Frankie Gon gets it clear. Can the pressure be shook off here? Here is Pedri. It's the right option, just far too late. Close down. If you go into feet, you might get a bit more joy.
If you could see Wesa's hand, you would see him tapping on the monitor and almost like shouting to the players, pass it here, my friend.
Great pass in. It's Lewandowski! And as you can hear it probably behind us, Bahrain take the lead. 4-1 on aggregate. Could potentially be a tournament-defining performance for Bahrain.
Yeah, I think he knows how important that goal was. There is a saying, as we were talking about sayings in Spanish, el que hace el gol gana. The one who makes the goal, the one who wins the match.
Yep.
And I think that it may be that kind of goal.
Absolutely, as Ferran Torres is in again here. Torres takes the speed. Great save, Lewandowski!
And once again, he comes out of the dig. At the play just after the goal comes the equalizer.
Well, no, that was 2-0.
It's amazing.
You've 2-0. You've mistook that, but I take the point. It's just fired in, and I'll tell you something. He might be down here with us soon enough. The amount he's jumping, he might be down here with us. Wonderful bit of play though, and again, it was that little speed boost. Again, we'll see that in the highlights. Again, it's these small little plays. And it's the minor details that you look for when you're playing eFootball. If you take just the right speed boost, just at the right time, you can just nudge it out of your feet. And again, force the save. Of course, Lewandowski there to tap it home.
5-1 is the overall score. I think we have.
It is indeed.
Close result.
It is. Well, I don't necessarily think it's over just yet, but all points are pointing to Bahrain right now. As we can see, Rafinha to Koundé. Koundé. Looking into the box, cleared away. There's Pedri. Robert Lewandowski has runners in support. One of them's Torres. The other one is Rafinha. Just can't find the pass. And it is through to Frankie de Jong. Ferran Torres. Attack wave coming back the other way. It's Ferran Torres once more. Oh, it's at the post. Ferran Torres with a golden opportunity there to really wrap this game up. The ball is not cleared, though, from a Tajikistan point of view. Torres at the back post, it's cleared away.
It seems like Tajikistan players are tired. Like if they went for a day at the beach.
I think if you look at it, and I know we talk about, as we said, the intangibles. I think he's rattled. I think he's rattled by Bahrain's
energy.
Yeah, it is. It's almost an aura.
So like that's another dimension of the game.
Absolutely.
What happens outside the controller.
Absolutely.
In the analog world.
Yeah, it's an intangible from the person who's on the sticks. It is one thing being skillful here. It's also knowing when to celebrate. It's knowing what to do and how to do it. There are some people that like to completely just disrupt their opponent by not doing anything. We saw that with Korea, where we just didn't see any celebration whatsoever. And the polar opposite today, we're seeing Bahrain literally jumping for joy with the fact that the goals are going in. But
and
again,
I think it gives you some pressure also, you know?
Yes, yeah. Letting out some emotion, it lets out the tension, lets the adrenaline go. And again, sometimes you can even forget to breathe when you're playing. It almost becomes automatic where you go, okay, I've forgotten to breathe. Because you're so much in tension, you go, I've forgotten to breathe. And then when you let a breath out, it's tension. So that type of celebration will let out all of the tension. Because he knows how important that goal is. He knows how important all of those goals have been. And he knows what it means to his country. All of that pressure will just come out. The minute you let it go, it's gone.
sometimes it happened to me that I forgot to go to work because I was playing, but that's another kind of...
It's another kind of tension.
But it happened to me. It happened to me.
That's another kind of tension.
After some big tournaments with friends, all of us that enjoy this game have our stories, our tales, our historic tournaments with friends, you know?
Interesting.
In this kind of game that we always remember. But in this case, it's not about my friends, it's about Bahrain and Tajikistan. It's 5-1 at this moment. And what are we looking at?
So what we're just looking at there, Tajikistan changing play style, it's something we haven't really spoken about because, again, in this type of screen, you can't really see what styles of play that people are playing with until they click onto that screen. Interestingly, playing long ball counter as Tajikistan, it's not working. So you've got to change it. If you go out wide, it means you're going to start to try and put the ball out wide. What that does from an AI standpoint is your attackers will then start to head for the box immediately. Once that ball goes wide, your attackers will suddenly go, wait a minute, we're playing out wide. That out wide's the play style, we need to get into the box. So maybe that is the tactic that they need, because at the moment, it's just there, it's just done. It's almost completely finished, and they need to do something here. We've seen a lot of goals going in one half of eFootball. I'm not saying that we won't see it. It's improbable, but it's not impossible. If they can get one very early, and again, they need to just disrupt. They need to disrupt what is going on. Even if it's the case of the physical nature of what Bahrain are doing, i.e. the celebrations. I'm obviously not saying to them, please get up and start fighting each other. But I mean, as in, like, if you score, you need to put a seed of doubt in them.
Yes.
Because at the moment, as you said, there's that almost aura around Bahrain. I can feel it without even looking at the representative. There is an aura of every time something positive happens, it just reinforces that belief that they have.
Also, when I see like players with an age playing against younger players and they can beat them, there is also this component, this thing like, I'm still here. I can do it. I can do it. You know.
Yeah. Hold that thought, young man.
That's it.
It's like we say, it's a pride thing. It's a. Do you know what? Just because I'm of a certain age, just because I myself am 32. To let you in on it, but in terms of that, I could still.
I'm younger, so I can relate.
You can work that out for yourself. But you can look at it and go, yeah, right, you might be younger than me, but I've still got this. I've been doing this for a while. Like I've been playing this for a while. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm capable of. And maybe that's what we are seeing with Bahrain.
Yeah, it may happen. Of course, there is like a lot of components of why people get so happy or so vocal and why not. It's because of personality. It's because of the situation. It's because of what happened perhaps in a match earlier, in what happened in a tournament earlier. Perhaps we're looking at a player that get until this stage at a tournament before, and you can never get past the group stage.
Don't worry, I'll give you the English saying for it. It's you are always the bridesmaid, but you're never the bride.
That's it.
That is exactly what we are sometimes seeing with players. They are, as we say, they are animated. They are literally ready to just explode because they know, okay, this is the first time I'm going to get past this stage. Or even in this type of scenario, because it is the World Esports Championships, you know the merit that comes with getting to an elimination stage and doing playing your best game and playing your best shots. That's what they know here. They know that this will be able to be, they know that from a player standpoint, they will know how important it is.
So we are back again with the match. This is the second half. It's 2-0 for Bahrain.
Gavi puts a long ball out wide here. This is this out wide tactic we were talking about. Here's Sergio Roberto. Goes back, but because he's almost emptied out the midfield a little bit and the tactic has changed, that pass is no longer on. And instead, Bahrain have a way in here. It's Rafinha. He has players in the box if he can find them. Instead, he's conservatively played it back. Smart decision there. Kunde recycles the ball to Frank Kessie. Here's Frenkie de Jong. Again, just waiting it out a little bit and trying to keep the ball. Beautiful little passing move there. It's in towards Ferran Torres. That is superb football. That is superb football.
But it's just a kiss in the shirt. It's just a kiss in the mouth. it's no more jumping, no more.
Well, if you
shouting.
saw, he pointed to his head as if to say, "I'm calm. I know what I'm doing."
I
It's
thought
great.
he was saying, "This is for the bold man." No.
No, but in terms of the control that they're excelling now, beautiful strike just out of the way. But the one-touch passing, which we will see just then, we will see it, and again, we'll see it in the highlights. It's the clinical nature of it. It's how clean, as you said before. There's no blemishes. There's no mistakes. It's all gameplay. There was a dummy in the box just to open up the shot. It's brilliant play from him.
So Tajikistan is like, if they didn't come to play this match, we haven't seen absolutely nothing in this match from the Taji side. Bahrain keeps attacking, keeps trying. They want more goals.
Yeah, they certainly do. They're looking to hunt for it. But Tajikistan are not without their threat. It's just, it's seemingly been nullified by the defensive defensive aspect of Bahrain. Once the ball, as we say, gets to that kind of final third or that final quarter of the pitch, it doesn't really go too much further than that.
But I think he's also wrestling with his own game, his own kind of game. He doesn't have like I think the clarity that he had on the first game. He's more like looking what
it's almost chaotic.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a plan B. It's more of a plan A.5.
Do what you can.
Yeah, as you can see here, ball coming forward here again. It's relatively in control now for Bahrain, and again, your mind will probably cast forward a little bit to how important this result is.
These tippy-tappy passes.
Loves the tippy-tappy passes, does Fedita, but doesn't really come to pass this time. It's Memphis Depay to Koundé, back to Memphis Depay. Depay into Gavi. Lewandowski, that one-touch passing now happening. Sergio Roberto, Ansu Fati looking for Depay, and there was a bad touch there. Could have been, if we were just a bit quicker on reactions, that would have caused some problems as Robert Lewandowski goes forward again. It is the man from Poland. Oh, it's a big save. Big save.
Big save, because we were all expecting the crossing, and it went for the shot.
Yeah, again, that's exactly. You have players over. You can either cross it or you can pass it across and try and cut it back. Instead, goes for the shot. It was a corner. I mean, you would expect to go for the shot. It's Robert Lewandowski. It's Robert Lewandowski as the corner goes out wide. Here is Frankie de Jong towards Koundé. There's Arujo, and you can see there at the bottom of your screen there, just gone one defensive on the attacking bias. Basically means, do you know what? I've done my job.
That's it.
That's normally what defensive normally means in kind of speak. It's either I'm trying to just keep hold of what I've got, or I've done my job, which I think in this instance Bahrain certainly have done to absolute aplomb.
So we are in the second match. The overall score is 6 for Bahrain, 1 for Tajikistan.
See ball going forward there, but not a lot left in the tank. There's only 10 in-game minutes to go. As we say, it ticks by very quickly, these games.
I think that the Tajikistan in this second game has 0 shots.
Well, it'd be interesting to see the stats after the game. It certainly will.
No more than 1, for sure.
Yeah, it can't remember the keeper being troubled. You see the ball just bouncing off of Jordi Alba. It does go out for a Bahrain throw.
Let's see.
In terms of you saw the stats there. I mean, you only had to see the possession stat. It's at this point in the game, Bahrain have got 67% possession. Yeah. So again, possession is king. And as we've said before, it's the quality of possession. I have seen plenty of possession players lose games because they don't go and score. So the issue is that if you're not having a good quality of that possession, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
whereas Bahrain here have been expert in terms of their use and their application of that possession.
And we saw that possession without any dribbling, so that means a lot of passes.
Just lots and lots of passes. You can see there's a card that's been produced there. We'll check what colour it was. The animation just cut it off. Here's a booking for Memphis Depay, but I think it's all but academic from here.
Yeah, it's yellow.
It looks like it's all pretty much in the books here for Bahrain. again, credit to Tajikistan for making it a game in the first game, but the second game,
you can
just feel it's just been a bit too much in terms of the effect that Bahrain have had. Beautiful ball across the way. And he's cleared away once more. So just heading into stoppage time.
With the next day newspaper, this seems like an obvious result. On the first match, things were, I think, a little bit more balanced, but in this second match, there is no doubt the level of Bahrain will give him the victory, and victory it is. So an overall marker of 6 for Bahrain, 1 for Tajikistan. They're greeting each other, they're clapping. Great match by the man of the Bahrain kingdom.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of what I would normally say as a caster and as a player, or even as an advisor to players, it's all well and good having your game plan, but going out and executing it under pressure is where champions are made. Now, I'm not going to suggest that Bahrain are potentially going to be champions of this tournament, but certainly that is a championship type of performance, as in, I know I've got to go out and win. I know I've got to go out and win convincingly. I'm going to go and execute. I've done my job. And a fantastic performance from Bahrain.
And speaking of your job, this make us tie 1-1.
It's an equalizer, folks. It's an equalizer.
Yeah. You had this one, Wes. I must say, I always recognize it. I'm eager to see the highlights of this game because this was a very battled match. It was a very interesting match. So I want to see in the highlights if what we thought that it was a near match in the first one was that balanced, or were we thinking it was balanced and it wasn't?
Yeah,
this was the first goal.
It was the first goal. It was something that was pretty much of an error, realistically, but that was a fantastic finish from Tajikistan. And we thought at that point, we're going to have a bit more of a game on our hands. Instead, inside the first half, this touch there, it was that little dummy that just took it away from the defender and just managed to find the back of the net. Again, we talk about these second chance goals. We talk about parries out from goalkeepers. That right there, you've got to make sure your player is arriving at the end of it. And you see there again, dummies. They are almost worth their weight in gold when you're inside the box, because again, it will force an animation from a defender who will make a step in the wrong direction. If you can execute it correctly, as we saw expertly done by Bahrain, especially for that third goal, you will have so much more joy in the box. And that's one of those little tips, if you're talking about gameplay tips and things to learn at home, throwing a dummy at the right moment can just destroy a defense.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And, you know, are you counting on Bahrain on your short list of candidates for this tournament? I surely am.
Yeah, I think they're in that kind of dark horse category for me. I think you've got the list of contenders and candidates, and then you've got these are surprise people that might just catch it out, and that's what we're here for. We said that at the very, very top of the show of the first day. We want some shocks, and that's what I think we're going to start to see as we go forward.
And we have more matches from you coming up next. We are here live from Bali, Indonesia. Mr. Guetza from the UK. I'm from Argentina. We are sharing this beautiful game with all of you all around the world, and I think
we'll be right back. I think that's what we'll do. We'll be right
A
back.
little break, just like you.
Welcome to the IESF 15 World Esports Championships Bali 2022 with me Sigit as your field host. So this is the second day of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022, and we still have a lot of interesting match and games in the game category of eFootball, Tekken 7, CSGO, Dota 2, and also Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You can see full match schedule on our Instagram at the IESF_official and also garudaku.se. before we go, did any of you miss the excitement of the day one? Don't worry, here's the recap day one of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Enjoy!
Saya membuka secara resmi 14 World Esports Championship.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
caring they be sharing. All their money got me wearing fly. Girl by IES, and they say they love my ass. And 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. 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 Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen they be sharing. All their money got me wearing fly. Girl by IES, and they say they love my ass. And 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps. My
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
This is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
And we are back here live from Bali, Indonesia, the island of gods, for the IESF International Tournament 2022.
Yeah, we are back. We are at the fire stage, I think it was, that we were in. So
exactly.
Again,
Looking
at it, we've had some very good games so far, and we're only a quarter of the way through. We've got four pretty big games, should I say, that are on the way.
Yes, of course. And the one that is coming right after us is Turkmenistan against Austria.
Yeah, again, you talk about cultures and clashes that you wouldn't normally see. Again, two nations that would probably never have interacted with each other on an eFootball stage had this tournament not really been here. So, again, it would be interesting to see what styles kind of clashing against one another really produce in this game.
Exactly. And we saw on the first game, Trinidad-Tobago really blast Chad. It was 9-0. Bahrain versus Tajikistan was 6-1. So in this case, do you think we may expect more goals? We may expect more control? These are the players. Let's look at their attitudes. If they look happy.
They look relaxed, which is always what you kind of want from a player, especially in this environment. And looking at both players and looking at both teams and looking at where we are in terms of the games within groups, the fact that we are kind of getting closer to the end of these groups, all of these games are actually important. So obviously we're going to take a look at the verses here. Of course, you can see Turkmenistan on your left, Austria on your right. Austria have a little bit of pedigree when it comes to former eFootball players. Of course, you've got players who are coaches in the form of Lutti, as we know far too well. I'm sure he'll be happy to hear his name mentioned if he's watching. But again, in terms of like historic tendencies, you would be leaning towards Austria as producing better players. But of course, Turkmenistan are a little bit of an unknown entity in these types of environments. We're going to see the stats here, and as you can see, there's only not too much to separate them.
Yeah, kind of attacking play by Turkmenistan with 21 shots. It's almost the double as the one took by the Austria player. 12 shots on target against 9 shots on target. So what I'm expecting from this game is many goals.
Yeah, I would expect goals from this, and I would expect both teams to actually try and just take the attacking kind of almost impetus and take almost the lead in the dance, as it were. You would want to get ahead quite quickly if you were Austria or Turkmenistan in this environment.
So what do you think at home? Who is going to win this match? Who is going to win this tournament? There is $25,000 in prizes, because remember, these players are professional players in most of the cases. Some of them are not, but all of them want to be like the best player in the world for this beautiful game. And this is our prediction for this game.
Yeah, I mean, and looking at the predictions, I think yourself have gone with Turkmenistan. I've gone to Austria purely on the basis of lineage. But we're going to see exactly how this kind of shakes out as we do cut to our gameplay. We will interestingly see what two teams are here, and we can see it's a Barcelona v Barcelona once more. But again, that does promote a little bit of a quandary as to what teams or what players are being used by both teams.
So let's see which kit. Austria with the champagne shirt and Turkmenistan with the dark shirt.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Turkmenistan have got in the virtual locker here, as all goes down the left-hand side. Is Jordi Alba into Frenkie de Jong. It's intercepted by Pedri. Pedri to Busquets. Busquets up to Dembele. Dembele plays the ball through the line. It's onside. It's Robert Lewandowski. Slows himself down, gets his composure and finds the back of the net. Austria take a very early lead.
And Austria, it's 100% effectivity. One attack, one goal.
It's a fantastic start for Austria.
Yes.
And again, for those of you at home that may be thinking, that looked offside to me.
No.
In reality, what will have happened if we see a longer or a deeper replay, you probably would have saw that the right back was playing the defender or playing the attacker on. You'll find in eFootball, those runners will only make those runs if they know they're onside. And again, the minute you see a hand go out, you know they're onside, so just play them a ball immediately. If you leave it too long, they'll then run offside. So again,
that's a
very
very
high level kind of IQ from Austria there to show that gameplay. And as we'll see, Osman Dembele look to get down the right-hand side here for Turkmenistan. Ball into the box, header on! And I couldn't tell, was that a save or a post? And it looks like it was a save.
I think it's a save because it's a corner kick.
And it's gone for a corner indeed. Great eyes, Fedita.
The angle was very difficult. It
very
was not
difficult.
An easy angle. He tried, but you know, it's very difficult to score in that position.
Yeah, it's incredibly difficult. It was only the Tajikistan game where we saw an acute angle almost, and that was very much almost a kind of a diamond in the rough, as it were. As we see Dembele, beautiful ball into the box. It's cleared away once more. And it's Sergio Busquets that will recover that for Austria, and Kunde will recover that once more for Turkmenistan. So again, settling down into a little bit of a rhythm this game. Free kick.
We have foul.
Free kick given to Turkmenistan. And again, we've seen free kicks over the course of day one and day two be used to great effect. Here is Dembele. Launches it into the box. It was high and it was deep, but
that was that kind of ball that you never know if it's a cross or it's a shot, and not even the player knows.
No, I don't. I think it was more out of, as we said, hope rather than expectation in certain regards. But sometimes you do have to take a chance here or there, and especially with the way that we are in terms of the groups at the moment, there may need to be more chances on, but there may be one here for Turkmenistan. It's Rafinha in towards Lewandowski. Lewandowski goes to the keeper.
What happened?
The ball goes to the keeper. There's a collision. The ref has not given the penalty.
I think that he went all in for the penalty.
And
he was expecting it.
You can anticipate it, but you can never guarantee a penalty in eFootball. Here's Dembele into the box. There's a big chance. It's deflected over the bar. There's a corner ball.
It's knocking at the door of the goal.
Yep, they are indeed. The enemies are at the gates, certainly. They will be defended, though, here. Here's Kounde. It's cleared away, actually, by defensively on Memphis Depay, but it's back into danger here. Is Depay into Sergio Busquets. Lewandowski into Dembele. Dembele just looking to create some spaces here. It's Hector Bellerin. We haven't seen him deployed too many times by Barcelona players. It looks to add a different dimension to the attack with Hector Bellerin. As we see, great ball in from Bellerin. Here's Lewandowski. Big shot, and it was just deflected. Would have tested the keeper, I would say, but it is now a corner ball to Austria, and that kind of momentum pendulum swings back the other way.
There is an attribute I like in the Austria player, and it's the patience. He doesn't get mad. He doesn't get rushed to do whatever it takes. He expects from the moment. He looks, he measures, and for now, this is working.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it gives no reason for Austria to change their game plan either. They've gone a goal up. They have control of the game. They don't need to push too hard, but again, you have to be careful of the counter-attacks coming back the other way. Here's Rafinha. Rafinha puts a step in and tries to get away from Bellerin, but it is cleared away eventually by Frenkie de Jong as the counter-attack comes back the other way. Dembele can't get the pass off. It's Araujo out to Jordi Alba. Out to Araujo to de Jong. It's quick feet from Turkmenistan. The ball rolls through the defender. And it's cleared to Memphis Depay. Depay, de Jong. Dembele. Here's Pedri. It's just control, as you said. It's control. It's exerting control from Austria here. Here's Hector Bellerin. There's Sergio Busquets. Lewandowski goes for the turn and strike. I haven't seen that too many times. But
you know, for moments, the game turns almost into a puzzle when you look like if they're looking for a missing piece, you know?
Yes.
And you say, but they are close. Why they don't shoot at target? And the answer is because they know that there are some angles that it just doesn't work. So you need to be on the exact spot, on the exact place, and these players know it by heart.
Absolutely, absolutely they do. As de Jong looks to play it forward, it's Pedri. Turkmenistan looking dangerous here. It's into the box. It's deflected wide for a corner. Again, that rear guard of Austria proving to be effective. Yeah. And as you said, there's always pieces to the puzzle that you need to unearth. That you've got to find that last part. I mean, we found it once already. Whether Turkmenistan can find one, they can't just yet.
And for sure, the casual player will shoot like 5 plays before they do.
Yeah, they always look for, well, in terms of players of this caliber, they will always look for the percentage shots. Here is de Jong, Dembele. It's Bellerin that will get that one clear.
So my question is always the same. What will happen if a regular casual player plays against one of these players? How much can one expect to lose?
I don't think, strangely, when you go into a game of eFootball, as we'll see, this one just peter out, and we can make this point here. Anybody can beat anybody on any given day in the game of eFootball. You know, for example, I may turn up one day, or you may turn up one day, we may play one another, and you might beat me 5 times out of 5. On another day, I might beat you 5 times out of 5.
No, that's not possible. I mean, regular players.
I forgot you have retired your hands. I forgot about
that. I mean regular players.
But so for regular players, if you see, say for example, the username of some of these players pop up, have no fear. Play your game. Don't worry about what they're doing. You can always put your mark onto somebody. There is always a way to beat another player.
Yeah, the thing,
it's difficult, but it's doable.
The thing I saw is that it's more difficult for a casual player to defend against a pro player than to score.
Yeah.
I mean, score is possible. Defend is very, very difficult against this kind of player because they have like mechanized already the plays. They can do it with their eyes closed.
Yeah. I think interestingly, the thing to watch out for if you are looking to compete against some of these players, be careful of double touch. Be careful of diving in too quickly. If you are looking to try and defend your goal, try and shield and try and basically face up your player as the ball goes into the box. It's cleared away, but try and just.
And it's not about to make fouls.
Yeah, it's not about taking the ball away from somebody. It's about delaying an attack. That's the way to kind of get through here. As we see, ball going forward here. Lewandowski looking to roll it in, but it's cleared away by the goalkeeper. Not convincingly, but it's always very...
That was too risky.
Very fortunate
that
indeed.
That was too risky again.
Was very, but sometimes with risk comes reward, and we may just see some reward here. If passes can be completed, as we seemingly say, it does go by the wayside. Here now, though, we do have Memphis Depay on the left-hand side. He just dispossessed. Ball ricochets into midfield here. Frankie de Jong. There's Lewandowski. Ousmane Dembele with a strike. It's snuffed out and cleared. It's back once again here. It'll be Dembele. Blocked off. Ball's ricocheted. Dembele!
And we have another goal. In this case for Austria.
And I'm looking at it saying I don't think Turkmenistan could have done much more. In terms of their defending there, it was actually very good. The issue was, of course, as we've said, it can be one ricochet either way, and it causes problems. And that's what we saw there. The first shot was deflected, and the ricochet was defended, but then we lost the ball because it wasn't able to be cleared. Here's De Jong looking to press the issue, though. Here's Memphis Depay. Neat little back heel in towards Dembele. Shrugged off his defender, nothing given, and it's a corner ball. So Turkmenistan, there are still signs of life here. And please, obviously, if you are watching at home, please don't forget, we have another game after this. So
of course, because we play at the best of two matches.
Indeed.
This is the first one. It's 2-0 for Austria.
Nice ball into the box. Lewandowski!
And now it's 2-1.
I was about to say, curse of the commentator. You've just said the score, and Lewandowski makes it 2-1. Signs of life from Turkmenistan. Well played. Well played. Great ball in. And a neat little header.
And if you are with headphones, you may surely hear that some people
are rooting for Turkmenistan. Yeah. So it's nice to hear that there's some support in the building. Again, it's always nice to see nations be represented, and especially if there are delegates and there are supporters here. Makes all the difference in terms of atmosphere. And it may just give Turkmenistan just a little bit more of a shot of adrenaline here as they look to make their way in, but it was dispossessed. But as you can see as well, bottom of your screen, more of an attacking mentality, which means players will be flying forward. One of them is at the back post there. Memphis Depay. What's the ref give it? Oh, it's an offside. My heart was in my mouth for a minute. I thought the ref had given a very controversial penalty. Oh, what an opportunity that would have been.
Did you hear again all the people going, ooh?
Yeah, there's certainly some investment in these games, and as we said, it's to put your country and your nation on the map. That's what these types of events and occasions will do.
And also how you get along with other players.
Oh, absolutely. Great give and go opportunity there. Depay didn't give it back, but he still got there anyway. Lewandowski! Oh! What an opportunity that was.
Terrible opportunity by the post.
That passage of play as well just goes to show. I was saying that it's a great give and go opportunity. Just goes to show that you can go and play things differently if you really want to, and you can still get chances in the box.
I think that he's still in the match, even when he's a little bit behind, just one goal difference. But this match is far of being close.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's got the vibe almost at the moment that Austria just can't get their feet back in the game. It's almost as though Turkmenistan have kind of almost become a python and slowly starting to strangle this game away from Austria, even though they're only losing 2-1, and it's just out of possession. But Austria back on the counter. This is where, again, we talk about committing numbers and being dangerous.
And Austria has a very committed defense.
It does indeed. It does indeed. But if you can move the ball quick enough, you can dislodge any defence on the planet. And we may just see some of that as Depay just tries to get his feet in there. Can't get the ball away. The Austrian attack coming back the other way. And it's just there. There is still time on the clock here. Ball tries to get down the right. It's ricocheted kindly. There for Turkmenistan is Memphis Depay. Depay has Lewandowski in the middle if he can use him, if he can find him. And it's PK that clears it away. And Pedri, as you'll see, bottom of your screen as well, Austria, realising the danger of move to one defensive.
With his last breath, he went for the cross with his last breath.
Yep.
It was not enough.
It wasn't enough at that point. There is still time here. There's still time, and there's still chances to be had here. Ball cleared down the right-hand side here. Ousmane Dembele, Frenkie de Jong. Litany of all-stars within this Barcelona team looking to be used to full effect. There's de Jong looking to lead it forward. Time ticking down here. Depay. Lewandowski in towards Ansu Fati. Takes the strike. It's ricocheted and it's back the other way again. And
the last step is the one that's failing.
It's the critical moment.
Yeah.
It's the critical moment that you need.
So he's doing everything okay except the shot at target.
What was it you said about a puzzle earlier?
Yeah.
It's the last piece of the puzzle that Turkmenistan are looking for here.
It's kind of difficult, but he's just one goal behind.
Yep.
And that's why also he cannot play like madman.
I think for the second half, it's been all Turkmenistan.
Yes.
I can't really think about when Austria have had them in trouble second half. So
2 substitutions in minute 89.
But as we say, if there's one more chance on the clock, and you can see there an all-out attack order given at the bottom of your screen for Turkmenistan, that normally requires, or it normally means that there's going to be a defender who goes forward. And as such, there's not long left here. Ball goes out to the left-hand side. Dembele, is there going to be enough time here? No, the ref has called time. It is 2-1 to Austria.
Excellent match.
Really, really good match to open up this best of two. And again, kind of almost provides more questions than answers, I feel.
Yeah, look at the faces of the players. They seem like waiting for the second match. They know that the match is open. The bracket is completely open. It's just one goal. One goal in this kind of setting, the best of two games, is nothing.
Yep.
So you cannot relax on one goal, and you cannot get depressed on one goal.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a really open marker. Both players, I think, have a good understanding of the game.
Yes,
a
absolutely.
good understanding of strategy. A little bit more precise, Austria on the first half, but as you said, on the second half, it was everything for Turkmenistan. So I think on the second match, we may see something completely different.
I think in terms of the support that obviously we heard for Turkmenistan, obviously as we heard every opportunity that was almost there, or even for the goal, we heard cheers and shouts. That might just have a little bit to say in this, because if you know that there are people in the room backing you, like I said, it can give you a shot. And to be honest, if we saw that second half, there is a lot of positive things that you can see for Turkmenistan there. Yes, okay, they went in at 2-0 down at half time, but second half, completely different player.
Yes, we had balls on the post. We had very close defense turnout.
We had a good set piece at the corner for the goal.
Exactly.
There was so many different facets of eFootball that are there, that there's a lot of almost green shoots of recovery for Turkmenistan. But also, let's lend a hand to Austria. The fact that they were able to defensively hold off Turkmenistan in that second half after taking 2-goal lead. Again, if you were thinking back to legends of the past in terms of their esports kind of pedigree, that's exactly what they do. They get 2 goals and they just stop you.
Exactly. And what do you think at home? Who are you watching it? Whoa.
There's other games that are also going on, folks. So please be advised, if you do see people behind us jumping up and down, that's exactly what you're seeing.
Who are you watching with? Who are you rooting for? Who do you think is going to win this tournament? I don't have it yet. But I think that the games are getting better and better and better, and competitors are ready once again. Look at the guy from Austria.
Yeah, I've had a couple of chats with the Austrian representative outside. Very, very, again, nice, very cordial individual. Again, same with all of the players that we have encountered, and all of the, as we said before, the staff members that we've encountered. Incredibly nice, incredibly friendly, very kind of family feel to it. But the minute they cross that line, the minute they call their nation to the stage, all pleasantries are
Faces
out of
change.
the window. Faces change,
Yeah,
and almost the devils appear behind them as if they are ready to go to war. It's such a different vibe when they step into that arena.
And it's also for you at home. At that part, you will not see this because it's off stage, but we have a lot of players waiting for their turn. And I in the breaks, I want to go there and hear what they say.
Yeah.
Some of them are like relaxed, but you can see who is playing next without talking.
Yes.
Just for the look at their face, you can see because, you know, minutes before your game, you start to change.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You start to enter a mood because you have to.
Well, it's like I said earlier. It's almost you get to a point where you forget to breathe. You just go. Every part of my energy, every part of my focus and attention is on that virtual pitch. Everything else around me, it's like you almost encase yourself in a bubble. And you know, as we saw earlier when we saw Tajikistan versus Bahrain, somebody punctures that bubble, as we've just heard there again as well. If somebody punctures that bubble,
I think
the issue you have.
Luxembourg player.
So if somebody punctures that bubble, it can shake you. So again, for these two who are very cool and very calm, very collected, there's not been any emotion from them, but I wouldn't expect it from those nations. However, as you've said, the likes of Luxembourg, Bahrain, animated individuals, because when you speak to them outside, they love the game. So of course they go. The minute that if you love a game of football, if you love a game, a video game or an eFootball video game, as soon as you start doing well on it, you'll immediately go, oh yeah, I need to tell everybody I'm doing really well. So of course you're just going to be very pumped up. So you know we'll get on to game 2 because I believe they are ready for us.
Okay, let's see if that's true. Here we have the players taking the last sip of water, checking the phone for the last time, and here we come for the second match. Is Turkmenistan against Austria, Barcelona versus Barcelona. That's it. Just one goal is the difference until now. In this case, in favor of Austria. 2-1 was the first match.
Yeah, and I think, as we said, we're going to have to see what comes out of Turkmenistan now. In terms of, again, we talk about it constantly, and the key word today has been response.
Yes,
you need to see something now. But that second half was all Turkmenistan, and that's what you would need in terms of confidence to take it into an next game to go, okay, I may have lost that first game, but at least I've got a foothold in this tie, as it were. So you've got something to latch onto. You know that you can do some damage, and like I said, all the pressure was right onto Austria there, and it's now all going to be a case of what could be produced here.
So here we are live from Bali, the island of gods, in beautiful Indonesia, with my friend Gueza, sharing this amazing tournament, the IESF. More than 100 countries are competing against each other. Clash of cultures, clash of playing styles.
Absolutely.
But what unites us is the love of video gaming. And here we are for the second match. Austria 2, Turkmenistan 1. Barcelona against Barcelona. Turkmenistan in the white shirt. Austria in the classic Barcelona shirt.
Yeah, and it's the old sporting adage goes, styles make fights. And in this instance, it's exactly that. Styles are going to make this game even more intriguing than it already was. And again, we talk about the kind of the ramification, the effects of these results. Every point and every goal and every result will count massively for these teams. Whether it's a case of, looking at it here as you see Lewandowski looks to try and feel his way into the middle there, but even as you think about it from a almost a visibility point of view, these two are on live stream. It's probably the first time in quite some time. And for Austria to be on a live stream, it's probably the first time ever that Turkmenistan have been. It's a real kind of almost shop window for them, as we see Rafinha trying to work his way into the box there. Header on, it's a save there, but to really kind of showcase their talent. So it's as much as we talk about the national pride, there's very much a personal one too.
Yes, of course. And in this case, I'm seeing the Turkmenistan player doing everything okay except the last step. Is just the last one that's missing. The rest is very good, but you know, in this game, goals are very important. Are the thing that makes you win or make you lose. So you have to have a very important focus on the definition, you know?
Absolutely, absolutely. On the final touch, as we see here, it's Frankie de Jong, tries to get wriggle through in the box. A good save from the goalkeeper. It's just off the line.
Amazing.
Great awareness to get it away, but it's cleared away. Big strike that was on from Robert Lewandowski.
These are the balls that we talked yesterday and we talked today. An error, a casualty may turn a match heads over.
Yeah, and that's absolutely true. I mean, and again, if you looked at how that occurred, Turkmenistan were just trying to clear the ball. They just managed to just put a body in the way. As we see here, Dembele looks to loft one into the box. It's headed back towards Marc-Andre ter Stegen. It's out wide here to Dembele. Dembele looking forward. He does take a sidestep and comes back into the fence. It's Pedri out wide. It's intercepted by Hector Bellerin. Pedri out wide to Ousmane Dembele. Dembele, long-ranged cross into the box. Cleared away, and it's cleared away from danger. Here's Pedri to Depay.
Good defense in this case for Turkmenistan that wants to rebuild his playing style from the base, from his own goal.
You sometimes have to go back to go forward. That is pretty much the case here. Here's Pedri to Lewandowski. Dembele, Lewandowski. Lewandowski with the strike, stung the hands of the goalkeeper. It is a corner.
It's a nice match. No goals yet.
Yeah, it's delicately poised. It's out towards Pedri at the edge of the box. Now we're trying to get that back in. De Jong with the acrobatics. First time we've seen one of those, or at least an attempt of one of those. Here's Lewandowski to Depay.
That's difficult also to do because of the balance in the game. Because you can do that kind of trick shots with special players, special plays. But as you said earlier, this kind of setting, it removes the ballets and picks of the players, and it keeps like a central value, an average, let's say.
Yeah, there's a bit of a mistake there. Luckily, Turkmenistan got away with that one. But yeah, in terms of the balance of this game at the moment, it's delicately poised. Ball goes into the box once more. A little bit of a collision there, but he takes it away, and Turkmenistan looking to get forward once more. There's Rafinha to Pedri, Depay, Lewandowski goes wide. Looks for support, can't find it. Pedri does win the header. There's Depay, De Jong. Back to Pedri. It's intercepted. And counter-attack could be on here for Austria, but again, nullified quite quickly by Turkmenistan. Again, positive signs, very much so here for Turkmenistan. Good little piece of football here. It's in towards Rafinha. Oh, it's one body.
Once again, a deflection. Once again, a bounce.
It's one body between potentially testing the Austrian goalkeeper. Ball is still on here. Is Dembele into the box. Spanish got around. Oh!
And
it's Memphis Depay.
And you see the player waving. Right now it's like he just went up of an up, but the goal was really vocal.
It was. And in terms of the reaction, that's the first real sign of emotion we've seen for Turkmenistan. Ball goes into the box. It doesn't convincingly get headed clear by the defender. Up pops Memphis Depay with one of those complicated bicycle kicks that we said were very hard to do. No sooner did we say that, he pops up and gets a scissor kick. Wonderful finish.
And this is very important for when you want to improve your game. Take a look at what this guy done. He doesn't went mad. He didn't went ballistic. 40 minutes it took for him to score the goal that he needed to make it 2-2.
The key word that you were using yesterday, there was quite a few of them, to be fair to you. Key word, patience. That's what it was. It was patience, and it was deliberate. Oh, it's nearly gone in off his own man. What an error that might have been.
And this is the corner kick for Austria that wants to score again before the first half ends, because in that case, the psychological impact may be great.
Certainly would take an impact here. Is Hector Bellerin. Ball, nice little back heel. It's Pedri in the box. It's recovered by Pedri in the box. And again, good reactions by Turkmenistan there to just get the ball out of play. It was good reactions, even though the ball had been almost thefted by Austria. They managed to keep the ball and get rid of it. Ball is cleared away once more. Here is Memphis Depay looking to launch a counter-attack for Turkmenistan. A nice little shape to get rid of it, but unfortunately, skill move doesn't quite come off just as planned. Is Pedri. Ball goes clear here. Is Rafinha. Lewandowski. In towards Depay. Depay looking, got a man over. One of them is Ousmane Dembele. Back across towards Lewandowski. Ball's going to go out of play. But the ref is going to call time before he does.
I hear the
the whistle.
The whistle, and there is nothing to do, but we still have one more half.
We still do, and again, delicately poised in terms of where we're looking at. Pretty even in terms of chances, pretty even in terms of gameplay. It's just Turkmenistan managed to find that little bit of magic that they needed right when they needed it.
Do you remember how the say goes? El que hace el gol gana. The one who makes the goal wins. And this is something that we used to say when it's just like the final minutes, but also in this case, the one that takes the lead now can be the winner of the game.
Yeah, it's all about how to get in front and stay in front. And interestingly, bottom of your screen here, Turkmenistan slightly more attacking on their attacking bias down at the front, which means that they will be pushing people forward and they'll be slightly more aggressive in doing so. It shows a bit of intent and the desire for Turkmenistan to be able to pull this off.
They need the points.
Ball forward here, looking for Depay. Keeper comes out and claims it. Well, yeah, I think at this stage of the group, and that's why I think we're hearing all of these, the animation that we're hearing is every point and every important moment is vital to almost survival within this competition. As we see, Frenkie de Jong wins the ball back here. Is Ousmane Dembele. Nice little bit of footwork there just to right himself through, made the pass. It's Depay over to Rafinha. Depay was the man looking for the ball there. It's won back though in midfield. Nice recycle there. Here's Lewandowski in towards Depay. Tries to take the stunning strike. Haven't seen any of those today. Haven't seen any stunning strikes or stunning crosses. I don't think that will be the last one that we'll see attempted though. For some of the games that are on the slate still on our schedule today. If you are looking for a heavyweight contest in the future, we've got quite a few of them on the deck here today. This one is proving to be one full of intrigue. As we see Rafinha, he's got Lewandowski looking to run ahead, but pass gets played inside. Here's de Jong, now he finds Lewandowski, now he looks for Depay, but the ball is snuffed out here. Austria looking to try and give themselves some type of hope here.
And we have a record number of viewers in the live stream. Thank you very much. We are more than doubling yesterday's number. That means that people are enjoying it, are sharing it. So thank you very much and keep doing it. I want to say hi to Haris Kamal, to Seth Nico, to Pelo Kuro, to Absurd Suka Gaming. Thank you very much for being here. We do this stream just because of you guys. Thank you very much, Mr. Black, Rizal, Sport, Po Boy, well, all of them who are here watching this.
But they're about to see potentially could be a goal on here. 3-on-2 opportunity. Oh, and the ball gets caught in Dembele's tracks. He isn't able to capture it and get it under his spell. And instead, ball is now coming back the other way. And this could be a vital counter-attacking opportunity. Dembele looking forward. This game is starting to open up just a little bit more now. It's not long left on the clock, and this could be one error too many here Yes. Turkmenistan looked to aim to get it back here. It's Ousmane Dembele, and again, it's good defending. Again, we're seeing this. It's quite a well-balanced game, which, again, I'm glad that our viewers are tuning into and watching because, again, you're looking at two sides that are attacking and defending at will. It's not a passive game of eFootball. It's very much engaged.
Exactly, and I say also hello to Agong, to One Autumn Leaf, to Sahal, Iqbal. Excuse my pronunciation. I'm trying to do my best. I want to hear you pronunciating in Spanish, but you know I'm very happy to be here. Because
I wouldn't dream of trying to step on your Spanish toes of that language. Not a chance.
You know that everybody speaks about diversity. This is a diverse tournament, and
Absolutely.
I enjoy it, and I'm thankful for it.
It's an opportunity there for Turkmenistan, just a step offside. They were really, really, really in prime position there. Had they have stayed onside, it would have just given them enough time and enough of an opportunity to maybe make a chance there.
Yes.
But now we see substitutions, gives us a little bit of time to really kind of catch our own breath almost.
Yeah, yes.
I mean, you look at the formations, we've seen this a lot in terms of three at the back for Barcelona, in terms of what we can see. But what we can see as well, though, is personnel change. Ansu Fati coming on, Sergio Busquets coming on one side of the field. Instead, on the other side, Ferran Torres, who has been used by almost every player who's used Barcelona. Ferran Torres has been the lock pick.
You've called Ferran Torres more than your fiancé.
Yes, yeah, pretty much, yeah. And she will happily tell you that too. Although you're saying that in terms of time difference probably wouldn't be a good thing at this point in time. But we digress. In terms of Ferran Torres, I think he's probably one of the, as you've said, one of the most called names that we have heard because he's so integral if you're going to perform well with the Barcelona side.
And people ask here, when will we see India? Well, I hope to have India on the stream. Why not? Of course. And they will see why they will always pick Barcelona. Well, they have to use the officially licensed team. You have quite teams.
You have quite a selection. Hold
that
that thought.
Chose.
We may have a chance here. My spidey sense is tingling. Ball driven into the box. Oh!
Almost.
What a chance.
Almost.
My heightened senses of eFootball have not deserted me just yet. I thought there was going to be a chance. There was, and it was so razor-edged. It's just an unfortunate way of taking that shot on, but there is opportunity still here to go. As you can see, bottom of your screen here, Austria have gone full red, which means there's going to be gaps here, and Turkmenistan may be able to pull off a strike here. Oh, big block. Massive block.
When you say full red, you're not speaking about the face of the player.
No. Full red in terms of actual speak. Is all-out attack is what we're looking at.
His face is matching.
It may have been the pressure that may be here. It's still on here. Ball is down into the box. It's a bit of a strike from Kunde, and you wouldn't expect him to put it in from there. But yeah, in terms of what you were saying, in terms of, yes, for the chat of those, if you're checking about Barcelona, you can only use officially licensed teams in this tournament. Not only that, they are stat or uniform balance. There's a good save there. It's an opportunity, maybe just creaking open here. This may just end in a draw, or it may have one more opportunity. Here's Lewandowski. He's cleared away. Chance is still there.
That kill was dangerous.
Chance is still here. Chance is still alive. Jordi Alba into the box, looking for Ferran Torres. It's cleared down and away. Oh, I thought we were going to see an absolute pile driver there, but instead it goes to a draw.
Whoa, listen to listen to the crowd.
When you think about, in terms of the games that the two games that we've just witnessed, as we said before, you don't have to be the kind of the prettier nations. You can be nations who may not necessarily have a lineage within esports. Tell you something though, both of those nations are incredibly proud of those two players because that was a fantastic game to watch.
Yes, and people enjoy it here. So for me, when you have other players cheering, other professional players cheering and watching the game as they were like this, what is happening here, what they will do, that's an important sign. That's a match you want to watch.
Yeah, absolutely.
So these are the kind of matches that we have in today. Let's see the highlights and we will see why this game
was so entertaining. That's the only word I can think of it. It's so balanced. I mean, in terms of we talk of the ability. It was that slowdown from Austria there. He was in a full sprint with Lewandowski, managed to just slow himself down before taking the shot. This ball in here, again, big save. Again, in the context of the game at the time. And again, we saw chances here. There was that very controversial takedown by a goalkeeper. Ref did not give it. Instead, we've seen deflections, and we saw, again, just the ability to convert. If the chance is there, you convert. And we talk about chances. Lovely little kind of almost deft header from Lewandowski. And again, in terms of quality, they were so close to getting that equaliser in that first game. Again, the right moves were made. Instead, this is the second game. Beautiful acrobatic finish there, which really set the tone. But, of course, couldn't find the extra goal.
So we have still more matches to come. I want to see also to take my time and start doing the math.
Do you need a wall chart? Is that what we need? We need a wall chart for the World Esports Championships. We'll get a wall chart.
With 106 nations playing, we need a lot of wall.
That's going to be a lot of paper. We'll no doubt. I think we'll be looking at the player stats next up here.
Yes.
I'm hoping to see the graphic in a moment or two. I'm sure it will flash up. But again, it'll be interesting to see how many passes and what possessions and how many saves were caught, because there were so many good saves in that game.
Both of the players have different styles. Both of the players were really good. I will keep an eye on them. But we have more matches coming up, and I think that will be. I will just tell you, don't tell nobody. Mongolia and Croatia is coming next.
Oh, you've spoiled it now. Shh. We'll be back in a minute.
After the break.
Back in a minute. Bye. See you in a bit.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
first question, are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
오늘 경기에서 경기력에 만족하시는지 스스로.
네, 뭐 어쨌든 4승을 챙겨서 나쁘지 않았다고 생각하고 남은 경기도 좀 토너먼트 상위 라운드에서 잘할 수 있도록 하고 싶습니다.
So there's a 2-match and 4-set. He win 4-0. So he believes quite satisfied and maybe next stage coming right now. So he will do the best.
Next question, what is your key factor that helped you win this match?
오늘 경기 승리에 있어서 그 가장 큰 요인은 무엇인지.
어제 이제 그 일본이랑 스페인 선수들이랑 연습 게임을 하면서 감각을 살린 게 좀 도움이 많이 된 것 같습니다.
So yesterday, Mr. Song, he had a scrim match between the Spain and Japan. So that was quite helpful for today's match.
Even you have won the match, do you think there are things that you can improve to perform better?
오늘 경기 좀 끝났지만 그래도 오늘 경기를 계기로 조금 더 발전시키고 싶은 부분이 있다면 어떤 것들이?
아직은 좀 수비가 많이 약하다고 생각을 하기 때문에 수비 쪽을 좀 많이 보완하고 싶습니다.
So he's satisfied with his performance, but he believes his defense skill must be improved for the next match.
You will facing other country in your next match. Will you use the same strategy for the next game?
다음 경기 이제 준비에 있어서 오늘 경기에서 활용했던 전술을 그대로 활용하실 생각이 있으신지?
네, 뭐 크게 현재 전술을 그대로 사용할 계획입니다. 근데 물론 상대에 따라서 바뀔 수는 있습니다.
It depends on the opponent strategy, but mainly he will use the same strategy.
Next one, what is the challenge what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent? Is there any challenge to beat your opponent?
그동안 이번 경기뿐만이 아니라 그동안 경기에 있어서 좀 승리를 가는 길에 조금 가장 장애물 같은 것들은 없었는지.
이번에 말고 여태 쭉이죠. 얼마 전에 그 한국에서 그 한중일 대회 ECA 한중일 대회를 했었는데 거기서 만났던 일본 선수 중에 레바 선수가 이번 시리즈에서 가장 강했던 상대라고 생각합니다.
It's not this tournament, but it's called Esports Championship East Asia. He had match with one of the Japan players who is the gold medalist of the Japan Asian Games. He has very hard time having a match with him, so that experience was kind of a struggle to him. So, but based on that experience, he will improve his performance for this tournament.
This one is last question. What do you think about your opponent performance?
이게 마지막 질문인데 오늘 경기 상대팀에 대해서 어떻게 평가를 하시는지?
뭐 그냥 전체적으로 뭐 워낙 좀 차이들이 좀 났던 것 같아서 뭐 제가 뭔가 따로 코멘트할 건 없을 것 같습니다.
So he thinks there's difference. He believes there's some difference of the level for their performance. So I think that might be the answer.
Okay, that's all the question. Thank you for your time. Congratulations for your winning.
Yeah, thank you.
축하하다고.
Thank you.
sharing all their money, got me wearing fly Gerber IES, and they say they love my ass. And 7 G's to religion, I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking, I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump, my humps. They got you. Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly Gerber IES, and they say they love my ass. And 7 G's to religion, I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking, I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
So here we are once again from wonderful Indonesia in Bali, the island of gods, where we're playing and seeing and watching and enjoying the IESF tournament.
You got there in the end. We'll appreciate that. We got there in the end. Yeah, we're seeing so much action and there's so many wrinkles to what we have seen so far today. We have seen quite a few very good games. We saw obviously Trinidad and Tobago in the early game take complete control against Chad. We saw Bahrain, who again, you know, mentally I think got to their opponent in Tajikistan, and then we just saw a very, very competitive game between Turkmenistan and Austria.
I think that by now I will keep as the best game the Bahrain one.
I think so. I think so for animation and for dramatics. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so we have a prediction going. I don't know the last game because it was a draw.
Well, that's definitely 1 point each because it was a draw. Well, that's what we'll go with. But we've now got on the schedule today is Mongolia versus Croatia.
And who do you think is going to win?
I'm more. I don't know why I seem to more side with the European countries for some reason. I think it more be just because from where I'm from. I think Croatia are probably going to have a little bit too much.
Okay.
But as we've seen so far in this tournament, countries that are having, you know, they have completely different. Oh, they've got those the wrong way around.
No.
You can't steal a mark. That's not fair.
Don't steal Croatia from me because you know what? You may be European, but I have some Italian blood, so we are more close of the Balkans, of the Croatian. By the way, Croatian people is beautiful.
Yeah. Well, what I would say,
I don't know why I say that, but in the World Cup, I crossed with some Croatian girls, and it was. Oh
what I would say about both of these teams is you could easily make a case for both of them. So although the graphic may have been the wrong way around, you could easily make
the graphic is like a lottery ticket.
Oh, is that what we're taking?
Well,
okay, we'll take that then. So my pick would then be Mongolia. Yours would be Croatia. We'll take that. We'll take it.
The screen doesn't lie, and hips don't lie also as well. So we are here with my friend Wesa, enjoying this clash of cultures. I'm from Argentina, he's from the UK. Where are you from? You are watching this all around the world. I'm very happy. I'm seeing the chat. More than 1,000 of people watching this kind of matches. So it's Croatia against Mongolia, and this is the player versus.
Yeah, we're going to see the two faces. It's great. Oh, I actually don't have a photo, unfortunately, for Mongolia's representative.
No,
but
he was on the sun. He spent a lot of time on the sun today.
Well, Croatia, of course, we can kind of see, and that's what I like about these graphics, in the sense of you do get to put names to faces or countries to faces.
Yeah, in this case,
this case not so much, but in the sense though is that you'll get an idea of what they're looking like. But this doesn't require a photo. These are the stats that they've gone through. Now, looking at Mongolia there, that's an interest. It's not.
You're scared because
it's not that. You're laughing because it's my prediction. But if you look there, you must have had some type of domination for that to be your average stats. Whereas obviously Croatia, you've got a lot more kind of going on. There's goals that have been scored. There's shots on target. There's possession.
If I had if I had 0 goals, perhaps I would paint my face black also.
Well, I don't honestly, I can only assume that there have been games that they have played where they have just been completely outclassed by their opponent. I'm hoping, of course, that's not the case. More for the kind of the glamour of this game. I'm hoping we get more of that today.
Okay, let's see what do we have for this main event. Is Mongolia against Croatia, Croatia against Mongolia. Do you want to see the match with us? You are gladly invited to do so.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting again just to see what's there in terms of a game plan.
Yes.
And we will see it in a second.
And I would like to have the hair.
There we go. So we've got I mean, yeah, it's a great hairstyle. Great hairstyle. But you've got Manchester United on one side of this. It'll be interesting to see who else lines up next to them. Let's see who it is. It's Bayern Munich versus Manchester United. So our first, well, no, I think it's one of our early, well, I think, I'm trying to think back
to... No, today we didn't have neither of them.
No, I think we had Bayern Munich in the first game, but this is
United.
Not Man United. So it's our first sighter of Manchester United here today. And again, interestingly, you're then going to have to look and see what tactics are being deployed here. Because, again, if we looked at Mongolia's stats and we're looking there as 0 shot, 0s on target, or 2 shot, 0 on target, a lack of possession, a lack of saves, that can only really lend itself to either there being a very defensive formation, which, looking there right now, that's looking at it, it's a de facto 5-2-3.
5-1-1-3.
5-1-1-3, but it looks a very defensive-minded formation.
Yes.
Or it's going to lend itself to potentially just being dominated, which I'm hoping is not the case. I'm hoping that there is some type of kind of almost magic wand here where they're actually going to properly bring out a game here.
We hope so. You're listening to the brilliant cast analysis from Wesa. I'm here trying to do my best, which is represent the average player. That's what I am.
So interestingly, you'll see on the left side of the screen, defensive line is all the way at the back. There's no midfield. Although there are 2 midfielders, it's in all but name. It's basically they've just pushed everybody forward. So
the bus.
This is it's a bus at either end of the pitch, which is going to be very interesting to see as we get this game underway.
Who uses what? Manchester United is Croatia, and Bayern Munich is Mongolia.
Yeah, and interestingly, it's Mongolia going from left to right. And this is this defensive formation that we said, oh, actually, it might be proving a moment or two here as I think he gets the ball clear there. Is Christian Eriksen, is Fred, and Croatia are going to look to try and impose their will very early on as well. Here's Fred, through ball to Ronaldo. Ronaldo, Rashford, in towards Sancho. Sancho's onside. Good save for the goalkeeper.
But see, nothing is not help at all to have 5 defenders if at the first ball you will get your defense pierced like that, you know?
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you lose your concentration, if you're not concentrating from minute 1,
there are never enough players.
Yeah, there's not a time to rest in a game of eFootball. There's no like, oh well, you know what, the bell goes and then we can rest a little bit. Here's Sancho into Fred. Fred looking across the box for Ronaldo, back in towards Rashford. Pavard gets the block.
2 back heels in a row.
2 back heels in a row indeed, but there's players over here. One of them is Kingsley Coman. Here's Serge Gnabry. Gnabry knocks it forward to Choupo-Moting. Nice little back heel there attempt. He's always appreciated by my Argentinian colleague of a back heel.
Yes, I like that kind
unfortunately,
of
it does not always pay the bills. Here is Fred.
But I never pay the bills as
never
well,
pay the bills either.
That's okay with me.
Here is Rashford, Eriksen, Ronaldo, Rashford. Rashford looking for the extra knock. It's Ronaldo. Ronaldo shapes to shoot! And there is Ronaldo to open his account today.
So you can put 5 on the defense, you can put 6, you can put 11. When the attacker attacks like this, there's nothing to do, my friend.
Absolutely, indeed. You could put 11 men behind the ball and you would not be able to stop the likes of Ronaldo in and around the box. Again, it was neat passing, set himself for the finish. Croatia, again, went near post as opposed to far post.
Yes.
Very good kind of high-level thinking there. That's a great goal to start us off with here as Croatia take the lead, 1-0.
And I say hi to the chat once again. Aditya writes in Spanish and say, vamos eFootball, vamos, nene.
I love it when you speak Spanish. It's great. I love it. I love it. Especially in commentary. I love it. Here we go. We've got Rashford looking to make some room again. Musiala brings it away.
There is an Argentinian game playing right now also. You can hear the shouts from behind.
You can indeed. There may be more shouts, but it might be of a Mongolian variety. But unfortunately, dispossessed in attack here. Here's Jadon Sancho on the counter-attack. Has men running beyond him. Rashford's one of them. Ronaldo's making his way into the box, but Matthijs de Ligt makes the challenge and gets the ball away. Here's Serge Gnabry, and Mongolia are not frightened to try and bring this forward here. Not as the former stats suggest. Choupo-Moting tries to find a bit of a wayward pass across, and it goes dispossessed once more. Here's Eriksen leading the charge. Ronaldo, great ball playing from Croatia. It's Ronaldo once more. Oh, it's the little dink. It's the tiniest of dinks.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Amazing goal. I like this kind of play, you know.
Shades of Carlos Vela in terms of dinks. Shades of it. The tiniest of strikes. But it's enough to just displace the goalkeeper. Again, wonderful one-touch build-up. As you'll see there, it's a triangle. It's the perfect type of play. You will make that triangle just a little dink. Neuer's already going down. He knows where to put the ball. 2-0. Croatia on fire.
If you had to explain someone that never does that kind of play, which buttons must I press to do just that small dink?
Just that small dink. It's an L1 or an LB, depending on what your controller is, or the chip button, depending on whether you change your settings.
Platform, yeah.
We don't judge you if you do, by the way. If you've got your settings to different, and then it's the tiniest bit of power on the shoot button. If you can just do the tiniest of dinks, it will take it away from the goalkeeper. It doesn't always work, but when they do, they're incredibly effective. Here's Fred to Eriksen to Ronaldo. Ronaldo looking back inside. No foul given.
I have some shootouts for the Indonesian people on the chat. My friend Horasman Nayabaho. Hello, vamos.
Speaking of vamos, nearly another goal for Ronaldo. As Croatia seem to be pressing the charge. As you can see, goal kick. Just back into play from Mongolia. We're looking for a little bit of a response here. Oh, and Choupo-Moting nearly got the wrong side of Mengi there, but good defensive play from the Manchester United youngster and from Croatia, but the ball is coming back the other way once more. Again, Mengi just making the challenges there. Gnabry to Sane. Sane looking back inside. Can't find Mane. And out it comes to Christian Eriksen.
If you're just tuning in, we're watching the game between Croatia and Mongolia. It's 35 virtual minutes of the first of 2 matches, and the score is 2 for Croatia, 0 for Mongolia.
Yeah, it's great build-up here once more. Rashford, Sancho, looking for Rashford once more, but Kimmich takes it away. Goretzka, a little bit of danger close there, defending from Mongolia, but they do get away with one. Gnabry just trying to do a little bit of a skill move. He gets caught mid-animation. Here is Eriksen, Rashford, Eriksen.
And you know, it's like this
Sancho, Ronaldo. So hold that thought 1 second, Farisa. 1 second. You never know how quickly this game is going to move. Here's Eriksen. Still there. Ronaldo. Good footwork from Croatia. Just trying to unseat the defence, just with a couple of dummies. Throwing a little bit of fakes there. A little bit of smoke and mirrors from Croatia. It's still moving forward with Eriksen.
It's more smoke than mirrors.
More smoke than mirrors, indeed. If you were about to say your point in terms of games like this.
I'm saying that this game, it shows us it has no middle. It's just the two boxes. You know, the ball goes from one place to another, and it's like they never stop in the middle. There are matches that are battled only in the midfield. It's not the case of this one.
Indeed, it is not. Here's Christian Eriksen trying to free himself up. A little bit of a kick there from Pavard, but nothing was given. Wan-Bissaka goes into the box, and again, I appreciate the passing out mentality of what you need from Mongolia. Sometimes you do just need to clear your lines. It is only 2-0 though, don't forget.
Yes.
It is only 2-0. It's only the first half of the first game.
The match is still open. The match is still open, but we must say that the result is really a fair one. I think that Croatia
absolutely
did the most of the playing in the game. Mongolia couldn't keep up yet for the expectancy of what we're coming to see. And here it comes again, the Croatia player.
So Eriksson takes a wild strike. We've seen him be productive over the last day or so of competition here.
Exactly.
Christian Eriksson from a variety of different nations, finding the exact way to use him. Just a little bit wayward on that strike.
You know what? On the chat we have people from Armenia. Hello, Armenia. I enjoy very much food from Armenia. I've never been there. I want to be there. Hello, my friend from Armenia.
I'll tell you what, they will want to be here watching this live if they could.
Of course, I know.
Here's Choupo-Moting to Leon Goretzka. Dispossessed by Casemiro.
And you know, this game unites us. It gave me a lot of friends, and this is the most important takeaway.
Oh, it's a body feint from Sancho. He's just trying a little bit too much now. You may mention about former players or players that you've encountered before, maybe trying show goals. Yeah, a little bit too much on the trickery, but it may just be of a profit here. Ball is bouncing all around. It's turned into pinball.
I'm thankful for it. In some games, you need this, you know? A little bit of show,
a little bit of flair is what you need. Yeah.
Oh, and he will have a back heel.
That's it. As we see, De Ligt will clear that one away.
So in this case, the 5-player defense made sense.
It made sense, but it's not stopped the rot. As it is Cristiano Ronaldo off the post, off the goalkeeper, and out for a goal kick. Big chance, and it is as almost the stats suggested before the game.
Yes.
It's all going Croatia's way here. Here's Eriksson into the box. Big header on. Oh, it's bounced, it's ricocheted. And it's eventually been bundled home. And it looks to be Aaron Wan-Bissaka.
And you know, the first header was the kind of header that always goes to the back of the net. Was not the case. An excellent save, but a very bad rebound.
Yeah, we'll see it here. Yeah, big rise in the head of Rafael Varane. It's a chest off of Wan-Bissaka. The challenge goes in from Mongolia. And as a result of the challenge, it's just basically ricocheted off of a man and gone into the back of the net. Again,
the defenders were watching the news.
Exactly. Exactly. The Croatia will not care one bit about that goal going in. Mongolia will feel slightly aggrieved by the way they've conceded there. Here is Marcus Rashford. Sancho looking forward, but again we're looking for Mongolia to just do a bit more here.
In the white shirts is the Croatia player, in the red shirts is Mongolia.
Absolutely. As we are tracking this game, there's 60 in-game minutes gone here. Serge Gnabry looking to lead the charge. There can be chances for overloads if you can find the right pass, but it is always a massive if trying to find that pass. As you can see, Christian Eriksson, and you can see the overloads. It's almost a tale of two games, as you can see. When it goes forward with Croatia, they're finding the right passes, they're finding the right methods to get through.
Exactly.
With Mongolia, not so much, and they keep not finding the right passes and not finding the right opportunities. As you see here, you've got Ronaldo running forward, Rashford's running on Eriksson, Fred. Goretzka makes the interception. In terms of rear guard, or in terms of their defence, minus that ricochet goal, it realistically would only be 2-0, and there's not been too much, in terms of a defensive issue with Mongolia. It's just that Croatia, as you said, have found the ability and found that skill to get through their defensive line.
And people are very loud on the chat. Thank you very much for being there. They're asking about when are you showing an Indonesia match? Indonesia comes in the quarterfinal.
Yes, as host nation gets through an automatic through to the main main event stage is what I believe it's called.
Also, we will have at that stage Mexico coming.
Yes, and also I believe Serbia as well from
because
the
they won
regional qualifiers.
So we are at the middle of the group stages.
Yeah, so in reality you have 3 stages. We have the play-in stage, which we're at currently now. So again, if you are a football fan at home, as you rightly said, it's essentially a group stage. You have your elimination stage, which is essentially the top 32 teams. So that's 2 teams from each of these groups will qualify through to go and play into a knockout phase, which is then turned into best of 3, which then also has my personal favourite, which is penalty kicks. If we have them, I won't be sitting down anymore. You've got extra time penalties. And then, of course, once you get to the final 8, you then have the main event stage. And, of course, not only to mention we're at the fire stage here, there are also other stages around the venue, as we've already alluded to earlier on today.
Yes, we've
got
got
the earth,
fire, earth, air, and ice.
Now, if the air one comes with air conditioning, I'll take that all day. I think if the ice one, I go there, it might be too cold for me. But the earth one certainly sounds more the most intriguing of the 4. But of course, we are here still on the fire stage, and it is still Mongolia v Croatia. And at the moment, it is still Croatia in relative comfort here, as they have brought Anthony on to lovely bit of skill there, as you'd like to see from a Brazilian.
That's it. That's it.
Very good bit of skill there.
Speaking of Brazilians, today we're closing this stream. The last match from today will be Brazil against Netherlands. Don't miss that match.
You never want to miss a game here, not at the World Esports Championships, and that one certainly has a lot of tongues wagging here in terms of anticipation for that absolute main event that we can see here. Here is Anthony looking to try and knock it across there. Goretzka intercepts it. Here's Mane looking forward. And again, it just seems to be that, almost as you said, if there's no midfield there to speak of, the issue becomes, of course, is that when you play out from the back, there is nobody to play it to, and they're all too busy trying to run forward. Which kind of becomes the issue here, as Rashford and co seem to have the absolute run of the place. Here's Bruno Fernandes. Plays a nice little through ball to Martial. Goretzka intercepts it. And out it will come. Here is Lucas Hernandez. It's Casemiro.
So we are on the final virtual minutes of this first game. Remember that we play at best of 2. This match, I think it's already closed. We may have one more goal, but this match is already closed.
Yeah.
But 3 goals is not an unmissable difference.
Oh, absolutely. I think the amount of goals that we have seen scored over day 1 and obviously over day 2 today, 3 goals in one game of eFootball is not beyond the realms of capability, especially for players that are at this tournament. The only issue you can find here is how can Mongolia compete, as we see there, trying to make their way forward. Instead of, interestingly, I keep seeing this a lot from players, instead of looking to play into feet, as there's a mistake here, Leroy Sané's in goal, it's Choupo-Moting! And there we go. Mongolia have their first goal of the game.
I almost didn't finish the phrase, perhaps one goal, and it seems like the Mongolian player heard me and said, you know what, yeah, I have still time to try to do one goal. If I was the defender in this case, I was just looking for a new job because, you know.
Well, it's a mistake from a stunning pass that was going to be. I think it may have even potentially even been a missed input or a bad input, but it's created an opportunity. If you anticipate enough chances within eFootball, one of them will fall your way. And in this sense, Mongolia have one on the board. Now, of course, instead now, it's now 2 goals potentially if this doesn't go the way we think it might. Here's Anthony. Is that?
It lasted nothing. Unfortunately.
It was so composed in terms of how long how long Anthony had to take this opportunity. It was so composed because I genuinely thought it's taken too long to shoot.
Yes.
It was just the right amount of time, which...
No, and you know, the game was like, the whole game was a monologue for Croatia. Mongolia on the last minute scored, and I say, okay, they will, if they keep this difference, they are still in the game.
Yeah.
But as we said before, the minute after you score is the most difficult minute to defend. It can exist in the game, and it was what happened.
Exactly, and not to mention as well your added take that we have heard, the extra pass.
Yes.
Could have took the shot with Martial, instead made that extra pass, got it across to Anthony. He had all the time in the world. Anthony's favoured foot as well. Controlled finish into the corner, and that 3-goal gap is now back in play.
So here we are live in this match between Mongolia and Croatia. This is the first of 2 matches. 4 goals for Croatia, 1 goal for Mongolia. And this match, it's a wrap.
Yeah, and that is it. 4-1 to Croatia. And it was comprehensive in the end. It was pretty comprehensive in the end. There was that small piece of doubt, which, to be fair, that's what we normally ask for from these players. Put a bit of doubt into your opponent, but that piece of doubt did come from a Croatian mistake. So, again, Croatia will be probably pretty annoyed with themselves that they haven't kept the clean sheet or not conceded any goals, but they'll be very happy they've put 4 in at the other end.
Yes, because that's the thing. I mean, when you make that last-minute goal, the only thing you don't expect is one more last-minute goal.
Yeah.
So that's like very, very breaking your moral, you know, because you make that goal, it's like the golden goal, the last-minute goal, and after that, you had to defend more than you defended the whole match, because that's the ball you want to defend to be on the match.
Yeah, that's what I call a spirit breaker, is what it is. It just completely kills you because you just go...
No, because it was just a 2-goal difference.
So there is a lot easier to handle in the second game. Of course, now you've got to go in and try and find 3 goals, or potentially, depending on how the other results have gone and what their points are looking like.
Perhaps you need 4.
Perhaps you need 4, and that's even harder of a hill to climb, especially when you've seen the level that the Croatian player is able to exhibit. So it's never been, it's not a skill issue. It's whether you can import your will onto somebody.
So we're going to the second game. There are some chats against the bearded Croatian player and the excellent hairstyle Mongolian player. I'm talking out of envy. You know?
I mean,
how do you say yeah?
Yeah.
Why do you say yeah? What did you say? Yeah,
I'm sorry, I meant to say no, folks. I meant to say no. I meant to say no.
Yes.
I meant to completely ignore this.
You're my friend. You have to say no. You have a beautiful hairstyle. So here we are having some fun with friends. Excuse me if I repeat myself with this, but this is important for me. This game brought me so many friends all around the world. You know what nice is to write, I'm at this city, and someone that you don't know knows the game, knows that you like the game, and say, okay, let's go for a walk, let's go for a drink. Only this game gave me this. So this is a treasure for me, really.
Yeah, I think any experiences that we have as casters or players have as players, or if you ever come to spectate an esport event,
and members of the community,
and community members or anybody who's involved. For example, the people who are in the chat, for example, and things of that nature. It is that kind of almost, as I said, it's that almost that group feel of, actually we're all in this, we're kind of all in this together.
It's a brotherhood.
Kind of.
I also remember the mothers. We are the old schoolers that made the stadiums and made the kids. You know what I'm talking about? A long time ago. So here we have some information for you, my friends.
Yeah, and this is going to tell the story of the first game. And as we looked at it, it was... Again,
61%
possession. There's 10 shots. There's certainly 4 goals, or at least four shots that are on target for Croatia. And again, I think it's hard to define with some of the games that we have watched so far. You talk about contenders, and you talk about candidates, and we talk about dark horses and things like that. It's quite hard to judge, only because we're seeing almost a snapshot of their event. We're only seeing
Look at the passes. Look at the passes.
So it's 173 passes, meaning there's not a lot of passes going front to back. It's very direct. It's very, I know what I'm doing. But there's no like tiki-taka. It's just get the ball forward.
It's the double of his opponent.
Absolutely. And that means that the ball retention has been a lot better from Croatia. Is that the interceptions, although they're level, you can see how much more of the ball that Croatia have had. And especially that lends itself to the fact that they have scored obviously more goals as well. But we tend to find that sometimes players may look at a possession stat and think, that's the stat that proves that I should have won the game. If you just looked at the stats there, you would already be able to prove without the possession stat that Croatia deserved to win that game.
That's true. That's true. So that's the analysis of Guetza, one of the people in the world that best know this game, this eFootball game that we get to love. So stay with us because we're going to the second match.
Yeah, we got leg 2, yeah.
This match will define this bracket.
Absolutely.
As I can see people very, very nervous, this is a very important match in the group.
Yep.
So what do you think? Who's going to make it? Can Mongolia turn this game around? That's the question, I think.
It's possible, but it's improbable. That's how I define it.
Nice.
It's possible. Anything is possible. It's almost like when you're in Looney Tune land. Anything is possible within within an eFootball environment, especially within 90 minutes. And you talked just shortly there. You were talking about the players who are not playing or the players who are here.
Yeah,
you
watching.
can feel the tension in the room going up and up and up because they know that games are going by and the chances to gain points and to gain qualification to the elimination stage are running out.
That's true. That's true. And people in the chat are asking about some scores, specific scores. We are going to show the stats and how are the matches coming just in minutes. I just noted your request and we'll try to comply with you, my friends.
Yeah, as such, if you can imagine it, when we are broadcasting, we've only got the stream that's in front of us. Of course, we've got admins and referees who are taking care of all the other games around us. So yeah, we are trying to keep everybody averse of as many results as possible. Of course, we do our best by trying to speak to players who have just come off. Naturally, of course, if they've probably had a negative game and they may have lost, they may not want to tell us. So, for those in the chat, we appreciate that you may wish to have some results or live results. However, you can imagine it, trying to talk to players when they may have lost may not be the best option in the world. As we cut to our second of Mongolia versus Croatia. And again, Croatia very much in the driver's seat here. Again, as well, just to kind of bring you up to speed on who we have got on the stream after this. We have Thailand, who impressed so much on day one yesterday against Brunei. And of course, we've got the big one, which is Brazil versus the Netherlands, which has a lot of history in and around that tie. Of course, we still have to figure out now whether Mongolia can recover and make a little bit of a shock here.
Mongolia playing with the Bayern Munich, excuse me.
Yep.
And Croatia with the Barcelona.
Yeah, and you can see as well, it's interesting. As we said before, it's interesting to pick up the play styles of different players. You see Lewandowski onside, and it's a brilliant finish.
Just 6 minutes.
Took all of 6 in-game minutes. Robert Lewandowski. Again, you talk about names that we have mentioned more than our loved ones. Robert Lewandowski's well up there as well. It's simple. It's simple eFootball. It's not glamorous. It doesn't need to be. It's just simple, and that's what I like so much about some of the gameplay that we do see. Because you talk about players at home and what could they do and replicate these types of goals. Some of these moves you could easily do at home. Like that type of passing move, a triangle passing move, a couple of touches, and just making sure that you've got the right runner. As we'll see here, it's a beautiful ball. You can see Lewandowski just shadowing his last defender.
That was very close to the defender.
Yeah, but that is something you could pull off at home if you just practiced it. And I know it sounds silly to make. You will probably find there are people in the chat who have probably got this chat or this stream on in the background whilst they are playing eFootball, because they may look at some of these things and go, I want to try and see if I can do that. And to be fair, on some of the occasions you absolutely could, as we see Kese recover the ball in midfield. Sane to Gnabry. Gnabry with a good through ball there. Musiala.
So
onto Choupo-Moting.
For now we have 5-1.
It's
for Croatia.
Looking a harder hill to climb as time goes on. Is Musiala. Gavi will intercept. Here's Busquets onto Frank Kessie. Alforian looking for a player in support. He's found the Dutchman in Memphis Depay. He's found Robert Lewandowski. Gavi, lovely lofted ball into the box. Depay! What a bit of skill that is.
Whoa. We are here for a treat. We were asking for luxury. We were asking for tiki-taka. We were asking for something out of the mold. And here it is, my friend. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, it's a beautiful ball.
4, 5 touches in a row. The last one, it's an aerial ball.
It's a glorious ball. It's absolutely gorgeous. And again, who's it come from? One of the most highly rated hot prospects in world football in Gavi. Brilliant ball from Gavi. And again, Depay finding his range. Again, we see, again, talking of Barcelona, you talk about, we had the chat say, well, why would you pick Barcelona? Or why have everyone picking Barcelona? It's very simple. You have Memphis Depay. You have Robert Lewandowski. You have players in support much like Frank Kessie, you have Gavi, you have Pedri, you have Ferran Torres. You have players that can do damage at will. Not to mention the fact that we're in uniform stance mode, meaning that some of these players are incredibly good.
So if you're just tuning, you're watching a victory from Croatia 6-1 against Mongolia. We have people from all over the world watching this tournament, this international esports tournament.
Gavi again, Torres looking back for Gavi, goes down in the box, nothing given. Here's Robert Lewandowski, recovers the ball, Memphis Depay, dummies, takes it away. Gavi, dummies, takes it away. Lewandowski, dummies, takes it away. Feels like I'm stuck on repeat here. Here's Robert Lewandowski, takes it away. Alonso, great footwork. Oh, it's a big save. Brilliant ball movement.
But very,
ball is
very
still
good
there.
The goalie.
Very, very good goalkeeping, but brilliant ball movement. And I can see behind our camera in front of us, you've got the cameramen who are watching this intently. I've just seen hands on the back of their heads because they saw just how good that goal could have been. But
yes, because
Mongolia are on the attack.
This match is very electrifying. Everybody's watching it here.
Absolutely, absolutely indeed. Here's Frank Kessie on towards Ferran Torres. Robert Lewandowski on to Gavi. Gavi to Depay. Depay looking across the box. What can he see? He sees Gavi. He's got Lewandowski in the middle as well. Lewandowski's pretty much in the net there. He probably needs the ball in there, not himself. Here's Marcos Alonso. Alonso, dummies. Takes it to Depay. Kessie just going to control the ball a little bit.
And please let us know on the chat, where are you watching this stream from? We have people from all over the world.
Ooh, and there's a lovely opportunity there that got fashioned out of a ball recycle there from Croatia, and they really, really are seeming in control here. As we'll see, ball goes forward, and Mongolia just trying to fashion an opportunity out of something, but instead it's Ferran Torres. Busquets to Gavi. Gavi to Lewandowski. Torres. It's Lucas Hernandez that intercepts it. We'll see.
What are the options right now for the Mongolia player? Seeing that you are 2 goals down in this game, 5 goals down in the overall score. What will you do in his place?
I think the option to do something, as you see, Torres goes in once more. Torres tries to go across the box. Neuer makes the save. I think the time to try and make a difference or try and make a change has already gone, unfortunately, because of how heavy the defeat was in the first game. It's quite hard now when you are, what did we say, it was 4 or 5 goals behind?
He cannot hold the ball. Yeah. That's a problem, you know?
And it's difficult, but the reason why they're having trouble holding the ball is because in midfield, there is no midfield for Bayern. If he's still playing the same formation he did before, it's a wonderful through ball, finds Lewandowski! Wonderful goal.
Wonderful goal, my friends. And with this, we come to 6 goals in difference. So I just asked on the chat, where are you watching us from? And my friend Triyaka says, Indonesia. Where are you from? I'm from Argentina. I'm at Indonesia. But I mean,
do you think the chat realised it's you in the chat?
I don't know. I don't know.
But no, in terms of what we're seeing here, again, it's pretty academic from here. I think in terms of what we're looking at.
It's a lecture.
It's
a lecture.
Yeah, or as you normally say, it's a novel or it's a story. At this point, it's already there. I think looking at Croatia, it's a solid performance, but again, not really knowing what their results have been against other teams, we won't really be able to assess whether it's. We can only view what we can see here.
Yeah,
so in terms of and you can also find, especially from players who are or viewers that are watching at home, and for us here, you can sometimes get a feel for a player in terms of how they're playing and whether you would class them as a contender or as a dark horse. I think Croatia could at least do some damage because their movement of the ball, as you can see, it's wonderful. Oh, it's beautiful! Oh. As we were talking about it. And of all people, Marcos Alonso, on his right foot, tucks that into the back of the net.
You know, it's like if the quality of the goals keeps getting better and better and better. So we talked earlier about some players that when they are winning, they start clowning around.
Yeah.
This is just all the other way around.
Yeah.
He's getting better. He risks more, but he also gets more.
Yeah. And but I think Croatia have got the comfort level to know that they can risk more. They're in a game now where you'll know as well as I do from domestic football and international football. There are games where you can go, okay, we can be a little bit more attacking, we'll be a little bit more progressive. There are other games where you go, actually, don't like the look of that. We're going to play a little bit defensive. We're going to play on the counter. We're going to see what they can do. Because, as we've said, as a player, you have already got that virtual download of what is now 135 virtual minutes. My maths just got there. You've got that download, and you know now what your opponent is all about. So you know that there is a comfort level where you can go, actually, I'm not worried about what he can do because I know that I can do what I can do better. And I think that's the confidence level that a lot of players have to have. You know, I spoke this morning about viewing the Tekken event that was in here beforehand, and the Chinese Taipei player came off and after he'd won his game, and the confidence level of him was, I knew I wasn't going to be beaten. I can't be beaten. That's the type of almost bravado that you need to be like, actually, yeah, I'm this good. I can do this. So, again, I think it stands to reason within eFootball, you need to have that kind of confidence as well.
So here we are live from Bali, Indonesia, with this Barcelona 4, Bayern Munich 0. That gives us an overall score of 9-1, I think. 8-1 or 9-1. I may miss one.
Ball goes forward. Lewandowski forces a save. Depay looking to cause another bit of insult to injury as Pavard gives it away in his own box. It's Memphis Depay. Lewandowski!
Okay, so I had a doubt about the number of the goals. He says, no doubt for you, my friend.
That is 9.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's 9. And again, that came from a Mongolian mistake there. You saw Pavard plays the ball across his own box. Whether that's an intentional input from somebody or whether that's a missed input, it doesn't matter. Either it's a mistake within the actual game itself, or it's a mistake via your inputs. If you're under pressure, take it from me, folks, you will make errors in terms of what you're pressing on a controller. As we said yesterday, when people see short free kicks, they start to panic and they press a load of buttons and hope that it either clears the ball or it selects the right defender for you. This is the same type of thing. You could be under pressure, you press the analog stick or you press the D-pad in the wrong direction, you've pressed your input, and by the time the ball's gone clear, it's too late and they've read it and they've scored.
Yes, as Harry Styles told one time, you had to go in one direction. You know? That jokes for the win. You know about this 5-0.
He's here all week, folks. He's literally here all week.
It's what we need to do here.
But as we see, time ticking on here again. You talk about it from a Croatia perspective. They will take a lot of confidence. Again, we talk about we spoke about it in the previous game about visibility on big stages. Croatian esports. Again, we've seen them in previous tournaments, in like the Euros, for example, things of that nature. This will give them a bit of a shot in the arm. As we see Depay move forward. Depay going once more.
I like that kind of play. I know it's risky, but that's what you have to do when you're 5-0.
It's the finer details, and it's the higher level types of play that you will get. You will get players where it's, oh, actually, I need to throw a dummy. I need to do something to open up the direction of the pass or open up the direction of the shot. As you see there, Lewandowski, Depay, great back heel, controlled shot into the post. Unfortunately, not cleared it away.
Por favor.
You saw now. Again, you talk about misinputs. I will give you one other tip for the chat and for yourself. If you are charging up a clearance, it's going to take longer than if you just press clear.
Yeah, I always play press clear.
Which is what happened there. It's charged up. You saw the power go fully to red, and you know full well that,
it's
again,
better.
if there's a chance there...
It's better to clear wherever it goes than to have this goal.
Anywhere but there is where you want that ball.
Exactly.
Anywhere but there. It's unlucky that it's ricocheted off the post, but again, the clearance, again, had he have potentially turned the other way, he probably would have got away with that. But because...
Even to throw it to the corner or to the side.
Goes out for a corner, goes out for a throw-in, whatever the case may be. But again, it's there. I think that's
it's more than 10.
Yeah, it's 10 goals now that we've seen. So again, we've seen plenty of goals today.
And Victor from South Africa is chanting the 10 goal.
He's loving it.
Where is Messi, says Muhammad. No, he doesn't play here anymore.
He may not. And here's Kese.
He's in Australia right now, dancing.
Here's to Ferran Torres, Gavi, Lewandowski, Memphis Depay. Depay to Ferran Torres, takes the dummy to get himself some space. You'll notice there the pressure was on from the opponent for his teammate. Kese, Depay takes the dummy. Again, you see there. Now, again, it's the danger you have. I don't know how that's gone through there, but it's fallen to Musiala.
Yeah, by now.
But the danger here is when you call the teammate press, as I've said, it's like 3 or 4 seconds of pressure.
Yes.
But it will just drag the player out of whatever position.
And it leaves a hole.
And it leaves a gigantic hole behind. And yes, it is a risky strategy to go and play, kind of almost to use an American football term, to go and use double coverage.
Yes.
But sometimes that's what you require. It's a lot to master with that pressuring because there's timings and there's right situations to do it. Here's Torres. Because to take your point from earlier where you were talking about man-to-man coverage, or man-to-man defending,
yes,
I find that to be a lot better of a tactic than to start dragging players out of position.
Yes, because, I mean, what we can see from this match is that it's not about how many players do you put in
again. Lewandowski!
It's not about how many players you put in the defense. It's about how you will defend with those players.
Exactly. And I think that's the kind of the meat and potatoes of it, as it is that it doesn't matter how many people you put at the back, or it doesn't matter. You spoke about it in terms of players who've got the controllers in their hands. That's what we're looking at right now. You have one controller that is in the hands of a player who is very comfortable with their play style, very comfortable with how they're playing. And as we've seen from Mongolia's stats and their previous games, it's not really too much to shout about.
No, this match, as you may already know, it's a close match. The numbers are amazing. More than 10 goals of difference between these two players. Still 20 minutes to go. So I think that for now we just want to look, enjoy, see the little details. Don't care about the score anymore. I mean, this match right now, it goes in another direction.
Yeah. Well, just keep your eyes peeled. When Croatia are attacking, just keep your eyes peeled and almost have almost a tracer on the ball in terms of the passing. And you'll notice the difference in terms of their attacking mind. You'll see it here. So, again, I could probably even talk through it at one point. Hopefully, as we see, though, Mongolia trying to stifle the attack here. So there's Alonso. Back to Depay. Triangle. Gavi. Into Torres. Towards Lewandowski. Would have been a triangle. So it's that kind of almost triangle offense that is the key to getting some joy in this game. So, again, if you are watching at home, try and use players that are necessarily off to the left and the right of those players before going forward. Here's Torres. Gavi. Back to Torres. Gone the other way. This time, Lewandowski. He's still there, though. Didn't clear his lines.
You know, I'm speechless.
That's rare. That's very rare.
Yeah, but I'm speechless because he's playing like when you play alone. And you know, sometimes when you play online and you realize that everything is easy and you say, oh, this guy just left the controller there.
Yeah. It's a shame, though, because Mongolia, for their merits in the first game, had that goal and had something to latch onto. It's just that, as we've said, you come into a fresh game of eFootball, and if you take the lead and you start to impose your will, as we've seen from Croatia, then that's going to be where this game lies. It's going to be just Croatia who have just run away with this.
So we are at least 2 goals ahead of the 10 goals mark right now. Yesterday we had a record of 20.
Yeah, that was the United Arab Emirates against Djibouti. Of course, you can catch up on the previous broadcasts on the respective channels on Twitch and on YouTube. But there, oh no, I'm mistaken. I thought I heard a whistle and thought that was the final whistle. That was just one for offside.
Offline.
But not long left in this game. It will close out for a resounding Croatia victory. And again, I've got a couple of pals who are Croatian football fans. I'm sure if they were virtual Croatian football fans, there's a lot of animation that goes with them. But is Choupo-Moting trying to get in on goal, but Ter Stegen will clear it away. But there's a lot of passion here.
Yes.
And there is the final whistle.
Final whistle. And, you know, let's see if the players greet each other as they should. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I enjoy that very much. Smiles. It's amazing because, you know, the faces are exactly the swapped. Like the one who lost is smiling, the one who won is like, yeah, I made 10 goals.
The interesting bit for players who may necessarily come here and for example, we saw, Djibouti yesterday, or we just saw with Mongolia there, they'll be able to pick up lessons from these games. So it's not necessarily, oh, it's all doom and gloom and, oh, we just got beaten. Actually, you can learn something from these games that you are playing. Yes, it's going to be uncomfortable, of course, if you are losing to that fashion, but you've still got lessons you can learn. You've got stuff that you can look back on.
I mean, perhaps this one goal is something very valuable.
That's it, and that's the thing. He can turn around and say, well, actually, I've got a goal there. Let me go and have a look how I got it. And to be fair, he got it, as we'll probably see in the highlights shortly.
Okay, let's see the highlights in that case. Why not?
And this is where we'll see that goal. And,
yes.
and again, in terms of the goals that were being scored, you can see as we look at the goals again, Ronaldo found his way in. And he had Eriksen, Rashford, a triangle there, if you saw there. And interestingly, of course, we didn't even notice this in the commentary. There was a switch in team.
Yeah,
we just realised.
When I was keeping my score, I said, but why did I put... They swapped teams. What happened here?
Yeah, so you can see here that's where the error came in. So it was that driven or the stunning pass which led to the error. But again, that's something to latch onto in the sense of if you're looking to adopt or carry on a play style, you can be an effective defensive counter-attacking player. We've seen them before. We will no doubt see people again who will adopt that type of mentality. Of course, when you're looking at Croatia here, it was just free scoring. That goal there, the Gavi scooped through ball.
That was beautiful.
It's fantastic bit of skill. And again, just through balls that were it was precision, as you would say. It's precision. It was everything it needed to be. It was clinical. And I'm sure when we see the actual stats, it will be quite dominant.
It's like if you have the Great Wall of China and you have a guy with a drill. So if you point the drill to the exact point with the exact pressure, you will be able to drill a hole.
Absolutely.
And this is what he do. He had like this whole wall of defenders, no problem at all. He break it one and every time.
Every block came tumbling out there.
Exactly. So here we are. This match is a very good match. We have still 2 matches that I think will be the best matches that will come today. But first, let's see what happened here.
Yeah.
8 goals to 0 in this last game.
But to be honest, you pointed out the passes in the first game.
Yes.
The passes were a lot tighter in that game, and so was the possession.
But look at the shots.
So that tells the tale of, as you said before, you get to the last quarter of the pitch, and you can't get that last piece of the jigsaw.
Yes.
So again, you're looking at it in terms of interceptions. Again, their level. So again, the ball retention and getting back the ball, it was level, but it was just such a better piece of quality from Croatia.
And also, when you see that many shots and so few saves, there is something that to be explained there. The precision was the accuracy and the precision was on top. So this is, I think, a wrapped match. We will see how the group goes. We still have 2 excellent matches. We will have the player from Thailand that yesterday was amazing, and we will have Brazil, we will have Netherlands. We still have a lot to bring.
Still got much more to come.
And that will be after the break.
Absolutely.
Stay here. It's a short minute break.
Don't move. Don't move.
it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass in 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. all their money got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
And here we are once again live from Bali in the second day of the International Esports Tournament from IESF.
Yeah, it's really, really heating up at this point in time. We're getting through to the very last throws of the play-in tournament, or the play-in group stage, as it were. And we've got a little bit of business to attend to with these two games that are coming up. We've got a couple of good players that we have anticipated, and we saw one yesterday, which we're now going to see up next.
Yes, yesterday every eyes were looking at Thailand because he had a great match, great football playing. Well, we're going to see Thailand against Brunei. So if you say, okay, but how good may be the Brunei player, remember how good was the Bahrain player.
So indeed.
Perhaps the size of the country has nothing to do on how good you may be at that game. And you know what? The prices are also never care about where you come from. The prices are the same for everybody.
Exactly that.
We have 25 grand.
Yeah, $25,000. You got $12,000 for the winner, $8,000 for the runner-up, and of course $5,000 for the third place playoff winner.
If I win this kind of prize, I will stay in Bali. You know, I get this prize in Bali. I say, what do you want to do? Give me this in nights of hotel. I don't need anything more. So here are the faces of our competitors. Thailand against Brunei. I want to see if they can keep what they did yesterday.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they bring out. And as you can see, strangely, as you talked about Brunei, you talked about what type of player we're going to see. Have a look at the right-hand side of your screen. 39 shots and 30 on target, more importantly. 8 goals. But, of course, you can see the efficiency of Thailand. 28 shots, 23 on target, 16 goals, and averaging 2.7 goals a game. So, again, if you were thinking, where do you think this is going to land, you would think it's on the side of Thailand. Because, of course, we've seen them already. We know what gameplay that it can bring in. But, of course, I think on both of our predictions, on our prediction sheet, I think we were both looking at Thailand to take this one.
Let's see what the tail of the tape bring us. In this case, our predictions for today, I'm 1 point ahead of you, Wes, I must say.
1 point.
Yeah, I
know.
three, you have 2.
I know.
Yeah. I'm very serious about this.
I'll buy you a trophy later on.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, in terms
I count
of
on it. So let's see what can we expect from this match. We said both Thailand. I think it's the most obvious solution, but we need to see if this is true.
I think that's informed more so by what we've seen already. So again, it's almost the you see that? No, I'm taking that. That's the same rule as earlier. I think looking at it from Thailand's point of view, we've already seen a bit of what Thailand can do against a very challenging game in Spain. However, to say that with Brunei having looked at those stats that we've just seen,
We
it
may
kind
have-
of paints a little bit of a picture that this might be a bit of a slugfest.
Yeah, it will be a very interesting game, a very offensive game. So when you have two offensive players, what I like to look is at their defense.
Yeah.
Because I already know that they do know how to attack.
Well, we're going to find out shortly just how much they can attack and just how much they can defend as we're waiting to just be under starters' orders.
We are here on the World Cup of Esports. Brunei in the black shirt, Thailand on the burgundy shirt. Let's see which teams did they pick.
And I can see, eagle-eyed, I can see the fleeces of FC Barcelona, and I can see one fleece of Inter Milan, which I am very much a fan of. I love a bit of Inter Milan only because one of my favourite teams when I used to compete, Belgium, because they had so many good stars, one of which, of course, Romelu Lukaku, who I used to refer to as a rampaging Belgian. It feels as though he could literally just knock people out of the way, left, right and centre. And, of course, you look at their lineup, it's slightly different than it used to be nowadays, but you've got Steven de Vrij, Skriniar, and then you've got Gagliardini, Brozovic, Kalhanoglu, who is a free kick specialist, might I add, Romelu Lukaku, and the two Argentines, as we pointed out yesterday, in Joaquin Correa and Lautaro Martinez, have been, again, were used to good effect yesterday in terms of what we saw from Thailand. Of course, on the other side of things, which I would suggest, given it was Thailand that we saw use Inter Milan yesterday, this is Brunei's lineup. It's Robert Lewandowski to lead the line in a 4-3-2-1.
Alone in the dark.
Striker, which normally lends itself to one of my favourite lineups, which is a bit of a Christmas tree. However, that does not look like a Christmas tree. That's more, it's more of almost a 4-1-4-1. So
two anchors.
Two anchors. It gives you, I suppose, that formation. When I look at it from Brunei, it gives you a bit of freedom. If you have Sergi Busquets, who's going to be your go-to holding midfielder, you're then going to give your team license to get forward. It can cause a bit of damage and cause a bit of trouble here. Here is Pedri. As we see, Thailand are going from left to right, and Brunei are going from right to left. As Sergio Busquets looks to play a ball forward here, is Robert Lewandowski, plays it wide to Dembele, goes out for another shot. Onana has to pour it out into the left-hand or the right-hand side as we looked at it of his goal, and that will be a corner for Brunei.
Brunei playing with Barcelona, as our man Wesa guessed.
As we see here, ball is cleared away into the path of Romelu Lukaku onto Kalhanoglu. Lautaro Martinez back to Lukaku. Martinez with a little bit of a special spin on him there. Lukaku to Correa. Correa to Martinez. Lukaku. He's got Correa with him, but Gerard Piqué
And
will
you
be
know,
that brick wall in the way.
That's how you know if someone knows his game. We just with seeing the stats, you know who will play with which team. That's knowing the game.
that's certainly knowing the game. It's a little bit of guesswork too. As Lukaku shapes to shoot, and it is the Belgian that gives Thailand the lead.
Minutes ago, Wesa was saying, if you play with Romelu Lukaku in the forward, you have an anchor point. You have someone that will keep the ball, will hold the ball, and will try to score. And this is exactly what happened. Just 8 virtual minutes was more than enough for Thailand to recover a ball.
Yeah, it was a bit of a scrappy mistake there, but instead Lukaku just turns on the jets, gets onto that left foot of his.
And cleans everything.
Absolutely clears everybody out. And as you say, it's as much as you have a defensive anchor, you can have an offensive anchor. You can have somebody that will bring players into play. Lukaku very much fits that mould. We have mentioned so many times to eFootball fans who have been, viewing these streams as to how many of those players exist within the game. I'm sure you can find out more when you look into the game yourselves. But as we talk about it here, Inter Milan are just back under a little bit of pressure, but Brunei managed to try and force something, but instead it appears to have gone for a goal kick. So Brunei trying to just readdress the balance a little bit here. As you can see, headed down. Brozovic. Again, we talked about defensive anchors. One of the premium ones at the moment is Lautaro Martinez. Fakes the pass and then tries to get the ball through. But Koundé will find the tackle. Here's Pedri. Brunei looking for an immediate response here. Skriniar intercepts it. Here's DeMarco. On towards Lautaro Martinez. Instead, Busquets wins the header and PK wins it down. So is that going to be what we'd suggest would be a shock goal, or do we think that that's going to be more to come? Because at the moment, Brunei look like they're growing back into this game with Gavi and PK.
Watching the face of the player, I can see him concentrated. He doesn't seem like very nervous. So this is just exactly what you told us you have to do in these moments. Keep the calm, get rid of the marker, focus on your game. There's an open game yet.
Yeah, you have to just stay on your game plan. You don't want to feed into somebody else's game plan. If it's, for example, if you know that your opponent is high press, if you know that your opponent will press you, you don't want to start playing the ball round at the back. You don't want to start trying to play possession with him. You want to just beat the press, as we see there. Lewandowski chipped away. Pedri!
And that's an equalizer, as we want to call them. Just what we were talking about. The Brunei player say, okay, I'm losing. Okay, you started with an early goal. Okay, I will come again to the match. And that's exactly what he did. We have a beautiful match coming out. 1-1. Everything starts again. See, interesting. Good keeping, but always the second player is still on the play. That's focus. That's being concentrated.
Absolutely. If you're looking for a blend, or if you were making a ready-made esports player of eFootball at home, it's two ingredients: mentality plus skill. If you can keep your head and you can perform at the right times, as Brunei, as you said, have done, they've kept their calm, they've kept their composure, they're able to put this game back onto Thailand. And now the seeds of doubt are there. If you're Thailand, the seeds of doubt. He may have seen this before because, again, don't forget, the game against Spain, there's a little bit of that kind of nerves and nervous energy that was there. But Gagliardini looking to make a way through, but just, if you look at the body feints that are being tried by Thailand, they're just trying to give the opponent the idea of what they're going to do and then try and do the opposite. Here's Marcos Alonso, chips it out wide to Kawunde.
Very virtual minutes passed by, 1-1. Brunei against Thailand. Very interesting match.
Indeed, indeed. And you would imagine that these guys may have played against each other once or twice before, as Dembele gets in. Lewandowski pulls the trigger, but it's well wide of the post. A little bit too much power on that, a little bit too much urgency. We talk about emotions and maybe a little bit of excitement there, thinking, I've got a chance on goal, and instead he pulls it wide.
I think it's more difficult to hold that second before shooting from wherever, that to get to that point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a skill that you acquire over time in terms of that composure. It's a well-known skill, as we see Dembele finds it into Gavi, into De Jong. De Jong to the back post looking for Lewandowski. It's fallen to Pedri. Oh, it's just over the bar. Chances falling for Brunei.
What I can see from the Brunei player is that he has an overall sight of the pitch. He's coming always with another opportunity. He's never just on the guy who holds the ball. There are always one or two players there just following the play.
You could swear he's got eyes in the back of his head, the player for Brunei. But again, interestingly, that formation that we called out at the start, that 4-1-4-1, has kind of allowed that attacking freedom.
Yes.
Has allowed it. You've got, as you said, you've got a defensive base, or you've got a base to build from. And as you said, you talked about foundations earlier on today. You talked about having that solid foundation. That's what Brunei have got here, and that's what is kind of making them dangerous here. Is Lewandowski to Gavi, back to Lewandowski, back to Gavi.
And now
just goes
the match
again.
Was taken over by Brunei. I mean, we had at the beginning Thailand making the shots. In this part, it's all Brunei.
They are, but it only takes 1 second to score a goal. Here's Lautaro Martinez, Romelu Lukaku, dummies to stop himself. Can't get past the challenge of Gavi.
Good defending.
Good defending. Put your body in the way of the ball and the player. That's what you were always taught as a kid. Here's Gavi onto De Jong. De Jong. It's a good challenge from Skinner, but the ball's given away again. Last chance could come to Barcelona. Here's Lewandowski.
Whoa.
De Jong onto Dembele. Oh, and it's a header.
Nice set of touches.
Very, very good set of touches. It's as I would like to say, it's delicately poised.
Yes,
it's very, very, very delicate.
Exactly.
And as you can see, though, Barcelona, 63% possession of the ball.
Yes. Yes.
Do you think that Thailand were anticipating that from Brunei?
No, I don't think so. Because at the start, when the first Thailand goal came, I say, oh, we are here for a show. And no,
Yep.
The Brunei team rebuilt its entire strategy toward the goal, and after the equalizer, they took total control of the game. So right now, if you ask me who has more chances, in this exact moment, I think it's Brunei.
It has been Brunei. Brunei have had the majority of the chances. The only issue, of course, is that those couple of chances that they have had, they've gone wide or they've not quite pulled them off and not got that second goal. Does that mean, though, that they're going to be costly mistakes? Here is Lewandowski. Pedri, Gavi, back to Pedri. Here's Busquets looking to just size up a long ball. Here he does so. Gavi just caught offside, just is a little bit too early.
Yes. Not much. He was returning.
He was coming back, but had he have left, or had he given himself enough time, it may have been Lewandowski he may have been looking for with the long ball.
And that was enough to be offside.
Yep. You can see here as well, interestingly, line push forward in terms of Barcelona. Now, if you know your football rules, you can't be offside in your own half. So if Correa can get to this, which he can't, would have been completely onside there, which is very, very dangerous play. If we talk about risks and reward, that is very, very tight indeed. Here's Lewandowski, though. Here's Pedri. Pedri looking to shape up here. What can he do? Tries to get the ball into the box, and Nana makes the save.
And I want to answer Mr. Cool on the chat that asks in which platform we're playing. Of course, we're playing in PlayStation 5.
Yeah, we are. We are indeed. As Gavi makes his way forward, it's Lewandowski. It's fallen to Onana. Here is Darmian. Galanoglu, Lukaku. Correa, he didn't realise what his role was in that. He went far too early and took the ball away from his compatriot. Won't matter a jot, though, because the goalkeeper has given it back to Inter Milan. It's Lautaro Martinez. It's Lukaku. It's whacking Correa. Oh, it's off the post. Anywhere will do, though, for Brunei. That was what we were talking about last game. If you've got a ball that's ricocheted, get it clear. Do not mess about with it. Don't try and play out. Just get rid of the ball, and you can sort out the corner or goal kick later on.
And you can see the difference. Barcelona touched very short passes. In this case, Milan made 3 very long passes, and that was enough to get to the goal.
Which is what we have said before. We have said high-caliber players will adjust their gameplay to what team they are playing with. Barcelona's strengths, it's tiki-taka, it's short passing, it's compact and possession. As we alluded to in the early go, Inter Milan, it's got to be direct, it's got to be up to Lukaku, it's got to be knockdowns, it's got to be combination plays to get in and behind. And as we said, for stat balancing earlier on, or for uniform stats, the pace isn't always there either. So you've got to make sure that you are pinpoint. Here's Lewandowski.
Do you know there's a word in Spanish that is pelotazo or balonazo, and that means bigger balls, long balls.
It is, but that's the cleanest through ball we've seen today. Lautaro Martinez! Thailand retake the lead. 2 goals to 1, 20 minutes to go.
And just where we're complaining about pelotazos, this is not pelotazo at all.
it's not at all. It was a wonderful through ball. As we see it again, Martinez has Lukaku in the box. Will he use him? He does. But it's the Belgian who comes away second best from a Barcelona defender. It is a corner. Fast and frenetic it has come. It's all of a sudden the reversal of that pressure from Brunei that was early on has now changed completely in the way of Inter Milan and of Thailand. His Gagliardini, Brozovic, taken away by Sergi Busquets. Foul given, though. Now, we've seen the trickery. Now, does he go trickery again? Because if we remember against Spain, he went under the wall. Now, does he do that again? Have we seen that trick too many times already? Or does he got something else in the locker? Let's find out.
I don't know.
Yeah, you see this.
You told yesterday that he burned his streak.
Well, this is another thing here. Rapidly changing your free kick taker will reset the goalkeeper. So if they're moving about, it will reset them so you can take a quick shot. Here we go. Let's have a look. Goes under the wall. Big save. Keeper was wise to it that time. It is a corner ball. Let it be in no doubt if you're in the chat that these guys will have studied one another. There will be game film that will be around here. Inter Milan put the ball into the box. Pedri intercepts it. It's Brozovic. Gagliardini. Sergio Busquets will clear that one away.
And we have people from Brunei on the chat. Adib Hakim say, Ayo Brunei. Hello, Adib.
Fantastic.
Nice to have you here.
There's a real international feel to the World Esports Championships, and it is summed up by its fans, its supporters, and by its participants as Gagliardini looks to try and create some space. It's the Italian that tries to get into Lautaro Martinez.
And you know that the table turns.
Yes.
Because it was, at the start, it was a Thailand game. Then Brunei had like 30 minutes for themselves. And right now, everything is again on Thailand's hands.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of what we are looking at here, again, it's one of those games where, as we said yesterday, we watched Spain v Thailand, and it may just be a trait of Thailand's games, but you can sit here in silence and enjoy this. It's that kind of level of gameplay, as we see Lukaku just trying to make his way forward, but its use of the ball, you'll notice how effective that they are with it. They try not to spare anything with this ball. As you can see, Kounde, Gavi, Sergio Busquets to Gavi. Gavi's got runners in front of him. Sergio Busquets is one of them. Skriniar will intercept it, though, and that will leave a defensive hole where Sergio Busquets once was. You can see Brunei dragging players back to cover Sergio Busquets. The issue is, there's still that line.
Like ants when you pour hot water, you know?
Indeed, but you can still see gaps that are forming here. It's Correa in towards Lukaku, headed back to the goalkeeper.
Brunei seems to have lost their calm.
Yes, it seems to be that there's a bit of a rush here. There's a bit of a rush, but sometimes you can rush and do some benefit. Here's Robert Lewandowski up against Steven de Vrij, takes the right touch. It's Pedri. Pedri across the box to De Jong. Dembele. Davian.
Good defending.
Gets it away. Stubborn, as we've said before. Here's Sergi Busquets. It's Kalhanoglu who's robbed it in transition. It's Romelu Lukaku. Correa. Last chance surely for Inter Milan. It's Kalhanoglu. Will Thailand play for time, or will they go for the extra goal? It's Gagliardini. Brozovic. Dembele clears away. There is the final whistle in a very entertaining game one.
Very nice
of Thailand versus Brunei.
Yes, very nice match. It had everything that we expected.
Yeah, absolutely.
It started with Thailand very aggressive, very, very precise, very fast going to the goal. It had Brunei coming for the game, making an equalizer. After that, being able to tilt a little bit the pitch in his favor, but Thailand has this kind of player that when they have an opportunity, they don't miss.
Yeah.
So it took the 2-1, and from there on, I think the match was never at risk again from Thailand.
Yeah, and I think looking at it, when we look at the story of that particular leg of the game, you could look at it and go, Thailand, I've already been on live stream once. Brunei were like, you've already been here. I'm going to show you my gameplay. I'm going to show you me. So when they conceded that first goal, Brunei looked to just kind of get involved and just really get back into the game, which they have done, which is great.
Let's see who are the athletes that are being at this moment in the center stage, in the fire stage. Here we are in Bali, Indonesia. Of course, my friends, do you want to know who the main sponsors of this activity are?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of that, I mean, again, as we said, in terms of investment and sponsorship, these guys are here and they've made this type of thing possible for us.
I want to say thank you very much to the JHL group.
Yeah, we've got JHL Auto, Nusupay, DAS, Gundam Crypto, Taiwan Excellence, Pertamina, and Hydro Coco.
And of course, the official telco partner is Telkomsel. Thank you very much, Telkomsel.
Yeah, we've got the official smartphone partner, the Samsung Galaxy A series.
I need one.
You do?
But yes, of course, and I will use it with the internet service provider, which is in the home.
That's very smooth, that was. You styled that one out. As travel management partner of HIN.
And the hotel partner, the Episode Hotel and the Merusaka Hotel. Both of them are beautiful in different parts of the island.
And we'd say that even if that wasn't sponsored, I'll be absolutely
honest.
The Esports broadcast partner, we've got Mineski Global, the Indonesia Football E-League and the ESID.
And the production partner is Lemon ID.
And then we've got, from the media partners, we've got Trans2Ju, Deticom, esport.id, video.com, Dunia Games, Dens TV, Dens Play, Metaputith, Bola Score, thank you very much.
No,
and then
Kami
Bajak. And then in terms of government support, we have Kemen Parekaf, Kemen Pora, Koni, NOC, and Wonderful Indonesia.
Yeah, Wonderful Indonesia. I will never forget about Wonderful Indonesia.
Well, you say it every stream. You literally say it at the start of every stream.
Yeah, but if something is Indonesia, it's wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you are quite right. I mean, it is literally wonderful.
Today, when I had breakfast, I went to the beach a little bit and I say, well, I'm in paradise. I'm still alive because I know I'm going to paradise. But I say, this is too soon.
Yeah,
this is not my call, you know. But this place is amazing.
Yep.
And we're coming back to another game.
We got game 2 of Thailand versus Brunei, which, like, you can forget what we've just seen. We're going to see another go of it, which is going to be great to watch.
Yes, why not? Let's see what do we have for second game. Brunei on the black shirt, Thailand on the burgundy shirt. And we are ready to go.
Yeah, a rerun of that, please, Thailand and Brunei. A rerun of that is exactly what the doctor ordered. I would absolutely love to see that. But I'd also like to see a reverse of the fixture because, again, I'm a fan of good gameplay.
Here we are again for game 2. It's Brunei against Thailand. With Barcelona, it's Brunei. With Inter Milan, it's Thailand.
Yeah, we can see Martinez going to lead the charge quickly and urgently. It's dancing feet from the Argentine.
Yes, sir.
Can't quite get his way through the box there. Brozovic is quietly intercepted by Lewandowski's Dembele, Kessie. Skriniar intercepts his Kalanoglu. Gagliardini gives the ball away. Here's Marcos Alonso. Dembele to Kessie, to Gavi. Sergio Busquets, Piqué, Pedri, Lewandowski. Bastoni introduced, again, again another youngster. Well, I say youngster nowadays, you know, mid-20s is, early 20s is considered old nowadays in terms of the players we can see on the pitch. Of course, we've got Gavi as well, who's just turned, 18? And, you know, you look at youngsters, he's a little bit more established within that lineup. Interesting to see that he's been brought into this Inter Milan lineup. Here's Romelu Lukaku. And just to remind you, if you are just joining us, right to left is Thailand with Inter Milan. Left to right is Brunei with Barcelona, and currently the tail of the tape is 2-1 to Thailand. Of course, this is a best of 2, and it is an aggregate score that is taken for the result of the game. So, again, you'll be able to do the maths and work out what's required. Here's Dembele, double touch, doesn't quite pull off, and Darmian will get that one clear. Here's DeMarco, Bastoni. Darmian chips one forward, finds Lukaku. PK intercepts, finds Marcos Alonso. Alonso chips one out wide to Dembele. Dembele has runners, and he spotted one in the form of Gavi. Gavi's got 2 over. One of them is Pedri. Oh, it's a brilliant save. Manual save. Onana spoiled it, and Pedri scores at the second time of asking.
But what you say was exact on point. The first save was a brilliant save.
Brilliant save.
But, you know, it's brilliant, but it bounces back to the middle. And when it bounces back to the middle, you have a great opportunity because the goalie, it's already on the pitch. He's already on the floor. That's a good opportunity, and it's 1-0 for Barcelona.
When you have 2 players over, the odds of scoring increase dramatically.
Of course.
And, of course, we have to call out brilliant manual save in the build-up here.
Yes.
But, again, the presence of mind to still keep that ball off. It's a wonderful save. Ball pops up. Pedri still rises above and gets the header in. And now we have a game because Brunei have equalised. Again, just to put you guys in the context, Brunei have now equalised on aggregate score. And now we have the game that we asked for.
And I don't want to tire you with my Spanish says, but there is one football Spanish say in Argentina that says, dos cabezazos en el área son gol. What does it mean? 2 headers in the box is a goal.
Wait 1 second. Ball is in play. And we didn't see what would happen there, but it was Romelu Lukaku that was running through pretty much from kickoff. And unfortunately did not find the back of the net, but chance is still there. Martinez, Gagliardini!
And now you have it.
And now we have it. And now that is an instant response from Thailand.
Which we've seen all along the tournament. It's a good question to ask to the players. I will ask it today. Why it's so difficult to defend after you score? Why? Is it because you're not concentrating?
If you look at it mechanically from the game, you manually have to drag players back to prevent and check for stuff.
I know.
From a mentality point of view, yeah, you're absolutely right. Your emotions from I'm 1-0 down to, I've just equalised, yes. And then your emotion again goes to, okay, I've completely blanked out of it. And by that time, it's too late. And again, as we say, the panic sets in. You'll see players furiously trying to select players because they know something's coming and they're trying to stop it. So it's almost like there's a bit of panic because you go, okay, well, I know that it's most vulnerable here. I'm going to panic and try and control the game, but it just doesn't always work.
And I think that what you said about dragging players is also important because when you are playing in the middle of the game, you had your team spread all around the pitch.
Yep.
When you start after a goal, all of that is compressed and players are not on their natural positions.
Yep,
and
absolutely.
you suffer a lot
Yep.
when that
Wonderful
happens.
through ball. It's Sergio Busquets that was looking to make a run, but appeared to be just offside. Well, I say just offside. It's at least a yard that's offside there. But again, will we see the same type of defensive line push that we saw earlier on? We won't. Instead, it will be a short one to Brozovic. Brozovic to Martinez. Lukaku. Lukaku looking to... Oh, that's a wonderful spin, and I don't think he realised. I don't think Thailand realised just how much space that they had there. Although, that, again, if you are Thailand, you're Brunei, chances are being made each side here. So the good news is there's always going to be another one.
Yes, the match is open. The match is definitely open. Just one goal is the distance between Thailand and Brunei at this moment in favor of Thailand. If you're just tuning in here, people from South America are just waking up. Hello, I'm Firita Catalano from Argentina, along with the great Guetza from the UK. If you play eFootball, you may know that we really love this game.
We do indeed. Such is passion for video games and football. When they both come together, it is almost magical. Here is Brozovic. Looking to just try and figure out where is the... And you notice why he's biding time. It's patience because all of Inter Milan's players were offside. He's waiting for them to come back onside. Good patience there from Thailand. Ball goes across the box. It's cleared away.
He was just some meters ahead of the ball.
He was very, very close to latching onto that ball. You see there, top left-hand corner, the stat that flashed up there, 88% of passes completed by Barcelona, 85% completed by Inter Milan. It's a very, very high-level gameplay that we're seeing here today. Here's Brozovic. Over to Kalanooglu. It's cleared away. And as far as Lewandowski. Lewandowski looking over to Pedri. Nothing there for him. Half-time on here. Ref has added 1 minute of added time. Would that be enough for Kalanooglu, the Turk, to get involved? He can't. And it's Marcos Alonso that will clear that away. And there is half-time. And as we tend to find with the games that have the most action, these halves of eFootball go incredibly quick.
Yes, of course. They seem to last less than other matches. And I was writing here, what a great level we've seen from the Arab Kingdom countries.
Oh, absolutely.
We've seen it with Bahrain, now we're seeing it with Brunei. So it doesn't mind how big the country is, how many people you may have or not have. If the player is talented, we're seeing that the level, and also you speak about this during this stream, it's very important, the local scene, how soon the players get to play, how much they play in a month, in a week, in a year. That's very important for the level. And a lot of players came us saying, I would like to have in my city more tournaments, in my country more tournaments.
They may just get their wish. Speaking of getting their wish, Inter Milan trying to push the issue here in Thailand, just knocking at that door. Again, it would have been from kickoff, which, again, as we talked about, it's a very vulnerable part of the game. Here's Gagliardini, Brozovic, Correa. Beautiful one-touch passing leads to Lukaku, but it's cleared away. Here's Bastoni to DeMarco, to Gagliardini, Brozovic, to Correa, Lautaro Martinez. Still going is Martinez. Looking to just shape. He got away from Gavi. Here's Gagliardini in towards Joaquin Correa. Kessie gets the clearance away. Here's Sergio Busquets. Lewandowski. It's a 3-on-2. If Dembele can find the right ball here, he may be able to get involved. Dembele takes the turn. Can't find a pass out.
And he turned the wrong way.
The issue is when you have players that are that quick of Ousmane Dembele's caliber, you've got to get all of your support that are that quick as well.
Yeah, yeah. And you know, in that case, we were seeing you have to turn right. You have to turn right.
Yeah,
he turned left and he lost the ball.
Yeah, indeed. DeMarco up to the front as we see that physical nature. Getting the knockdowns is sometimes the best way to play eFootball. You can see Inter Milan and Thailand are getting a lot of joy down here, but there's a break on here. It's Robert Lewandowski finds the right ball, finds Gavi. Pedri, Gavi, back to Pedri, back to Lewandowski. Lewandowski gets a lucky bounce. Oh!
And he almost did like a pass to the rival.
He almost paid 1-2 with Skriniar's leg and managed to play himself in, as we'll see it here again once more. 1-2 with Skriniar's leg, just pulled the trigger and it was just too far over.
I think the ball surprised the Brunei player as much as the Thailand player.
Yeah, to be able to anticipate ricochets and deflections, you'd have to be a very special kind of player. Like it's very random.
We are watching a game which is in the overall score 1 goal more from
Thailand. Yes, it's Thailand are 3-2 up in this tie here.
I'm tired. My English gets worse and worse.
Well, hold on to your hats because we've got a South American versus a European to follow this. But But I'll be honest, all of my eyes are fixated on this currently because, and so should at home because it's very good gameplay.
Excellent game.
Here is Brozovic trying to get through the line, but Christensen will take it away. Here's to Stegen. Blocked away by Inter Milan, but they got very lucky there. Here's Gagliardini. Get his way through here. Gagliardini once more. Busquets. The promising point, I would say, here for Brunei. You've had a couple of chances. You can make them count. Just got to finish it off, as we said. The last piece of the puzzle. Gavi plays it to Pedri. Lewandowski. Gavi over to Pedri. Got round the last defender. He's fallen over. It's Lewandowski. Pedri looking over for a cross, and Bastoni gets the challenge.
Yeah.
As we talked about Bastoni in the opening throws of this game, it's not over yet. Gavi trying to get through again, but it's Gagliardini that will take it clear. Here's Sergio Busquets. The ball is not let dead. It is not dead yet. Here is Dembele. Dembele, little double touch, little feint around the defender. Can't quite get the rest of it. Here's Correa, though. Kalanoglu, you've got to be careful of this counter if you are Brunei. Here's Lautaro Martinez looking for Lukaku. Christensen blocks it off. This is end-to-end stuff.
Yes, it's true. And if you're just coming here to this stream, if
you've joined
South
at
America,
a brilliant time.
Yeah,
You've joined here as Pedri gets forward. Pedri looking to get the cross into the box. DeMarco gets the block away.
And I want to say hello to Muhammad Rido, to Lukman Hakim, to Al Zabian, all of them in the chat. Thank you very much for being there. We are live from Bali.
Martinez, it's deflected. It was going to be a cutback. It's deflected in as an own goal. And that will be, as we said earlier, and we coined the phrase earlier, that right there is a spirit breaker.
Yes, it is, because Brunei was coming, was trying, was holding the ball, was making everything almost perfect. But, you know, when you get confused which is your own goal, things like this may happen.
Well, it goes back to what you said on day one. And we talked about, mentality and skill being the perfect blend of an eFootballer. Kind of forgot about the element of luck.
Yeah, that's true.
Because to win tournaments like this and to go into latter stages, you need luck. Yeah. You do need some. And granted, it was a cut across, which wasn't really on. It would have been a very kind of narrow angle as we've seen before. I don't think I would have backed Inter Milan to score at that point. I'd go out on a limb. If we watch it back on the replay or when we do get the highlights after this game, I don't think they would have scored that cutback. So it's kind of a bit of fortune that there was a defender that accidentally knocked it into his own net. So I you know, although I'm sure the Thailand representative will happily challenge me on that after the game.
And
but,
you know, we have some people on the chat writing in Spanish. Do you dare to read this?
Oh no, absolutely not. No, unfortunately, I am not going to butcher anybody else's language.
8 a.m. in the morning. I don't understand English, but here I am. A hug from Paca de Carlo. Thank you very much, Paca.
We appreciate it. Even if you don't follow the English, or if you don't follow, or at least you're just watching and enjoying what is almost a festival of football here.
Yeah, of course, and this guy knows his video games.
It's perfect. It's perfect. If you are enjoying the gameplay, thank you very much for joining us. Again, we still have one more game in it, but there is still time on this clock.
Un abrazo grande. That's
I'm going to say that's
hug, a big hug.
Fantastic.
Un abrazo grande.
Un abrazo grande.
Un abrazo grande para Paca.
Abrazo grande. Fantastic. As you can see, Inter, 5 minutes from time here. Roll the ball into the box. It's cleared away. And it's booted once more here. Here's Bastoni.
Let's go,
Barcelona.
Brunei, says Akeo. Indonesia, when? Indonesia at the quarterfinals.
Yeah, the quarterfinals, they have a direct bye into the quarterfinals, being the host nation. Martinez trying to win the header. It's cleared. It's panicked, I would say, there, just to try and get the ball forward.
Keep the spirit, commentators. You're the best, says Mohamed. Thank you very much, Mohamed.
I'll
love
take being
reading
called
the chat.
I'll take being called the best, but I think some of the people may just have a question about that. It's Nico Barella. Again, not long left on the clock here. It looks like it's going to be Thailand's day.
Just one more minute.
One more minute. I've added time here. Could there be an exclamation point? It's Lukaku! And there it is. That is the exclamation point on the end of the sentence. That is this game between Thailand and Brunei.
Yes, this game is sealed. 3 goals difference between Thailand and Brunei. So this was, I think, for the day, the best match we've seen.
I think so. In terms of levels, I would say that
both players.
Of both players, because again, a credit to Brunei in terms of, as we said, you know, in terms of we didn't know as an entity what they would be like. They've certainly showed exactly what their level of play is,
Yes.
and it's very, very good. And again,
exactly.
as we've said about nations previously, you've just come up against a very good nation, against another very good nation, and that can be all it wrote.
And that's a wrap, my friends. People are clapping.
Yeah,
Thailand,
it's a very, very good game.
look, he's concentrated. The Brunei player is happy because he gave a good impression.
Oh, absolutely.
He had a good game. So, you know, there's this thing also important that you can win or lose. That may happen. But what you show on the pitch is also important.
There's things that you can look at. There's conduct, as in how you conduct yourself around, you know, in terms of like if you're kind of pleasant and polite and all those things. But that was just a brilliant piece of display. It was a very good player, as we'll see in the highlights. There's a very good player against an incredible player. And we look at Thailand, and we spoke about Thailand and the E-League in terms of things that are happening there, in terms of how good they can be. You could see the level of gameplay. There was a little bit of luck there, a little bit of luck for Brunei in that first game. But again, it was just here. There were chances that just fell by the wayside, and we saw a couple of them. I believe that there was a Pedri strike that went just over the bar. There was a couple of different things that just could have been a little bit better and a little bit kind of sharper.
Yes.
But in terms of Thailand, they did exactly what they needed to do, as you've said before. Clinical. They were conclusive in how they performed.
No, and I think they didn't came to the floor when the equalizer came, because that's something that also may happen to you when you are dominating in the game, and all of a sudden you get a goal and you can fall down into pieces.
Absolutely.
It was not what happened to this player, to who I will keep an eye.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's mental toughness is what's being shown. And like you said, as the highs that we've seen from, say, the likes of Baran today, or when they've celebrated goals, you've also have to be careful of that low, as you said, that you hit. You don't want to get too down on yourself. If you can see the goal, you carry on, you work hard, you try and get it back, and that's what we saw.
So we are here, we're live from Bali, Indonesia. We are preparing for a very important match, because we had today We started with Chad and Trinidad Tobago. The one in that case was for Trinidad Tobago. Then we went to Bahrain and Tajikistan, which was again for Bahrain. Then we had Turkmenistan,
and Austria. And we had Mongolia and Croatia. We've had a lot of very good games, as we'll see from the stats from what we saw. And again, in terms of the shots taken, there were 6 total in that game. And you said about there's games that are competed in both penalty boxes, and there's games that are competed in the middle. That very much felt for me, and you can see the amount of passes as well. That's a game that's fought in that middle of the park, and that's what we saw. But again, in terms of the ability to close, Thailand will take a lot of confidence from that going forward, certainly.
So we are here live, and I read the chat once again. Richard Evans says, "Is Indominator coming soon?" Yes, he is.
He might just be around the corner. I'm not sure, but I might have to go and get him.
I think that he's gonna close the stream today. We have just one more game. That game will be Brazil-Netherlands. For the game we just watched, what I take out is you have a very promising player, which is the Thailand player. I think he has a great potential and a great present, and we have someone with a great future.
Yeah, and that's the statement you would look at. It's the performances that were put in from Brunei. It's just because you've lost, as you said, it's not negative. Because you've shown your level of your gameplay on a live stream, in front of a live audience, in front of people who were cheering and every time that a goal or a shot went in. You've shown your level, and you've represented your country with great pride. So,
well, after this small break, Indominator, Brazil and Netherlands and Brazil, stay close, stay tuned, because we are here with the great Guesa, and we have one more excellent match for you.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. together.
sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass in 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. They got you. They got you. Got you. They got you. They got you. Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass in 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps. My
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa kerambahan Indonesia ke dunia.
So good afternoon. Today we have the PUBG team from Saudi Arabia. I have few questions to ask. For the first question, you guys have dominated the last 6 rounds and win 4 rounds out of the 6 rounds. Are you guys satisfied with the performance that you have shown on these rounds?
الحمد لله كان أداء مرضي بالنسبة لنا اليوم. وبنقدم في الأيام الجاية أحسن إن شاء الله.
Okay. For the next question, what is the key factor that helped you to win those 4 rounds?
Again.
What is the key factors that help you to win those 4 rounds?
هذا سر يعني لازم نخليه بيننا.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. For the next question, even though you have already won most of the rounds, do you think there are things that you can improve to perform better?
أكيد مع كل يوم راح تصعب البطولة فلازم نتجهز ونتدرب ونحضر كل يوم بالبطولة أفضل.
We know that the Brunei Darussalam team have won the last rounds. Do you have any change in strategy or you gonna use the same strategy to keep the momentum going?
It's على حسب نرجع نتابع ونشوف إذا بنغير شيء أو لا وإن شاء الله إنه للأفضل.
Okay, so for the last question, what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent in this PUBG game?
السؤال الخامس أكبر المخاطر إنه الخصم يكون اند زون وأنت اوت زون وماسك كومباوند فهذا شيء مرة صعب يعني فلكن إن شاء الله again.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
Here we are once again live from Bali for the last match of the day. I was expecting for this match. The moment I see it on our schedule, I say, I want to see this match because we're looking for Brazil against Netherlands.
At the start of the day, you would have looked at it and said, Brazil versus the Netherlands, that'll be our main event. they've got to go ahead and beat Thailand and Brunei's game because that was incredibly competitive.
Excellent
but
game.
If there's any two teams that are on this schedule or any two teams in this competition that are going to do that, it's going to be Brazil and the Netherlands. They are two fantastic opponents for each other. And I'm just glad that we get to watch what is essentially an eFootball heavyweight clash.
Exactly.
It's going to be everything that we want it to be, I hope.
Yes, because we will have in Dominator in the pitch the Netherlands champion, and with very good international championships on his shoulders. He's an experienced player. He was also a caster, and he's someone very, very important in the PES ecosystem community.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I know that Brazil has brought excellent players as well.
Oh, yes. Facil 10, as I've seen him walking around the complex with his name on the back of his jersey, is a stud of a player. You have got to be careful here. Now, we're going to talk about the player versus. You'll see both of the players coming onto the screen shortly. We'll continue to talk about them. But you'll see, you've got two brilliant players to go against each other who will know this game incredibly well. The key point to this, though, as I quickly dashed across and had a look, as people would always ask us, oh, can you update us on some of the results? Can you update us on the groups? This one is on a knife edge. Brazil are on 9 points. Netherlands are on 7. That's not all. Malaysia are on 6 points, and they're playing the bottom game of the group. For the mathematicians at home, if Brazil win, they are absolutely through.
Okay, Brazil needs to win.
To absolutely confirm they're through. The Netherlands need to win to confirm they're absolutely through.
Whoa, so everyone depends on himself.
Everyone depends on each other. If Malaysia win and Brazil win, they will leapfrog the Netherlands.
Yes.
If you thought drama was a thing today, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to see even more of it. You can see how level these players are in the head-to-head. Possession, they like to have a bit of it. In Dominator, I've played quite a few times, and I've also seen him play quite a few times. He's a bit of a possession hog, if he doesn't mind me saying. He loves to have the ball, but Facil 10 may just have that exact same passion that is there. You can see shots on goal, shots on target, total amount of goals. Brazil actually outscoring the Netherlands here. And according to the average of goals, it's going to be very, very tight indeed.
Yes, I know that. We are here for a treat, you know?
Oh, absolutely.
2 matches to wrap up this day 2 of the IESF. I want to say, of course, hello to all of the Brazilians watching this game.
I would imagine they have just all tuned in.
Alô, como vai, galera do Brasil? Eu acho que você vai desfrutar o próximo encontro. I say hello to Brazil fans. I know you want to enjoy this match. And we need to do our predictions.
Well, who have you got? Who have you got for this?
You know, I'm an old school man.
I know where this is going.
And I'm an Argentinian, so I will have to go with the Netherlands.
You see, because I am very much an enemy of you, despite being a friend of his, of course, I've got to pick your rival. I've got to go against Argentina. So I am taking Brazil here because I just think, and again, if you think about the narrative of the game, they need this to make sure that they are absolutely through. But so did Malaysia, and I'd imagine that this room will go crazy if Malaysia somehow beat their team and leapfrog the Netherlands. This is going to be a tough game for both players, though. Let's not get that twisted. It's not a simple walkover. It's you don't get badges for how long you've played the game. No. It's what happens within these next 180 minutes.
And you know what? It's also will be a tiebreaker for our predictions.
Game on
in the game because
game on.
We have 3 points each. Let's see.
Yeah, let's finish this off.
Who keeps the game? You know, the one who loses is the one buying the beer later. So, thank you very much, everyone who is watching this. Share this stream with your friends because if they've never seen a match, this one is a great one to start.
Yeah, we're going to have 2 back-to-back barn burners here in terms of this. I mean, and I think we've got them under starters orders, which is great to hear. This is going to be something special.
Yes, I think so. So let's go to the match.
I would say the main event. That's what this feels like. It feels like a main event, and it is 2 Titans. There's the fist bump of respect before the game.
Of course.
You can hear the animation over in the corner as well. And again, lights come down on us, and the lights go on the stage, and we are up against Bayern Munich versus Manchester United, which, as we can see here, it's going to be led by, you can hear the chant and the booming voices already that are starting the atmosphere. And Brazil are leading from left to right as Bayern Munich. Right to left is Manchester United. The Netherlands. And of course, you can see full defensive capabilities are being called upon already, just to make sure that they get away from that early goal potentially from kickoff. As you can see, Marcus Rashford back to Christian Eriksen.
And as you told, two experienced players, when the match started, they replicated.
Absolutely.
They want to cover their goal first.
Absolutely, they do. Here's Diogo Dalot. Diogo Dalot plays it back to Bender. Here's McTominay. Here's Bruno Fernandes. Runner in the middle. One of them's Ronaldo. Ronaldo up against Matthias de Ligt. And it is the Dutch defender that comes away with the ball. It's Pavard back to Manuel Neuer.
Brazil with the Bayern Munich, Netherlands with the Manchester United.
It's Sadio Mane, Leroy Sané. Sané into Sabitzer. Haven't seen a lot of the Austrian today or over the last couple of days. Mane, couple of shot fakes. Just trying to unrest the defence. Bit of skill, bit of Samba flair, as you would expect. Beautiful passes. Kimmich! Hold that thought. Hold that thought. There's an offside flag. They went early. They went early. The gallery went early.
And we say, welcome to the VAR.
Well, that was a brilliant set of play. Unfortunately, though, the offside flag was given, but you can see the intent already from Brazil. It's now going to be what can the Netherlands do, although slight mistake here.
I liked how he held the ball, you know?
Yes.
He had patience. He risked. He held the ball. For now, it's a little bit better game on the Brazilian side.
Yeah, you've got to wait. You've got to wait for your chances, especially in games like this where you're up against top-level opposition. You have to make your chances count. And granted, one was in the back of the net, but it was chalked off. Here is Joshua Kimmich. Kimmich looking to just, again, bait a defender. Just try and bait the pressure. He's got Christian Eriksen with him. The German looks across, finds Sadio Mane. Mane into Leroy Sané, back to Tell, back to Leroy Sané. Sané double touch. Manual goalkeeping was there, but it wasn't used. Here's Tell, Sabitzer to Tell! Vamos, Brazil!
O primeiro gol brasileiro. Vem toque, traz toque. Muy bien.
Very good goal. Again, recycling the chance. It had gone, but the ability to recycle the ball is something, as you said, players at home may sit there and say, well, what's the difference between us and them? Well, that's very simple. The ability to keep your cool and recycle the ball, that's what will set you apart. It's a brilliant start for Brazil.
And not to get, you know, cold too early.
Exactly. Not to go too cold too early, and make sure that you keep your wits about you. Now, the issue becomes, of course, ball's coming back the other way now. And again, if there's a player who will know his way around an eFootball pitch, it is in Dominator. It's a beautiful through balls found to Jadon Sancho. Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo's still there. Sancho's there. Sancho dummies. Manual goalkeeping double touch. Right. Sancho!
Special way in Dominator style.
Double
he
touch.
Says, I'm in Dominator, I am here, I'm alive, and the match is 1-1 Brazil against Netherlands.
If only you could see his face, folks, when he gets into that mode. It's a beautiful thing to behold when Fredita goes. Brilliant goal from Dominator, just a double touch, allows to make the opportunity, but back comes Bayern Munich, back comes Tell, back comes Kimmich. Here's Tell, Kimmich is back to receive it. Cross could be a box-to-box. Oh, there's manual goalkeeping. If he'd have took the shot, potentially could have found the back of the net at near post, but Dominator will survive another day, and the Netherlands will wipe a bead of sweat away from their brow.
And do you know what, Wes? We promised and we give.
Oh, absolutely.
So they are delivering. You know, it's just 26 minutes. We have already seen 2 great goals. We have already seen an offside. We have already seen saves. This is the game we like. It's Brazil against the Netherlands, and this is the stage group.
Exactly, yeah. This could easily be a final in any other game. It's Sadio Mane. Mane into Gravenberch, back to Sadio Mane.
Nice play.
Ball
by
is
the
cleared
Brazilian,
away.
eh?
This is essentially the esports footballing equivalent of an early Christmas present.
Yes.
And absolutely, this is delivering here. Here's Christian Eriksen. Eriksen looking to go drive forward. Bruno Fernandes doesn't let the ball go, and Hernandez will bring it clear. Sabitzer to Tell. Tell looking forward to Joshua Kimmich. Kimmich getting forward.
Like a tiki-taka masterclass.
It really is. It's Tell trying to get the drive across the box. It is knocked away. It's Eriksen to Rashford. Rashford to Eriksen, back to Marcus Rashford.
I like that back heel.
Bruno Fernandes, the man to my right, always looking for a little bit of skill. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo to Marcus Rashford. Has Bruno Fernandes in support. Has Sancho at the back post. He's put his hand up. Double touch from Rashford in towards Fernandes. Passed across the box. Sabitzer with the clearance.
And everybody's watching the game here. You can feel the tension. People root for Brazil, people root for Netherlands because there are two great players.
Oh, contentious. That's what happens if you go for the stunning passes. It delays the animation. I did forget to mention this when we were talking about stunning shots and stunning animations. Although you'll get more power, the animation takes longer to wind up. So it's almost like you're kind of preloading the cannonball. Speaking of cannonball, Ronaldo! What a goal!
From Manchester United, from the Netherlands to Bali, from Europe to Indonesia via Indominator Airlines.
What a goal from Cristiano Ronaldo, and more importantly, what a goal from Ronaldo. Brilliant, brilliant goal. He's got a foot like a traction engine. That got hit and that stayed hit. That was a brilliant finish.
And people at the chat are shouting the goals as much as we are doing.
Although we can hear shouts of other goals going in other games. Again, don't forget the ramifications here. I'm not too sure. I didn't do the maths for if Brazil lost and Malaysia won, because that would put them on level on points.
We will
kind of forgot about
later.
that, but we will obviously, hopefully, see a live group standing at the end of the day, so you'll know who was qualified for the elimination stage.
So 40 virtual minutes. It's 2-1 for the Netherlands that needed to win this game. If he wants to go ahead, he needs to win this game.
He does need to, and it also could potentially put Brazil in a little bit of jeopardy. Here is Diogo Dalot. Dalot looking down the right. Is Jadon Sancho. Little double touch just to give himself a bit of freedom. Double touch once more. Double touch once more. It's almost like the Netherlands are playing Brazil at their own game here.
Yes.
As Brazil try and get themselves back in the game. Upamecano out of position. Not long left on the clock here as well. That could cause problems. There's a challenge that goes in. Ball goes flying forward, and that's going to be the final action of a adrenaline-filled first half.
I need to clap, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
I need to clap
That's
because
an
this
insane
game is
game.
amazing. We were expecting these two players, and just like yesterday, we closed the day with a great match, with a clash of titans, and this is what we're having up here. People in the chat are going crazy. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you very much for what you comment. People commenting in Spanish, in English, in Bahasa, in Portuguese. Thank you very much, all of you guys. You're great.
It really is the global game as we watch it as the World Esports Championships. We did constantly tell you yesterday and most of today, you are here with the best of the best in terms of eFootball competitors, and none more so than what you are seeing right now. It's high level, it's high octane, and it's Sadio Mane for Brazil. Ball goes wide to Leroy Sané. Sané looking to shape to shoot. He shoots, it's blocked away. It's Marcel Sabitzer. Sabitzer looking to dummy. It's in towards Tell. Tell's got a man free. It's Leroy Sané. Sané died. Goal!
Mais gol brasileiro, meu povo.
Brilliant goal from Leroy Sané. Again, we talk about chances going by the wayside, and we talk about players recycling the ball. It's 2 goals from Brazil where chances looked like they'd gone, and instead they brought them back to life.
And what happened if these two guys tied? What happened?
Well, if it ends in a draw, again, I'm just using my mental abacus here. Brazil would definitely be through, and Netherlands would still be at risk because they would only be they're only a point ahead of Malaysia before this game kicked off. If it ends in a draw, a complete draw, which is not beyond the realms of possibility with these two individuals, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, that could still be dangerous if Malaysia go and beat their opponent, which it could potentially happen.
Okay, thank you very much, Eric Sanin, that says you are great as well, casters. Thank you very much, Eric. Thank you very much, all of the people that can go past my accent, that can go past all the things that we are trying to express, to share with you. This is a diverse tournament.
There's still more expression to go here, though, for Rita. We've got a lot of time left on. And just to kind of bring you up to speed on Malaysia, their opponent is New Zealand in terms of the other games. So that's where our attentions are focused. Of course, we're fully locked in here. It's Leroy Sane going to go through on goal. Oh, he's pulled it wide. He had men over. There was an opportunity there. Could have used the ball a little bit better. But again, as we pointed out, a draw is more of a benefit for Brazil than it is for the Netherlands.
And that play was an intelligent one because everybody was expecting one more pass.
Absolutely.
And when everybody expects a pass, you should make a shot to the goal.
Absolutely, indeed. Here's Christian Eriksen, plays it back into safety with Lisandro Martinez. Here's Rafael Varane. We can just take a minute and a breath just to calm ourselves down a bit.
Yes.
I let out I unlocked a bit of South American there with my goal celebration. Here's Jadon Sancho, Bruno Fernandes, Cristiano Ronaldo has a man at the back post. It is absolutely more than likely Marcus Rashford. As players, as you can see, going into the box, Bruno Fernandes is one of them, Ronaldo's another, and Pavard will get that one clear.
Yes, you know, in fact, I'm afraid I have fish and chips here. We're kind of blending too much.
Yeah, it's almost like Freaky Friday. That's what that is. As you can see here, Rashford, Gravenberch intercepts it. De Ligt will launch that one clear. It is Leroy Sane. Sane looking forward, finds the ball in, can't find it to Mane. Counter-attack could be on here. Bruno Fernandes looking through the defensive line, finds Cristiano Ronaldo. It's a player you'd want in the box at this time. It's Dalot. Dalot just gets caught in possession. Sabitzer, this is end-to-end stuff. It's just full of passes. Here's Tell on towards Sadio Mane.
It's punch by punch,
it
palo
is.
palo.
It's a heavyweight title clash if I've ever seen one. Sabitzer, little step over, little double touch, little dummy, just trying to unseat the defence. Sabitzer to Kimmich. Kimmich looking forward. Still got Sane. Sane just, again, looking to super cancel, looking to dummy. Finds the ball into the box. It's Tell. It's back to Kimmich. What can Kimmich do here? Kimmich goes to the long one, and it's just over the bar.
You know, sometimes the play is not where the ball is. And this was the case.
Absolutely.
Indominator was closing his defense without going for the ball.
Absolutely.
That's something that you can only see when you have many matches on your back. You're not going just to the ball as ants to jam, you know?
Yep.
You have to watch the entire play.
Interestingly here, first types of players we saw come on, Anthony Elanga for his first appearance in a Man United appearance. I know that obviously we mentioned Garnacho when he was brought on yesterday, but Elanga, another talented youngster at Manchester United, brought on to really stir the pot here. To be a fly on the wall in the Malaysia-New Zealand game. Here we go, just offside. Good choice of defence there. Brings the line a little bit forward, and people are caught out there. And
we are watching the first of two games.
Yeah, you've got
2-2.
We've got another one.
Yeah.
We've got another one of this. I can't wait.
Yes.
But we've got 14 minutes left here in game. And you can see Choupo-Moting now brought on. We talk about that physicality. Musiala in towards Eric Choupo-Moting. Choupo-Moting in towards Sadio Mane. Mane dummies. Temple touch. Tries to take the controlled shot. Maybe does a little bit too much there. Ball comes back into Mane. Koeman. What can he do? He's turned into Fred. He's deflected away. Here's Kimmich. Choupo-Moting. Ball is still alive. Musiala, double touch, tries to take away the defenders. Does so well. Oh, brilliant tackle from Varane. Choupo-Moting. Oh!
That was, you know, the play that never ends. Because he was with the ball, but he couldn't find the final pass, the final step to the goal. And when he found it, the defender was right on point. It took the attacker one more dribble, and the ball ended going out of bounds.
What a game on our hands here. 7 minutes left in the game, plus stoppage time. The ref wants to give us 15 minutes. I'll be more than happy with that. Honestly, I could sit here all day and watch this. Here is Matthias de Ligt with the throw-in. just even here, you can hear the tension in the room. It's almost silent.
Yes.
That's the tension that's in the room here. Alanga, everyone's intently watching this, which I absolutely love. Upamecano, Gravenberch, Musiala, in towards Sadio Mane. Mane's got a man over, it's Kingsley Coman. What can the Frenchman do? He takes the pace past Dalot. Coman, got a man in the box. It's in towards Mane. Oh, what a save! What a save!
It's the save of the match.
Is that precisely the reason why they call him Dave Saves in Manchester. What a save from David De Gea.
It's the save of the match. Once again, how important is to know how to play with the goalkeeper.
Absolutely, absolutely. But the game's not over yet. We've still got added time. We've still got one more chance. It is Musiala trying to get through to McTominay, but he can't get there. It ricochets away. Fred can't clear his lines. He can't clear them still. It's Choupo-Moting in towards Sadio Mane. Last chance on the deck here for Brazil. Choupo-Moting!
Mais gol brasileiro, meu povo!
Like a thief in the night, Brazil have taken it from the Netherlands in the game one. What a finish to the game. Brilliant patience, as you normally tell us so much in this game, to find the right pass, to find the right moment. And what a finish that is from Choupo-Moting.
And you know, it all started with that dribble from Sadio Mane.
Absolutely, and you saw that pass.
Inside the box, he didn't hesitate to make one more dribble.
Absolutely, what a game that is. I mean, if the camera could not cut to us, I need a breather. No, I'm joking, we're coming back to us in a second. What a game on our hands.
No, amazing game. We expected something like this because, I mean, the Brazil side played typical Brazil tiki-taka.
Yep.
But in Dominator, it's like the most South American of the Europeans.
Yeah. We talk about play styles, and I mentioned about how Korea reminded me a little bit of a European side yesterday. It's the same, as you said, with the Netherlands. When you're watching Dominator play, it's a little bit more South American, but again, Brazil, fantastic performance from him. Absolutely fantastic.
And neither of them has any kind of guilt about what happened, because every goal was an outstanding performance of his rival.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that, you know, as you said, we expected it. I don't think we expected that much drama. Exactly. I know as casters, as people at home, if you're watching broadcasters, they may look at you and go, this is going to be the best game ever. we probably could have said that, and it probably still would have been true to that, because honestly, that had absolutely everything. It had the disallowed goal. It had technique in terms of the way to move the ball effectively. And as such, as I said, the thief in the night of Brazil just taking it away from Netherlands at the vital moment. And that could spell trouble going forward.
Yes, of course. And I want to thank everybody on the chat, everybody that is there right now saying, I think Brazil is going to win. I think Netherlands is going to win. There are more than 1,000 people right now chatting there, so thank you very much to all of you.
Yeah, I dare say there's probably a good percentage of them would happily be Brazilian as well. Such is the following for any competitors from Brazil. As you will know, as being a South American, you know about the fandom of Argentina, and we know of obviously just how passionate, especially the game of football is on that continent, that although there is a rivalry between the two, you can happily appreciate the fandom that goes with it.
We're friends, you know.
Oh, yeah.
We are friends. We are friends, and we appreciate each other, and we appreciate the nice kind of play.
Yep.
There's no beef.
Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't suggest so, by the way. So Brazil viewers, please do not have a go for it.
Of course. But we also have like a derby with Netherlands.
Yeah.
But I mean, the big nations, when you play against each other, the Italians with the Spanish, with the English people, you know, there is some kind of respect because you know who you're playing against.
Yeah, absolutely.
And in eFootball, Brazilian players have a legacy,
have
a historical, you know, like a crown that is well deserved.
Absolutely, and we talk about depth chart of players just physically in the game.
Yes.
There's a depth chart of players that could represent these nations. I could think of several names who could represent the Netherlands. I can think of several names that could represent Brazil. I could represent several names that could represent some of these countries. Just goes to show you how passionate this is. But in terms of post-game, I mean, it was wonderful to see. I mean,
let's see the highlights.
We'll see the stats. We'll see the stats first. We get the highlights after. We get the highlights afterwards.
Of course.
This is post game, and as we see how tight it was in terms of passes, in terms of possession. Critical stat there. If you are a Netherlands fan, 2 shots on goal.
That's true.
That's true. Sign of worrying, but to go back to your efficiency stat, it's 2 shots, 2 goals. So you've got to look at it as, greatly efficient, but Brazil were just as good.
Yes, what this tells is that he will not shot at goal
unless he needs to.
Unless he knows it's going to be a goal.
Yeah.
So that kind of explains also that 2-on-2.
Yep.
I mean, he had a lot of chances. It's not that he didn't reach the goal. He reached the goal many times.
But what shocked me, and again, there's a kind of my final thought on the first game was that it was the confidence in which Brazil came out in.
Yes.
I know how good Brazil are.
Yes.
I just didn't. Again, when you see it live and in the flesh, it's a lot different than if you're, say, watching it at home or you're watching them in other competitions. It's a lot different. You'll see it and you'll go, wow, actually, that's a superstar. Like, we talk, you mentioned about, there's so many greats of Brazil. He's definitely got to be up there. If he comes to here and, let's just say, if we're talking contenders, if he goes and wins it, that's got to put him up there somewhere, But we're going to find out now whether he can seal the deal. And there's a change in team as well.
Yes, it's a change in teams.
Interesting.
We're coming back for the second game. Right now the score is Brazil 3, Netherlands 2. And this game will be between...
It's Arsenal and Manchester United. Our first sighting of Arsenal. And interestingly, I believe if the schedule is to be correct, if they've flipped sides and Netherlands are at home, that means that Jos has picked Arsenal, which would stand to reason because he would know that team very well from representing them at club level.
I know.
However, what frightens me is that there's been a change on the other side as well. Manchester United have been put in here, which, again, will prove its own interesting wrinkle because, again, played so well with Bayern Munich. Why do you change? But is it to unsettle your opponent?
I think so.
I think so.
I can smell that it's definitely related.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at the lineup as well. I mean, again, you talk about Manchester United, you talk about the attacking prowess they have, you talk about the Brazilian security guard they have in Casemiro. You've got a lot of good players to call upon if required. This has got everybody watching. Everybody's here, and as you can see, as we talk about formations, almost like a 4-1-2-1-2, but it's more of a wider formation on the right-hand side of the screen. Of course, left-hand side of the screen, there's that default kind of left wing that looks very out of place, but it's there for a reason because it helps when you're on counter-attacks. It means that your player's going to be sat out wide, and your defenders may not necessarily pick it up. We are back and underway again, and it's the Netherlands from left to right, as Arsenal and Manchester United are being used by Brazil going right to left. And of course, there are again, we talk about players. We haven't seen an Arsenal, so we haven't talked about their weaponry. Gabriel Martinelli, Gabriel Jesus, Eddie Nketiah, Granit Xhaka. They've got a lot of good players there to work with. Speaking of one, here is Martinelli, here is Nketiah. Martin Odegaard, another prime number 10 that you would really want to have in your squad.
And I like the detail of the Brazilian player playing with a yellowish shirt.
Yeah, it almost feels like it's by design as Fred looks to lead the charge here. Fred, to turn, gets the ball into the box. Sancho heads it back across, and Tierney will take it away, the Scotsman. And the Egyptian will combine in Mohamed El Neni. But Luke Shaw will lead it away here. And this is really set up to be quite well balanced. Marcus Rashford, Jadon Sancho. Sancho looking to work his way into the box. Let's see if we can keep up with him in commentary. Jadon Sancho, dummies, double touch.
Whoa.
Super cancels, still going, but it's Saliba who comes out, the youngster
Ultra
from France.
Brazilian style.
Ultra Brazilian style, but will that be his downfall as Gabriel Jesus finds Eddie Nketiah, finds Gabriel Martinelli. I can feel the people to the side of me.
It was almost there. Everything was done correctly. Even the forward was on the exact place he needs to be.
He's almost perfect. He was almost perfect. Almost. And almost, as we know from football, history, past, present, and future, almost is never enough.
No, and that is never enough because the defense was also perfect.
They were top at that point in time. Here's Sancho. Sancho to Rashford.
None of them make any mistake.
They're not at the moment. Here's Ronaldo, Bruno Fernandes. Ronaldo deflected. Cleared away by the Netherlands defence.
The goalkeeper was defeated.
They very were. They were on the floor. They still could be on the floor. But Gabriel Magalhaes will take that away. Is Ødegaard. The Norwegian uncharacteristically gives the ball away.
That's another mistake.
But Saliba will bail him out of that mistake. Here's Gabriel Jesus. Martinelli, little spin.
Opa!
Again, certain cards or certain players on these teams will have certain traits and will be able to do certain moves. Here's Gabriel Jesus on the charge. Stunning strike. Oh, side netting.
Very close. Very close.
In an old school kind of saying, half the ground thought it was in.
Yes, exactly. So we're having a very balanced match with opportunities for both teams, opportunities for both players. I think everyone is sticking to their roles, to their script. So the answer would be who would be the first to open the score?
Who's going to find the shortcut?
Exactly.
Who's going to find the shortcut on the road to the elimination stage? It's Jesus on to El Neni. Nketiah looking to chase it, but David De Gea is out. And again, just a reminder to those of you who are just joining us, you're watching Brazil versus the Netherlands.
Yes.
First game, Brazil 3-2 up after a last-minute winner.
And the match is really open.
And if the scores remain the same, the Netherlands are in a little bit of peril. I don't want to say they're out because we don't obviously know what the Malaysia versus New Zealand score was.
Yes,
but they could be in a bit of danger here because if Brazil, as we know, it's an aggregate score, best of 2. If it remains 0-0, Brazil take the tie.
Yes, that's it. But Indominator is coming. He's touching. He doesn't give any ball as lost.
He doesn't, and unfortunately, it's just getting picked. His pocket is getting picked here. Not that I like keep referring to about a thief in the night, but certainly there seems to be a brilliant way to get hold of possession. Ronaldo, defensive error, Rashford, ball, and keeper is on the floor, and it's over. But it's still there.
Second time of his keeper trying to guess the play and ends on the floor.
Yeah, got away with that one. Is Jesus to Nketiah, and Lisandro Martinez will clear that one away. As you can see, it's 40 minutes gone here, and we talk about the clock ticking down. Great bit of skill move there from Jadon Sancho. Just couldn't find the pass out of there, but again, a little bit of wastefulness there. Here's Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes has a teammate looking to track him. It's Fred. Ball is ricocheted to Fernandes. Is Marcus Rashford. And then he will clear it away. Defensive line push-up from Brazil, trying to just close that distance. But that could be a problem. It's Gabriel Jesus. It's one Brazilian. Oh, it's Jesus. And what a chance that was.
Very good goalkeeping. A little lousy attacking, we must say it.
It was a little bit gamesmanship because the flick on and off of that manual goalkeeping will make you think. It will make you challenge and go, is he going to move it? Ball into the box.
But
it's
that
cleared
was
away.
An opportunity that I don't know if we can repeat an opportunity that clear.
No, and that's the vital part, is that this here is essentially, it's a game of chicken. Who blinks first here? Who makes changes? Who makes decisions? Because at the moment, if you're Brazil, you're sitting pretty.
Yes.
Because they know that even if the Netherlands equalise, Brazil are home and dry.
Yeah, I know.
Whereas the Netherlands know they need 2. They need 2 to guarantee it. Whereas Gabriel Jesus will come flying through here. One Brazilian to another. Stunning strike. It's over the bar.
You know what I like from Indominator? That he's taking different kind of plays. He doesn't stick just to one and repeat it and repeat it and repeat it.
Absolutely.
He shoots from outside. He looks for a header. He goes from the pitch.
Yeah, you've got to really think about what opportunities you have in front of you, because again, you looked at the way that Jesus ran through there, and it was almost like the Red Sea had parted. As we can see here, Martinez will clear that one.
The defense is really solid.
It's really sound from Brazil. It's all, they know what they need to do. And Lisandro Martinez will know what he will need to do. Here's Marcus Rashford up against Gabriel. Slips it into Bruno Fernandes!
E mais gol brasileiro, meu povo!
The Portuguese Magnifico, happily coined in Manchester, but he's made in Portugal, and he has potentially downed the Netherlands, and Brazil take the lead once more.
Yes, and now we have a 2-goal difference, which is very important because these players are at the same level. These are both very strong players in the defense, very strong players in the attack. So what in another match may be a small difference, in this match is a huge difference. 2 goals is really difficult because now the Netherlands need 3 goals in order to be safe to the classification.
It's like getting hit with a pebble and a boulder. If you get hit by a boulder, you're going to feel it, and certainly this will be felt here. One more goal, potentially on! Is he onside? He is. He's gone away, wheeling away, celebrating. It is Bruno Fernandes, I believe, once more. Brazil take the lead. It's 2-0.
So now we have a 3-goal difference. Things going south for Indominator.
Now the issue becomes, if we don't know the result, which we don't know how Malaysia have got on. If Malaysia have beaten New Zealand, again, for those keeping score in the chat, if Malaysia have beaten New Zealand, this spells curtains potentially for the Netherlands, as Brazil have looked free scoring here and look very dangerous. Jesus trying to get there. Good save for the keeper. Bit unconventional, I must admit, but...
And I think that by now, perhaps he may be regretting picking Arsenal.
Well, again, it's choices that come down to it. Arsenal have their abilities, but again, if you're thinking about it like this, if you're thinking that your opponent is picking Bayern Munich and you're trying to game plan for Bayern Munich, this could be a completely change here. Ronaldo just trying to get the ball through. Ramsdale will clear it away. Here's Tierney. And interestingly about Brazil, I know that we talk about a front three. Ronaldo's occupation is at his left wing, which is almost where he used to be when he was younger. So it's again, looking at how players are positioning, you find out these little details that may just provide all of the differences. Martinelli finds it into Gabriel Jesus. Jesus takes the dummy. Martinez shuts the door.
In fact, one of the keys of the game being without goals for Arsenal is that he couldn't make with Gabriel Jesus the things he expected.
Absolutely.
Gabriel Jesus keep losing the ball one and every time.
And there was that big chance. Yes. There's that big chance. If that goes in, it changes the complexion of this game.
Yes.
As this game is, of course, not over. We still got 20 in-game minutes. Is Eddie Nketiah. Brilliant challenge from Lisandro Martinez. Odegaard, though, tries to recover the ball. The ball is given away once more. Here's Fred. Down the line, looking for Ronaldo. Saliba recovers it here, trying to congest that middle area is Brazil. Odegaard takes a beautiful ball. It's Gabriel Jesus. Big save. Martinelli on the rebound. We have a goal for the Netherlands.
And once again, Gabriel Jesus couldn't do what he's supposed to do.
But one Brazilian didn't, but one Brazilian did with Gabriel Martinelli.
Yeah,
managed to get there and swipe up for his compatriot. Now the question becomes, we've got potentially, he needs 3. If we're to say absolutely certain, it's 3.
It's a lot.
It's 2 if it's a draw, which again puts it in the hands again of Malaysia. But this here is...
Would you swap out Gabriel Jesus now?
I think with Arsenal's team selection, as we've spoken about at length about the teams that we have seen so far, the common denominator between all of the teams that we have so far, every single team, apart from Arsenal, has a target man.
Yes.
They have somebody who is physical at that end of the pitch that can bring those players into play. Gabriel Jesus does not present that. No disrespect to Gabriel Jesus, by the way. I think he's a wonderful footballer and he's great on eFootball, but he's not the guy that you want for the job here. There's specific players that you call for in times like this. We saw how good for Thailand Romelu Lukaku was. We saw how good Choupo-Moting was in the previous game for Brazil. There's players that you can use. Of course, here again with Manchester United, you have Ronaldo. You have players that can really affect the game. But as I say, brilliant through ball though. Is Edwards onside? He is. It's Edwards! Oh! Off the post, off the keeper. What a chance that was.
And people here were already chanting the goal. It was really close.
Really, really close to going in. Again, you go near post, you're chancing your hand a little bit with, oh, I'm going near post. Corner ball goes in. It's cleared away. Anthony Martial, Christian Eriksen, Fred. Not long left in this game. Again, please remember there is a 2-goal swing that's required for the Netherlands at the moment to get a draw. Three.
Nice touching.
It's 3 if they need the win. And I'd say at the moment they certainly do potentially need the win here as Anthony looks to get it down the line to Anthony Elanga. Talented youngster from Sweden. Here's El Neni. Dispossessed by Christian Eriksen. Eriksen looking for a United forward in the box, but it's Elanga who's taken the ball towards the corner. Gabriel plays it forward here. Partey, Nketiah. Nketiah to Smith Rowe. Smith Rowe looking for Edwards. Edwards against Shaw. It's a foot race. Shaw wins the foot race.
You know, it seems like one player can run faster than the other ones.
I think that's down more so to the team selection. I think if you look at it, granted, I understand that Indominator has that comfort with Arsenal because he knows the team so well. I don't think in stat balancing, in years gone past, it was Aubameyang that was their focal point, as we see. Jesus, Nketiah, back to Jesus. Tries to go for the double touch, gets dispossessed. Twanzebe comes out. But they had that focal point in years gone by. They're not as effective as they used to be.
And the defense has won all of the afternoon.
They have indeed. As El Neni tries to get forward. Cedric Soares.
So we're in the final minutes. I want this game to last 1 more hour.
Oh, I could watch these two play forever. And watch them play forever as Smith Rowe looks to get the ball in. Edwards takes a dummy. Penalty kick.
Whoa.
Penalty kick.
Whoa.
I will hasten to remind those in the audience, however, Brazil have still going to win this game because they are 3-2 up for the first game. Yes. So although it is drama to see a penalty, which would be lovely to see because we haven't seen that many of them.
No.
It could possibly be.
So we have a penalty for the Netherlands.
Yeah, look at the gamesmanship that's there.
It's K. Edwards.
Here we go. It's Edwards against De Gea. Here we go. Let's see where it goes. It is down the middle. And at least there is
loud and in the middle. How the penalties should be kicked.
You kick it as hard as you can.
Yes.
And you hope for the best.
Yes, you close your eyes.
You don't close your eyes to the penalty. I hope not.
Yeah.
But equaliser within the game, but in terms of the tie, it's still 5-4.
Yeah, it's 5-4.
And there is no time on the clock, sadly.
No.
So this is now going to come down to what we're going to find out in the end. Again,
people are clapping. We had a great match. Two great players. In Dominator, it's sad. He could not believe because he was really close.
He was.
Really close.
He was.
This a way of having the game, at least drawing the game.
Yeah, as the saying goes, when the irresistible force meets the immovable object, that's exactly what we saw here. It was literally
I love that.
It was literally a Brazilian brick wall. You meet that wall and it's
and you know they break also the stereotypes. But when you think Brazilian style, you are thinking about attack. Everybody going forward. You don't think defending. When you think the stereotypes, you think Italian defending. Well, in this case, Brazil had an excellent defense.
Well, that's the beauty of having such a well-rounded game that you have different play styles you can call on. So in a game where you know that you've got to go out and score goals, you go and play attacking, you go and play aggressive.
Exact.
When you know that you've got to defend, you've got a defensive shell and you're able to really kind of lean into it. And of course, we're going to see the highlights here.
Yes,
which,
please.
Honestly, please, give us more of this, please, because honestly, some of these highlights were fantastic in terms of what we saw. The offside goal, which everyone thought was in.
Yes.
We saw everybody think it was in, and then it got called off. But this one here was not off. It was cleared away very half-heartedly, and instead here it was the recycled chance. It's that two-touch football or one-touch football to get involved. And you can see there Ronaldo into Sancho. Sancho, just that beautiful bit of skill outside of the boot as well.
Amazing. That was really, really Brazilian style.
And it really told the difference. Ronaldo with that absolute pile driver.
Yeah.
Again, you could put 3 goalkeepers in there. You're not stopping that. It's so far into the corner. And, of course, we saw, again, just how casual it was to get in the second. You saw the chance for Choupo-Moting just went by the wayside. And, again, it was Sadio Mane. Again, this little bit of skill opens up the lane, opens up the gap. Choupo-Moting, who, again, much maligned probably by Bayern Munich fans.
Yes.
All of a sudden becomes the hero, especially here for Brazil. You can see some of the chances there that went by the wayside in game 2.
And, you know, very important is like the last mile.
Yeah.
The thing you do on the last meters. And in these cases, some of the plays were individual ones.
Yeah, and that goal there, the Bruno Fernandes header, it's the perfect advert for if you have an overload and you can see at the bottom of your screen, get the ball into the box.
So this is how the match ended.
Yeah, we saw the penalty.
5-4 for Brazil. The last penalty just was a decoration for the score.
Yeah. And now we're going to find out. And obviously we've seen the stats as well. You could see you made the point as well on commentary. And obviously in terms of when you say, oh, English is not my first subject or my first language, you certainly made the point perfectly.
Thank you very much.
Gabriel Jesus was not doing the job that he needed to do. You can see how wasteful that was. 8 shots, 2 goals.
Yes.
You can see there, Brazil. And in terms of Manchester United, 4 shots, 2-1.
They have.
In terms of the passes, very well balanced. You can see tackles. You can see the Netherlands had to be a bit more forceful with their tackles. Interceptions, though, Brazil kept winning that ball back. It was almost like a bulldog had like one of those comedy bones, and he would just not let go of that ball if he wanted it. And again, full credit to Brazil for their performance. They've been fantastic today.
This is the analysis and the cast from the man himself, his Huesa. He knows the game better than anybody, and that's why he's here in the International Esports Tournament in Bali from the IESF, the 2022 championship. 14 times
the World Esports Championships has happened, and again,
each year is getting better and better and better.
It just builds and builds and builds.
It's amazing, you know. And we had a great day.
Yep.
We saw many styles. We saw different kind of games, and in this case, especially 2 of the best players in the tournament.
Yeah,
that's my opinion.
Absolutely, but we talked at the top of the day, or the top of day 1, and we said, you know what, there's going to be shocks here. There's going to be people that are going to not get through, or they may not necessarily perform to the level they were used to. We're going to have to see, exactly what happens when we see the results at the end of it. But of course, we will go back and speak to our
because we cannot
sponsors.
end this day without saying once again thank you very much to our main sponsor, the JHL Group.
Yeah, you've got sponsored by the JHL Auto, Nusape, DAS, Gundam Crypto, Taiwan Excellence, Pertamina, and Hydro Coco, which you see the wall on the desk.
Oh, I'm the official telco partner, the Telkomsel.
Yeah, and of course the smartphone, which you clearly definitely want, is the Samsung Galaxy A series.
The internet service provider partner, the IndiHome.
Yeah, the travel management partner is HIN.
The hotel partner is the Episode Hotel and the Merusaka Hotel.
Yeah, and the esports broadcast partners, we've got Mineski Global, the Indonesia Football E-League, and the ESID.
And of course, we need to thank our production partner, the Lemonade.
Yeah, and of course our media partners, we've got Trans2Ju, Deticom, Esport.id, Video.com, Dunia Games, Dens TV, Dens Play, Meta Putir, Bola Score, Kami Baja, I got that one right there. The government support is Kemen Parekaf, Kemen Pora, Koni, NOC, and wonderful Indonesia.
Wonderful Indonesia, that's it. That's where we are. We are in Bali. We are enjoying our time. This is the wrap-up of the second day.
Yeah.
And you know what? From now on, we're gonna enter the knockout stage.
Have you got any like Duracell batteries to keep yourself going? Because
Yes,
the
of
energy
course.
level is unreal.
Of course.
It's been fantastic.
Well, I want to say once again, thank you very much to all of the staff, all of the technical people here with us. Of course, thank you very much, Dewey, Ariel. In your name, everybody working with us, Andre, of course, all of the guys, all of the sound guys, the light guys, all of the players.
Everyone.
We are enjoying ourselves. We are in a great tournament, and we will have more games. When you catch us again the day after tomorrow, you will see us on a different stage.
Yeah, I was going to say we got a new habitat for a couple of days.
Yes, of course, and we have matches that, like Brazilian says, are mata-mata. That means you have to kill or get killed.
Oh, it's going to be great. I can't wait.
Well, my friends, thank you very much, Wesa.
Thank you very much.
See you the day after tomorrow with more eFootball games here at Wonderful Indonesia.
It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game.